I would imagine she would take a deep into, she's pretty humble, and she knows how many huge number of potential spawn sites out there, so she would spawn sites, yeah. Because our spawn sites, spawn sites in 25 years is more on Earth.
Yes. That is just weird to say. Because it makes me feel like there's only one source of life in different locations. That's why the word spawn. Because it feels like life on Earth really originated here.
Right, it is unique to this particular. Yeah, I mean, but I don't. In my mind, it doesn't exclude, the completely different forms of life, and different biochemical soups. Can't also explore, but I guess it implies that there's some spark that is. Which I like that idea of.
And then I get to think about respawning, like after it dies. Like what happens if life on Earth ends? Is it going to restart again?
Yo, dog. I'm working on something. How are you?
Depends on the type of, what things kill it off, right? If it's a paperclip maximizer, probably the example, but some kind of very self-replicating, higher on the capabilities, very low on the wisdom type thing. So whether that's grey goo, green goo, like nanobots, or just a shitty misaligned AI that thinks it needs to turn everything into a paperclip. For something like that, then it's going to be very hard, complex, because by definition, a paperclip maximizer will be ultimate instantiation of life. Deeply low complexity, over-optimization, sacrificing everything, turning the world into.
So something tells me, if we actually take paperclip maximizer, it destroys everything. It's a really dumb system, and develops the whole of Earth. I didn't know that part, but okay, great. So it becomes a multi-planetary paperclip maximizer.
Well, it just propagates. I mean, it depends whether it figures out how to go back to but again, I mean, this is all silly because it's a hypothetical example, which I think doesn't actually have a practical application to the AI safety problem, but it's just a couple of things to remember. But if by definition it is maximally intelligent, which means it is maximally good at navigating the environment around it, which is goal, but extremely bad at choosing goals in the first place. And again, we're talking about this functionality thing, right? It's very low on wisdom, but very high on capability. Then it will figure out how to jump back between planets and stars. So that's just turning.
Dog, you got to be patient with me.
Yeah, people who.
Which is maximum plurality.
But does not mean that they're not used necessarily as maximize paperclips in that case. So for people who don't know, this is a thought experiment example of an AI system that has the core to do anything to accomplish that goal, including destroying all life on Earth and all human life, all consciousness in the universe, in order to go of producing a maximum number of paperclips. Okay.
Or whatever.
But don't you think?
Could be making recreating that. Maybe a high level of
Go on. I like to say
that's more interesting.
that could be infinity.
If you ask me, it's still a bad thing because it's permanently capping what the universe is going to be. It's like that's its end.
Or achieving not the universe could ever achieve, because different people have different perspectives. But don't you think within the paperclip world, they would emerge, just like in the zeros and ones in the computer, that would emerge these complexities? Like, it won't, as you scale up the planet, they'll emerge these little worlds that, on top of the fabric of maximizing paperclip, that would emerge like real societies of paperclip.
By the like, if you think of what a paperclip is, it is literally just a piece of dirt, right? So if it's maximizing how the universe is taking every atom it gets to somehow turning it into iron and steel.
I'm well, just chilling. Just watching podcast.
There is no
What's been in your neck of the woods?
Okay, so you're saying that paperclips somehow just emerge and create gravity or something.
Well, no. Because there's a dynamic element to the system. It's not just
Well,
creating
chill.
paper clips. And the act of creating is going to be a process. And that process will have data. Because it's not like sequential things. It's a whole complex sequential system of paper clips. You have that string theory, right? It's supposed to be string theory, interacting in 1,008 ways. Well, sure, paper clips are very extremely interacting in very extreme ways. You scale exponentially from three-dimensional. I'm sure that a paper clip maximizer has to come up with a theory of everything. It has to create like wormholes, right? It has to break. It has to understand quantum mechanics.
I love your optimism. This is where I say this we're going to just have a couple of optimism or a riot.
There will be I think there's an intelligence that works in that system.
So you're saying that basically intelligence is inherent in the fabric of reality and will find a way. Kind of like Goblin says life will find a way, you think life will find a way, even out of this perfectly homogeneous dead.
It's not perfectly homogeneous. It's perfectly maximum production. I don't know why people keep thinking it's homogeneous. It maximizes the number of paper clips. That's the only thing. It's not trying to be homogeneous. It's trying to trick. It's trying to maximize paper clips.
So you're saying that because kind of like in the Big Bang, or things clusters of small stuff here and there, that was enough of the catalytic kickstart the evolutionary process.
Little weirdnesses that will make
Even
it
out of so yeah, interesting. Yeah. Well, so how does that line up then with the whole heat death in the universe, right? Because that's another thing that's everything so far apart, so cold, and so perfectly mixed that it's like homogeneous grayness. Do you think that even out of that homogeneous grayness, which is so makes it an entity that there's no free energy for the even from that new.
Yeah, the paper clip maximize or any other intelligence system will figure out ways to travel to other universes to create big bangs within other universes or pull black holes, create other ones, to break the we consider our limitations in physics. The paper clip maximizer will find a way, if the way exists. And we should be humble to realize that we don't.
Because it just wants to make
Yeah.
so it's going to those universes and find energy.
Yeah, but we humans, but actually complex system possible. We're not interfering. This complexity emerges from the simple basic.
Whether it's plankton.
Yeah, I think you can think of like the universe as a paper maximizer because it's doing some dumb stuff. Like physics seems to be pretty dumb. It has to be like I don't know.
The laws of faith and yet out of space.
Maybe it's goals. Pretty basic and dumb. If you could summarize its goals, yeah, I don't know what's the nicest way maybe laws of thermodynamics. I don't know if you can assign goals to physics, but if you formulate and assign in the sense of goals, it's very similar to getting the maximizer in the dumbness of the goals. But the pockets of complexity that emerge is where beauty emerges, that's where life emerges, that's where intelligence emerges. And I think we're being very dominant because we're maximizing. Now, the reason we think that
I think what you're saying is that you think that the convergence itself is another unwritten, like another baked in law of reality.
Yeah.
And you're trusting that intelligence will find a way to, even out of seemingly the most molecular, awful, playing out. I love that. Yeah, I would wield it carefully because there's large elements
how about we build the paper to maximize and find out? Yeah. The thing is, he will destroy the process, which is the thing, which is the reason we really love we seem to be really holding on to civilization. But that emphasizes a few AIs that aren't beautiful. interest in our interest.
Sure, I can help you with that. Just one moment. Okay. So it's very good to find out what's making you anxious. Firstly, you know this what's making you anxious. Yes. Okay. Do you mind sharing what's making you anxious? Yes. Okay, so you just broke up with your girlfriend and you're anxious because of that. Is that correct? Definitely. Did she break up with you? Okay. So here's what you got to do. You got to go out and get laid as soon as possible. How old are you? Excellent. All right. So is there any chick who you know who you can fuck? Okay. Can you get a hooker? Why not? Yeah, yeah. But that's not going to get your mind off of this chick. So save up some money and go get a hooker. Get your mind off. If you can't afford a hooker, here's the thing. You're going to be stuck on this chick so long as she's the last girl that you had sex with. The second that you can get another girl in there, it'll take your mind off of her and you'll start to move on. Is there another chick that you can pick up, like in a, I mean, I know it's difficult, like in a bar or something like that? Okay, that's okay. The easiest way to get your mind off another topic chick is to get your mind on the and the best thing to do is to go find a hooker and just okay, well that gets complicated. If you are I mean you had a girlfriend, right? All right, if somebody put a gun to your head and said, "Do you like girls or do you like boys? Which would you choose?" Okay, but you were just dating a chick, so it's good to get at least chicks off your mind. So, is there a place in your area that has hookers? Oh, I'm sure there are. Do you live in a town? Perfect. So what you do is you go next to the club, you pay whatever it is, you get your rocks off, and then when you're done, you will be clear of mind and you'll forget about this chick. Why? Because she won't be the last chick where you had sex with. It'll be some other chick. So then you go out and you start going to the bar, you start going to clubs, and then your goal is to get another chick's number or to, you know, have her follow you on social media or something like that. And then you will have a new target, a new girl, and you'll have had sex with somebody else, and this girl will be like three girls back, and you'll forget about her. Now that's easier said than done. Do you have the finances to just be able to go to a brothel and get a hooker? Okay. Um, do they have Tinder where you live? Okay. So get on Tinder. So the easiest way is just to get on Tinder and um, basically or any of those dating sites, and just swipe right on every single chick, every single one. Just swipe right, and then at the end of the day, you'll see that 4 or 5 or 12 or 15 chicks have swiped right on you as well, and you hit them up, and you say basically, are you interested in a long-term relationship, or are you just wanting to have fun? Many chicks will say both. Some chicks will just say long-term relationship, that still means they want to have fun. And some chicks will just be like, I'm looking to have fun. And then you're like, okay, well, you want to go to a bar or go to a coffee shop or whatever, and then you've got a new target. You've got a new chick on whom to focus, and not this other chick. The thing is, you want to get your mind off the other chick and your mind on a new chick as soon as possible. So, do you have Tinder downloaded? Okay, so first step is download Tinder, fill out your profile, and when you're done with that, tell me, and then we'll move on to the next step. So the first thing you have to do is download Tinder. So I'll wait. You just go ahead and do that. You're welcome to go.
Being complex and intelligent ultimately lead to the death of humans. That makes sense.
If humans take it.
You think like if
Yeah,
they
it's
were
hot.
Oh, if some AI.
AI and humans.
I mean, that's the reason why I'm like in some ways less emotionally concerned about AI risk than say bio risk, because at least with AI there's a chance, if we're in this hypothetical where it wipes out humans, but it does it for some like higher purpose that needs our atoms to energy to do something. At least now there's the universe is going to do something interesting. Whereas if it wipes everything, bio just kills everything on Earth, and that's it. And there's no more, Earth cannot spawn anything more meaningful in the few hundred million years it has left. So it doesn't have much time left. Then, I don't know. It's one of my favourite books I've ever read is Legacy by James Lovelock, who sadly just died. He wrote it when he was like 99. He died at 802, so it's a fairly new book. And he sort of talks about that, but it's, so building with this Gaia theory where like Earth is like living some form of intelligence itself, and that this is the next like step, right? It's this whatever this new intelligence that is maybe silicon based as opposed to carbon based goes on to do. And it's really sort of in some ways an optimistic but really fatalistic book. And I don't know if I fully subscribe to it, just to read anyway. So am I sad by that idea? I think so, yes. And this is the reason why I'm sad by the idea, because if something is truly brilliant and wise and smart and truly super intelligent, it should be able to figure out abundance. So if it figures out abundance, it should be able to find a way for us. There's plenty. The universe is huge. There should be plenty of space for it to go out and do all the things it wants to do, and like give us a little duplicate where we can continue doing our things and we can continue doing things and so on. And again, if it's still supremely wise, can we be worried about the game theoretic considerations that by leaving us alive, we will then go and create another latent intelligent agent that it then has to compete against? Because it should be only wise and smart enough to not have to concern itself with that.
Unless it gives humans to be cloned of assholes. Like the humans are a source of of a lose-lose kind of dynamics.
Well, yes and no. We're not well, that's why I think it's
Or maybe humans are a source of knowledge.
no, I think game theory is a sort of knowledge. And it's not exists in non-human systems as well. It happens with like agents in the game. It applies to agents, but like it can apply to
Yo, how are you?
a species on an island of animals. Rats competing. The ones that like, massively consume all the resources are the ones that are going to win out over the more like chill, socialized ones. And so, creates this Malthusian trap. Like, monarch exists in little pockets of nature as well.
Well,
So it's not a strictly human.
I wonder if it's secular with some of the consequences of the invention of timing of great dynamics. Maybe it needs the AI will have to kill off every organism that
Very much competition.
not competition, but just like the way it's like the weeds or whatever in the beautiful flower gardens, the parasites, yeah, on the whole system. Now,
Yeah.
of course, he won't do that completely. He'll put them in a zoo and do testing. Yeah, and there'll be somebody doing a PhD on like the prod humans to stick and see what they do. But I mean, in terms of letting us walk around outside of a geographic constraint region, that might be it might decide to make that. No, I think there's obviously capacity for beauty and kindness and non-moral behavior from these humans. So I'm pretty sure AI would do this. Let me. I don't know if you answered the aliens question.
I did.
You had a good conversation with Toby Lord
Yeah.
about various sides of the universe. I think did he say? Now I'm forgetting. I think he said it's a good chance for what?
So the classic, Fermi paradox question is, there's so many small points, and yet, it didn't take us that long to go from harnessing fire to sending out radio signals into space. So surely, given the vastness of space, we should be, and even if only a tiny fraction of those create life and other civilizations, we should be, the universe should be very noisy, there should be evidence of Dyson spheres or whatever, like endless radio signals and so on, but seemingly things are very silent out there. Now, of course, it depends on who you speak to. Some people say that they're getting signals all the time and so on, and like, I don't want to make an epistemic statement on that, but it seems like there's a lot of silence, and so that raises this paradox. And then the Drake equation. So the Drake equation is like basically just a simple thing of like trying to estimate the number of possible civilizations within the galaxy by multiplying the number of stars created per year by the number of stars that have planets, planets that have habitable, blah blah blah. So it will do like different factors, and then plug in numbers into that, and depending on like the range of your lower bound and your upper bound point estimates that you put in, you get a number at the end for the number of civilizations. But what Toby and his crew did differently was Toby is a researcher at the Humanities Institute. They instead of they realized that it's like basically a statistical quirk that if you put in point sources, even if you think you're putting in conservative point sources, because on some of these variables the uncertainty is so large that maybe like a couple hundred different orders of magnitude. By putting in point sources, it's always going to lead to overestimates. And so they, like by putting stuff on a log scale, you did it on a log scale or something, and then like ran the simulation across the whole bucket of uncertainty, across all the orders of magnitude. When you do that, then actually the number comes up much, much smaller. And that's the more statistically rigorous, mathematically correct way of doing the calculation. It's still a lot of handling. As science goes, it's like definitely, just waving an analogy is what is handling. And when they did this, and then they did a lazy update to like factor in the fact that there is no evidence for picking up, because no evidence is actually proof of evidence, right? And the long and short of it comes out that we're roughly around 70% to be the only intelligent civilization in our galaxy thus far, and around 50-50 in the entire observable universe, which sounds so crazily counterintuitive, but their math is legit.
Well, yeah, the math around this equation is ridiculous on many levels, but the whole thing about the equation is there's different things, different components that can be estimated, and the error bars are where it should be reduced with science. And hence, throughout, since the equation came out, the error bars have been coming out on different levels.
Yeah, that's very true.
so that it almost has a like this gives you a mission to reduce the error bars of these estimates over a period of time. And once you do, you can better understand. Like in the process of doing error bars, you get to understand actually what is the right way to find out where the areas are, how many of them there are, and all these kinds of things. So I don't think it's good to use that for an estimation. I think you do have to think from like more like first principles, just looking at what life is on Earth. Like trying to understand the very physics-based, chemistry, biology-based question of what is life, maybe computation-based. The fuck is this thing? And that, like, how difficult is it to create this thing? It's one way to say like how many planets like this are out there, all that kind of stuff. It feels like, from our very limited knowledge perspective, the right way to think. What is this thing and how does it originate? From very simple non-life things, how does complex life-like things emerge? From a rock to a bacteria, protein, these like weird systems that encode information and pass information, self-replicate, and then also select each other in mutate interesting ways such that they can adapt, evolve, and build increasingly more complex systems.
Right. Well, it's a form of information processing.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Or it's information transfer, but then also an energy processing, which then results in, I guess, information processing.
Of course, so it's doing some modification, and yeah, the input is some energy.
Right. It's able to extract resources from its environment in order to achieve a goal.
But the goal is to be clear.
Well, the goal is to make more fun.
Yeah, but in a way that increases. I don't know if evolution is a fundamental law of the universe, but it seems to want to replicate itself in a way that maximizes the chance of its survival.
Individual agents within
Yeah.
an ecosystem. Yes. Evolution is something within the planet.
Right.
It's a very it's just like you optimize it. But it's certainly it is clear about the welfare of the individual agent within it. But it does seem to I think the mistake is about anthropomorphizing. It's to even try and give evolution a mindset. Because it is there's a really great post by Eliezer Newcastle left one, which is an alien god, and he talks about like the mistake we make when we try and might think through things from an evolutionary perspective, as though we're giving evolution like some kind of agency of what it wants. Was reading, but
I would like to say that having interacted with a lot of these people that say that anthropomorphization is a mistake, I would like to say saying that anthropomorphization is a mistake is a mistake. I think there's a lot of power in anthropomorphization. If I can only say that word correctly one time. I think that's actually a really powerful way to reason through things. I think people, especially people in robotics, if they run away from it as fast as possible. And I
can you
think.
give an example of like how it's possible that
Oh, in
Hey, can you hear me?
our world for us to keep
We look
to
out
see
in
these
general.
robots
First
as just tools runs away from
Yeah,
the world of a dynamic world of
they
humans.
just
Like
very
these
much
all these game theory
no
systems
offense. Yeah, no. But
that a robot that ever has to interact with humans. I don't mean like intimate friendship interaction. I mean in a fashion setting where it has to deal with the uncertainty of humans, all that kind of stuff. You have to acknowledge that the robot's behavior has an effect on the
I don't
human
know, like one person
just as much as the human has an effect on the robot. And you have to realize that as an entity, when a human sees a robot,
somebody else came in and said just like I was
robot. We feel a certain
that's
way.
what me just now about
Fear,
relationship advice.
certainty,
They're like, hey, my girlfriend
they
just broke
have
up with me.
personal life projections. We've got pets and dogs.
What should I do?
It's like a dog. There's like a mom, like a dog.
That is my
Certain feelings.
advice advice to anybody who just gets out of a relationship. To girls, it's go get fucked by some other dude. They get your mind out of the water. And the guys, it's to go fuck a chick. Like, you need people, like, it's the last person.
We humans are right to reason about how the robot should consider navigating its environment through ethical conversation. I also think our brains are designed to think in human.
Jeff sounds like a sound effect.
Game theory.
It was like the perfect sweep of it.
Is
so, but with anybody, it feels important if you are hung up on somebody else. You're hung up on somebody, go find somebody else and get your mind off. And if you can put people in between the last time you and the person physical,
is because there is a danger that
it's just about you don't have that. It's almost like you're in a losing streak and you're a baseball team. Well, if you can't go play some shitty teams that you know you're going to win against, and then you end your losing streak. And like ideally, but like the guys who don't need this advice, the guys who just go to a bar and pick up any chick. And I'd love to tell these guys, hey, you come over and go to any chick that's difficult. You gotta have some serious ways to be. And I can
needing to compete for resources and needing to find a mate and that kind of stuff. Whereas an AI somewhere like a council, let's say, whatever, however it comes, whether I don't know when they have the time experience.
How's college?
But the point is that you try and apply any kind of modeling of like
we're just chilling, watching podcasts. I got 8 crazy nights going. It's a wild time. Some things are good in your neck of the woods.
Their method of whatever they're thinking is just so different because they've never had to before. In the same way.
Yeah, beautiful. I was just playing devil's advocate. I do think in certain contexts, the mobilization is not going to hurt you.
Yes.
Junior's running away from you too fast.
I agree.
For the most part, do you have advice for young people today? The 17-year-old believer of how to live life and be proud of how of a career you can be proud of.
Cool, I appreciate that.
Think about what it means. Look for win-win situations. And be careful not to overly use your smarts to convince yourself that something is win-win when it's not. So that's difficult. I don't know how to advise people on that. It's something I'm still figuring myself. But have that as a sort of default MO. Don't see everything as a zero-sum game. Try to find the positives and like find ways to if there isn't seems to be one, consider playing a different game. So I suggest that. Because people always ask like, oh, she's a pro. I want to do that too. Fine, you could have done it in the when I started out. It was a very different situation back then. Poker is
right.
It's a great game to learn in order to understand the way.
Yeah, no,
ways to think, and I recommend people learn it, but don't try and make it other. It's just very, very difficult to try to being an expert. And then really, really be aware of how much time you spend on your phone and on social media, and really trying to keep it to a minimum. Be aware that basically every moment you spend on it is bad for you. So it doesn't need to say you can never do it, but just have that running
realize this fucking dude. Those dudes. Find the thing that you can't be talked out of too. That's
I like that. Yeah.
you were lead guitarist in the band. Did I write that down?
All right, General. Well, we hope you're having a great day. What's good in your neck of the woods, Jenna? All right. Okay. Well, feel free to watch the podcast and enjoy. And if you need anything, we're here for you. Excellent. Next step is the memorize.
The performing, the pure the music of it. Is it just being a rock star? Why'd you do it?
So we only get the thing.
Thanks, big.
We did last. It wasn't a very famous or anything like that. But I was very like it was my entire identity. So from the age of 16 to 23.
Depressed.
Stop. So hard dancing.
But I had I'm a guitarist for like classic rock guitarists. So I've had friends who are very big Pantera fans, and so those off harmonies, but what's the better metal band? Somewhat kind of 90s maybe discussion. But I was always excited for Metallica, both musically and in terms of performance and the depth of work, lyrics, and so. But they were basically everybody was against me because if you're a true metal fan, I guess the idea goes you can't possibly be a Metallica fan.
I think
Metallica has pop, this executive, they so loud.
the kind of I mean, everyone who can't see who's the good one and doesn't know about that. They were so groundbreaking. It's so good. I mean, it really easy to look at them. Like, we can ask that question anymore. I read like those people that came up. The third one is Total Free. I just think, I just take all the places to me. Yeah, I don't know. Nowadays, like, I kind of, I upset myself. Who would put a music like after rain? And it's like this close to something like why? They're so active on TikTok.
When people ask what I'm not fresh by movies, I feel like it's hard work and it's unfair, but you should pick one.
Yeah.
And it's actually the same kind of, it's like if you make people ask me what's your favorite band, but it's good to pick.
Exactly. Thank you for much. Yeah.
Or maybe not.
No,
In context for a lot of people are just
What's going on?
I used to
We're going to do that right now.
like do you use it for motivation or teaching?
Yeah, we've been listening to 80s
Is that Congress level?
I think so. It's like content, and it's happy. It's optimistic, happy content. Yeah, I mean, they sing like these songs people to each other. But yeah, sorry, to answer your question about guitar playing, my relationship with it was kind of weird in that I was deeply uncreative. My objective would be to hear some really hard technical solo and then learn it, memorize it, and then play it perfectly. But I was incapable of trying to write my own music. Like the idea was just absolutely terrifying. But I was also just thinking, it'd be kind of cool to try starting it back again, getting back into it, right? But it's scary.
It's scary. I mean, I put out some guitar playing, just other people's covers, like play comfortably numb on the instrument. And it's scary too. It's scary putting stuff out there. And I have this similar kind of fascination with technical playing, both on piano and guitar. One of the first, one of the reasons that I started playing guitar is that Ozzy Osbourne was the crowd solo. there's a beauty to it. There's a lot of beauty to it. You listen back, it's just really fast.
Usually, like arpeggios.
Yeah, arpeggios. Yeah. There's a melody you can hear through it because there's also rhythm driving. So it's a beautiful solo. It's also technically just visually the way it looks when the person's watching. You feel like a rock star.
Yeah.
But it ultimately has to do with technical. You're not developing part of your brain that it requires you to generate beautiful music. It is ultimately technical in nature. So it took me a long time to let go of that and just be able to write music myself. And that's a different journey. I think that journey is a little bit more inspired than the role, for example, or improvisation is more valued, obviously jazz and so on. But I think ultimately it's a very rewarding journey because of your relationship with guitar and that kind of escape from the world where you can creating stuff.
And it's something you work with. Because my relationship with my guitar was like it was something to tame and defeat.
Yeah.
Which was kind of what my whole personality was back then. Like, very competitive, very must bend this thing to my will. Whereas writing music is you work with the guitar, you work with it.
But I think because of the competitive aspect, for me at least, that's still there, which creates anxiety about playing publicly, all that kind of stuff. And then there's just like a heart suffering. It's really, it's really tough.
Well, it gives me a stuff.
I mean, there's certain things that feel really personal, and on top of that, as we're talking about offline, there's some things that you get to a certain height in your life. That doesn't have to be very high, but if you get to a certain height, and then you put it aside for a bit, and it's hard to return to it because you remember being good. It's hard to you being at a very high level of health rate, like hard to return to it. Every once in a while, you enjoy it. That you're just not as sharp as you used to be because you're not doing it every single day. That's something that I was wondering. Just like in chess, as far as some of these grades, just returning to it, it's almost painful.
Yes. Yeah.
And I feel that way with guitar too. Play every day a lot. So returning to it is painful because it's like accepting the fact that this whole ride is finite. That you have a time.
Yes.
It's over and now.
All different chapters of life.
But you can still discover joy from that process. It's been tough, especially with some level of just people get to know you. Because people film stuff, you don't have the privacy of just sharing something with a few people around you.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful privacy that
That's so quiet.
internet's disappearing.
Yeah. Really.
Yeah. But all the pressure aside, it's easier you can step up and still enjoy the fuck out of and good music performance. What do you think is the meaning of this weekend? What's the meaning of life? It's in your name, as we talked about. You have to live up. Do you feel the requirements of to live up to your life?
You're asking a question. How old are you?
Yeah.
No, because I don't feel it. I mean, I get it. No, I don't know. Because my full name is Olivia, so I can Olivia because I need to live up to it. No, I don't know. Because I've never thought
Right.
There's like really
I mean, I feel the
But girl, if you ever know what to say, I'm trying to explain.
or even better. Because I don't think, you know, is the inverse of evil good or is there something to it?
Like chip on the right side.
I think my intuition
Take the line of that.
what is the meaning of all this?
life.
Um,
Why do we feel?
things to explore, have fun, understand, and make more of here and to keep the game going.
Here? Or here?
More
Or this? Whatever this is?
of experience. Just to have more experience and not ideally positive experience. I just try to put it into this maybe scientific term. Make it so that the program required the length of code required to describe the universe is as long as possible. But highly complex methods. Because again, like we bang the metaphor to death, but like tiled with tiled with pictures doesn't require that much code to describe. Obviously, maybe that's steady state.
You have 10 seconds to answer. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job, girl.
More diversity and very best stuff. Is to me the goal of it.
Have fun in the process.
Yeah.
Because you do create a lot of fun things. And so in this creative force,
Not anymore.
all these things you create, somehow there's like a funness to it. And so I also have to do with finiteness of life, finiteness of all these
You read my blog, though. There's one
which is
person.
what makes them kind of unique. Like the fact that they have there's this whatever it is, falling in love or creating a piece of art or creating a bridge or creating a rocket or creating a I don't know, it's just the businesses that do that build something or solve something. The fact that it is born and dies somehow embeds it with fun, with joy for the people involved. I don't know what that is. The finiteness of it.
It can do. Some people struggle with it. I mean, a big thing I think that one has to learn is being okay with things coming to an end. And in terms of like projects, sort of where people cling on to things beyond what they're meant to be doing, beyond what is reasonable.
And I'm gonna have to carry for this podcast and then I really would talk to you. I think it's obvious. We talked about many times. You should be doing a podcast. You should, but you're already doing a lot of stuff publicly to the world, which is awesome. You're a great educator. You're a great mind. You're a great engineer. But it's also this fun medium.
It is good.
It's a fun one.
It really is good, and it's just something that like it's so much fun, and you can just get into so many. Yeah, it's the space to just explore and see what comes and emerges, and
to understand yourself better, if you're talking to others, to understand that better, together with them. Yeah, you should do your own podcast, but you should also do a podcast with Sims. Talk about the two of you have such different minds that melt together in just hilarious ways, fascinating ways. The tension of ideas there is really awesome. In general, I think you've got a beautiful voice. So thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for being a friend. Thank you for honoring me with this conversation with your valuable time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Real Hurry. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers, possible beliefs, different degrees of uncertainty about different things. But I'm not absolutely sure of either. There are many things I don't know anything about, such as whether it means anything to ask or a word here. I don't have to know the answer. I don't feel frightened not knowing things, by being lost in the mysterious universe without any purpose, which is the way it really is, as far as I can tell. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Battle not with monsters, lest you become a monster. And if you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you. But I would say, bring it on. If you gaze into the abyss long enough, you see the light. The influential psychologist, lecturer, podcast host, and author of Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order. This is the Let's Movement podcast. Supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jordan Peterson. Dostoevsky wrote in The Idiot, spoken through the character of his history, that beauty will save the world. Solzhenitsyn actually mentioned this in his Nobel Prize acceptance speech. What do you think Dostoevsky meant? Is he right?
Well, I guess it's the divine that saves the world. Let's say, you could say that by definition. And then you might say, well, are there pointers to that which will save the world, or that which eternally saves the world? And the answer to that, is yes. That's really truth and love and justice and the classical virtues, beauty, perhaps in some sense foremost among them. That's a difficult case to make, but definitely a point.
Which direction is the arrow pointing?
But the arrow is pointing up. No, I think that which it points to is what beauty points to. It transcends beauty. It's more than beauty.
And that speaks to
It points to the divine. And I would say again, by definition, because we could define the divine, it's in real sense. So one way of defining the divine is what is divine to you is your most fundamental essence. You might say, well, I don't have a fundamental essence. I would say that's fine, but then you're just confused because you have a bunch of contradictory accents. And you might say, well, I have no accents at all. And then I'd say, well, you're just epistemologically ignorant beyond comprehension if you think that. Because that's just not true at all.
So you don't think a human being can exist within contradictions?
Well, yeah, we have to insist within contradiction, but when the contradictions make themselves manifest, say in confusion with regard to direction, then the consequence of that technically is anxiety and frustration and disappointment and all sorts of other negative emotions. The cardinal negative emotion signifying multiple pathways forward is anxiety. It's an entropy.
But you don't think that kind of an entropy signal can be channeled into beauty, into love? Why does beauty and love have to be clear, ordered, simple?
Well, I would say probably doesn't have to be. It can't be reduced to clarity and simplicity. Because when it's optimally structured, it's a balance between order and chaos. Body and mind. If it's too ordered, music is too ordered, it's not acceptable. It sounds like a drum machine. It's too repetitive. It's too predictable. It has to have some fire along with the structure. I was sitting on Exodus with one of the scholars, and this is a beauty discussion. When Moses first encounters the burning bush, it's not a conflagration that demands attention, it's something that catches his attention. It's a phenomenon, and that needs to shine forth. And Moses has to stop and attend to it, and he does. And he sees this fire that doesn't consume the tree. And the tree is a structure. It's a tree-like structure. It's a branching structure. It's a hierarchical structure. It's a self-similar structure. It's a fractal structure. And it's the tree of life, and it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And the fire in it is the transformation. It's always occurring within every structure. And the fact that the fire doesn't consume the bush in that representation is an indication of the balance of transformation and structure. And that balance is presented as God. And what attracts Moses to it, in some sense, is the beauty. Now, it's the novel, the painting is like burning bush. That's what I'm thinking about. It's a great painting. It's too much for people often. My house was, and will soon be again, completely covered with paintings inside. And it was hard on people to come in there because, well, my mother, for example, said, why would you want to live in a museum? And I think, well, I would rather live in a museum than anywhere else. It doesn't make sense. But beauty is daunting. It scares people. They're terrified of buying art because the taste is always good. And they should be terrified because generally people have terrible taste. Now, that doesn't mean we should falsely develop that. And when you put your face down display, it's real. It really exposes you.
Even to yourself as you walk past
Oh, yeah.
every day. This is
Absolutely.
who I am.
Yeah, well, and look how mundane that is, and look how trite it is, and how cliched it is, and sterile, or too ordered it is, or too chaotic.
Or how quickly you start to take it for granted because you've seen it so many times.
Well, if it's a real piece of art,
And little details.
the whole is pretty good parts. I mean, there are images, religious images in particular, so we can call them deep images, that people have been unpacking for 4,000 years and still have. I'll give you an example. This is a terrible example. So I did a lecture series on Genesis, and I got a lot of it unpacked, but by no means all of it. When God kicks Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden, it was cherubim with flaming swords at the gate to stop human beings from re-entering paradise. I thought, what the hell is that? Oh, cherubim. Why do they have flaming swords? I don't get that. What is that? And then I found out from Matthew Passion, who wrote a great book on symbolism in Genesis, that cherubim are the supporting monsters of God. Very complicated idea. And that they are hardly a representation of that which is difficult to fit into the conceptual system. They've also got an angelic or demonic aspect. Why do they have flaming swords? And the sword is a symbol of judgment and the separation of the wheat from the chaff. They use the sword to cut away and to carve. The flaming sword is not only that which carves, it's that which burns. And what does it carve away and burn? When you want to get it to paradise? It carves away everything about you that isn't perfect. And so what does that mean? It's a terrible thing. So you could say that the entire Christian narrative is embedded in that. Why? Well, let's say that flaming swords are a symbol of death. That seems to be obvious. Let's say further that they're a symbol of apocalypse and hell. That doesn't seem completely unreasonable. So here's an idea. Not only do you have to face death, you have to face death and hell before you can get to paradise. Hellish judgment, and all that's embedded in that image. And then a piece of art with an image like that has all that information in it. And it shines forth in some fundamental sense. It reaches into the back tentacles of your mind at levels you can't even comprehend and grips you. I mean, that's why people go to museums and gaze at paintings they don't understand, and that's why they pay what's the most expensive objects in the world. It's not carbon fiber racing, it's definitely classic paintings. Right? It's high-level technological information, or it's classic art. Why are those things so expensive? Why do we think temples, the house, the images? Even secular people go to museums. I'm secular. Are you in a museum? Yes. Are you looking at art? Yes. Well, what makes you think you're secular?
It's arguable that the thing many centuries from now will remain all of civilization. Not even the words.
Well, a book has remained a very long time. That's right.
That's in the whole arc of
Yeah. Well, we have images. We have artistic images from at least 50,000 years ago that it's and some of those are they're already profound in their symbolism.
At least humans.
Yeah, we found it. And they've lasted. They've lasted that. And then think about Europe. Secular people all over the world make pilgrimages to Europe. Well, why? Because of the beauty. Obviously. That's self-evident. And it's partly because there are things in Europe that are so beautiful, they take your breath away, they make your hair stand up, and they fill you with a sense of awe. And we need to see those things. It's not optional. We need to see those things. The cathedrals. I was in the cathedral in Vienna. It was terribly beautiful.
Terribly beautiful.
Well, it was terribly beautiful.
Is beauty painful for you? Is that the highest form of beauty? it really challenges you.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I've got a good analysis of the statue of David. You could be far more than you are. That's what that statue says. And this cathedral, we went down into the under structure of it. And there were 3 floors of bones from the clay. And there they all are. And then that cathedral is on top of it. It's no joke to go visit a place like that. It rattles you to the core. And our religious systems have become propositionally dubious. But there's no arguing with the architecture of modern art. It's like, with their sterility and their giant middle fingers erected everywhere. But beauty is a terrible pointer to draw any secular person will say, well, I don't believe in God. It's like, have it your way. You cannot move forward into the unforeseen horizon of the future except on faith. And you might say, well, I have no faith. It's like, well, you're not with the future. But are you then nihilistic and hopeless and anxiety ridden? And if not, well, something's guiding you forward. It's faith in something or multiple things, which just makes you a polytheist, which I would recommend.
Let me ask you one short-lived biological meter. Who is God? Just try to sneak up to this question if it's at all possible. Is it possible to even talk about it?
Well, it better be, because otherwise there's no communicating about it. It has to be something that can be brought down to earth.
Well, we might be too dumb to think that.
It's not just ignorant, it's also sinful. Right? So, because there's not knowing and there's not wanting to know or refusing to know. And so you might say, well, could you extract God from a description of the objective world? And is God just the ultimate unity of the natural reality? I would say, well, in a sense, there's some truth in that, but not exactly, because God, in the highest sense, is the spirit that you must emulate in order to thrive. How's that for a biological definition? Spirit is a pattern. The spirit that you must emulate.
So it's a kind of, in one sense, when they say the human spirit, it's that.
It's an animated beast. It's a pattern. And you might say, well, what's the pattern? Okay, well, I can tell you that. Some imagine it like you're gripped by beauty, you're gripped by admiration. So you can just notice this. This is a proposition. You have to notice it. Turns out I admire that person. So what does that mean? Well, it means I would like to be like him. That's what admiration means. It means there's something about the way they are that compels imitation. It means or inspires respect or awe, even. Okay, what is that grips you? Well, I don't know. But let's say, okay, fine. It grips you. You want to be like the kids' hero worship. So the adults, they become entirely cynical.
I worship quite a few heroes.
Well, there you go. Yes, well, there you go. And there's that worship, that celebration, and proclivity to imitate is worship. That's what worship means most fundamentally. Now imagine the set of all admirable people, and you extracted out AI learning. You extracted out the central features of what constitutes admirable. And then you did that repeatedly until you purified it to what is most admirable. That's as good as you're going to get in terms of representation of God. And you might say, well, I don't believe in that. Well, what do you mean? It's not a set of propositional facts. It's not a scientific theory of the objective world. And then I can say something about that too, because I do think about this a lot, especially since talking to Richard Dawkins. So, okay. The postmodernists, going back way before Derrida and Foucault, maybe back to Nietzsche, who I admire greatly. God is dead. But Nietzsche said God is dead and we have killed him. We're not finding the blood. So that was Nietzsche. He's really good. He's got a will. He certainly does. And so then we think, okay, we killed the transcendent. Well, what does that mean for science? that nonsense about a deity is just unique superstition that stops the scientific process from moving forward. That's basically the belief. It's like, wait a second. Do you believe in the transcendent in science? And the answer is, well, more than you believe in it, you believe in it more than anything else. Because if you're a scientist, you believe in what objects to your theory more than you believe in your theory. You don't think that's your theory. So your theory describes the world. As far as you're concerned, your description of the world is the world. But because you're a scientist, you think, well, even though that's my description of the world and that's what I believe, there's something beyond what I believe. And that's the object. And so I'm going to throw my theory against the object to see where I agree. And then I'm going to use the evidence of the theory as a source of new information to revitalize the theory. So as a scientist, you have to posit the existence of the ontologically transcendent before you can move forward at all. But more, you have to posit the contact with the ontologically transcendent. Annoying though it is, because it upsets your apple cart, is exactly what will in fact set you free. So then you accept the proposition that there is a transcendent reality. And that contact with that transcendent reality is redemptive in the most fundamental sense, because if it wasn't, well, why would you do that? Make the contact with it, you're going to make everything worse or better.
Why does the contact with the transcendent set you free as a scientist?
Because you assume, I mean, freedom in the most fundamental sense. It's like, well, freedom from want, freedom from disease, freedom from ignorance, right? That it informs you.
So
The logos in it is definitely there. Yeah, it's the direction, let's say, the directionality of science. That's a narrative direction, that's a scientific direction. And then the question is, what is the narrative? Well, it posits a transcendent reality. It posits that the transcendent reality is corrected. It posits that our knowledge structures should be regarded with humility. It posits that you should bow down in the face of the transcendent evidence. You have to take a vow of this as a scientist. You have to take a vow to follow that path if you're going to be a scientist. It's the truth, no matter what. And that means you posit the truth as a redemptive force. Well, what does redemptive mean? Well, why bother with science? Well, so people don't starve, so people can move out more effectively, so life can be more abundant, right? So it's all ensconced within an underlying ethic. So the reason I was saying what we talk about belief in God, so this is a very complicated topic. You believe in a transcendent reality. So, okay, now let's say you buy the argument I just made on the natural fact. You say, yeah, that's just nature. That's not God. And then I say, well, what makes you think that nature is? Like, see, the problem with that argument is that in order to presume a materialist, a reductionist, materialist, objective view of what constitutes nature. But if you're a scientist, you're going to think, well, the final analysis, I don't know what nature is. I certainly don't know its origin or destination. I don't know its teleology. I'm really ignorant about nature. And so when I say it's nothing but nature, I shouldn't be, it's nothing but what I understand nature to be. So I could say, will we have a fully reductionist account of cognitive processes? And the answer to that is yes, but by the time we do that, our understanding of matter transforms so much that what we think of as reductionist now won't look anything like what we think of reductionist. Matter isn't dead, dust. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. Matter is what matters. There's a definition. That's a very weird definition. But the notion that we have, if you're a reductionist, materialist reductionist, you can reduce the complexity of what is to your assumptions about the nature of matter. That's not a scientific.
Your specific limited human assumptions of this century, of this week. So, in some sense, without God in this complicated, big definition we're talking about, there's no humility. It's less, there's less likely, or rather, science, in taking a trajectory of going through humility without something much more powerful than individual human.
Yeah, well, then if we know, Frankenstein story, things like that, that's a good story for the current times. It's like you're playing around with making new life. You better make sure you have your arrows pointed up.
Yeah, it's interesting because you said science has an ethic to it.
It's embedded.
Well, there's science is a big word. It includes a lot of disciplines that have different traditions. So biology, chemistry, genetics, physics. Those are very different communities. And I think biology, especially the closer and closer to medicine to the human body, does have a very serious, first of all, it has a history with Nazi Germany being abused and all these kinds of things, but has a history of taking this stuff seriously. It doesn't have a history of taking this stuff seriously, which is really interesting because you don't call me a scientist, but I would like to we're proud of people don't think of computer science, but nevertheless, it will be, I think, the science. One of the major scientific fields of the 21st century, and we should take that very seriously. Oftentimes, when people build robots or AI systems, we think of them as toys to tinker with. Oh, isn't this cool? Well, and I feel this too. Isn't this cool? It's cool. But, at a certain moment, you might, isn't this nuclear explosion cool? Yes, it is. We're both into a cool. It's like or transistor cool. Yeah. Well, the other thing too, and this is a weird problem in some sense, the robotics engineer types, they're thing people. Right? I mean, the big classes of interest are interesting things versus interesting people. Some of my best friends is the yeah, right. And I think people are very, very clear, logical thinkers, and they're very outcome oriented and practical. Now, and that's all good. That makes them human people functioning. But there's a human side of the equation. And you get the extreme thing people and you think, yeah, what about the human? And when we're talking about, we'd be talking about the necessity of having a technological enterprise embedded in an ethic. And you can ignore that, like most of the time, right? You can ignore that overall ethic in some sense when you're toying around making toys. But when you're building artificial intelligence, it's like, well, that's not a toy. That might be. Toy becomes the monster. Yes. And this is a whole new kind of monster. And maybe it's already here. Yes, and you notice how many of those things you can only turn off. And what is it with the engineers and inability to put off switches on things now? It's like, I have to work this for 5 seconds for it to shut off. I can't think. I just want to click off. Well, what is it with humans that don't put off switches on other humans? Because
it's the same, a barrel of monkeys, like a person.
For both you and perhaps one day the thing itself.
Dog, I'm amazing. That's what I'm saying. I'm just flipping amazing.
I think it's a feature, not a bug, the off switch. The off switch gives a deadline to us humans, to the systems of existence, makes you, death is the thing that really brings clarity to life. And I do think, hence the great before, like you said, I do like your view of the flame, the bush.
And absolutely not. You,
it's also
when you get
transformation that kind of
you
the process.
Well, it depends on how much
I just get notifications.
And this is why you can't touch the Ark of the Covenant, for example. This is why people can have very bad psychedelic trips. Like if you're 95% jet fuel, if you get too close to the flame, the 5% that's left,
I don't even know you can sell them on Switch. I thought you meant just like wow.
So you think it's all chat, but I think there is some aspect of destruction that is.
You keep your money. You keep your money. I don't need no money. I appreciate it.
Right? Don't you think that destruction is part of
that's humility? Yeah.
Please, don't sub to any of my accounts. If you do, I'll never get the money. They're not connected to my bank account. Just keep your money. And why? Because I have over 300 different Twitch accounts. It would drive me mad connecting all of those to one well. So what you want to do is just not, you can follow me, but don't subscribe to anything. And just watch me. That's all I want you to do.
What if it was possible that if you died enough all the time that you could continue to live? And the thing is, we already know that biologically, because if you don't die properly all the time, well, it's cancer, it's like growth. It's a very fine balance between productivity of the biological body and the coloring of that.
Yo, dog.
Life is a real balance between growth and death. And so what happens if you got that balance right? Well, we kind of know, right? Because if you live your life properly, so to speak, then you're
God,
going
I'm
to let your stupidity
What?
die before it takes you out. You will live it. That's just a fact. But then what's the extension of that? The answer is we don't know. We have no idea.
Let me ask you a difficult question.
As opposed to the easy ones that we can ask.
Well, Dostoevsky's book. So if death every single day is the way to progress in life, you'll become quite famous.
Death and hell.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Do you worry that your fame traps you into the person that you were before?
Elvis became Elvis the first movie.
Yeah, do you fear that you'll become Jordan Peterson? That you fear of in some part becoming the famous suit wearing brilliant Jordan Peterson?
What?
Certainty, pursuit of truth, always
Perfect,
right.
man. That's the one. Keep doing it.
I hope I do.
Has fame to some degree when you look at yourself in the mirror, the quality of your mind is corrupted.
No doubt, in some regard. I mean, it's a very difficult thing to avoid, because
God, I'm going to tell you this.
things
I'm gonna tell you,
change around you. You're much more likely to do what you
You
ask.
can't just keep asking me questions. Okay, I got other things that I'm doing.
One of the
So feel
things
free
that
to just do your own thing.
is that people push back against you often. This is why so many celebrities spiral.
I'm like non-binary. According to the state of California, I'm a woman.
Everything around them stops saying,
Yep.
you're deviating a little bit, but they laugh at your jokes. They always want something from you.
Yeah, I know.
It's always
I was non-binary by the state of California when I made that Instagram account. Now, technically, I'm a woman.
Well, you're only reading vacation.
100% according to the state of California.
So one of the things I've tried to learn from that is to have people around me all the time who are.
Who knows, baby? I might have been born a super sexy hybrid alien. Who knows?
You're alienating people who necessarily there, and you should have done some of the background work there.
No, you're good. You're good.
But I think
That's a fine question to ask.
So
let me put it to you this way. I only like fucking chicks. I'm only attracted to chicks, specifically MILFs.
So, and then maybe have an off day.
No, not males. MILFs. Matures I like fucking. Like women between the ages of 35 and up. I even get into gills. Like good gills.
It's hard to take those.
The hot zone is between 35 and 55.
Difficult to take those.
Actually, though, it can get really interesting over 55. So I'm not. Shout out to those ladies as well.
And so I'm tempted to draw on anger as a motivating energy.
So I guess that makes me a lesbian.
Resistance, feelings. But then that makes me more harsh and judgmental. And reading then might be awkward.
Yes, I mean, according to the state of California, it's on my ID.
If you're calling out the environmentalist globalists who are harassing the Dutch farmers, then a little anger is just a ticket. But then others say, well, you don't want to be too harsh because you alienate people who really listen to you. That's a hard balance.
but also maybe anger hardens your mind to where you don't notice the soft, quiet beauty of the quiet love that's always there to permeate everything. Sometimes it can become deeply cynical about the world. It's the Nietzsche thing. Battle not with monsters, lest ye become a monster. And if you gaze into the abyss gazes also into you.
Right. But I would say, bring it on. Right?
Well,
I've swung a lot of dick, I'll put it that way, with chicks.
If you gaze
I don't like to put labels on it. I played house with some bitches.
I bet my life. I think you make the street line to where all you see
We were banging for years. Let me put it this way.
Well, then we would say you have to look long. No, that's
I am 38 years old, that's 300.
So I said the whole story of
Four
Christ is
days,
bigger than that image.
like
So the story of Christ
22 hours.
is radical acceptance of the worst possible.
No, fuck no. I'm 39 years old.
Which means psychological. It's like gaze upon that which you are most afraid of. That story doesn't end there. Because in the story, Christ goes through death into hell. So death isn't enough. The abyss of innocent death is not sufficient to produce redemption. It has to be a voluntary journey to hell. And maybe that's true for everyone. And that's like, there is no more terrifying idea by definition. And so then, well, you gaze upon that. Well, who knows? Who knows?
How often do you gaze upon death? How often do you remind yourself?
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Personally,
Yo,
all the time.
Because you,
I lose track at 42.
Philosophers, you used to start philosophizing and forgetting that you
No, not 42. I lose track at 42. How old are you, Kylie?
how often do you actually consciously notice the injury?
All the time. I think it's one of the things that makes me
Okay, well,
peculiar.
good on you.
When I
Yeah,
was in graduate
so, no, my body count is not 42. I lose track at 42.
And I noticed that many of the people that I was with,
Perhaps far above it.
it was definitely part of mine. I'd wake up every morning. This happened for years. Time short, get out. Time short, get out. Things to do. And so that was always the skill. I mean, still there, I would say it's unbearable in some sense.
You're afraid of it as well.
Afraid of it?
Relationship. Yeah.
You know, I was ready to die a year ago. And not casual. I have people who so no, but I am very you know, I must talk about that a couple of months ago. It's really striking me. Someone asked me about the after the set, just offhand, and then went on with the conversation. And then went on with the conversation. And I thought, oh, it's got a lot of weight on the shoulders. I'm sure that part of him thinks might be easier just if this wasn't here at all. No, he said it offhand, but it was a telling moment in my estimation.
So for him, that's a why I live question. The exhaustion of life.
Yeah.
You have to call it life, the suffering,
Yeah.
the hardship.
I'm more afraid of hell than death.
You're afraid of life.
I don't know if it follows or if it's always here. I think we're going to find out.
Just to make sure you can die.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Is there something that needs to be done before you arrive?
You're more likely to die terribly if you live in a manner that brings you to hell. That's one connection.
Terribly is a very deep kind of concept.
Yeah. And that's the definition of it.
What do you make of your must? You've spoken about it a bit.
I'm struck with admiration. That's what I make
I
of it.
would
I always
have
think
to say
I was thinking that as a primary. Well, it's like, do you find this comedian funny? Well, I laugh at him. You know what I mean? It's not proposition. And so there are things I would like to ask Mr. Musk about. The Mars venture, I don't know what he's up to there. It strikes me as absurd in the most fundamental sense, because I think, well, these are just going to go to the Antarctica or in the desert.
Well, how much of the human endeavor is absurd?
Well, that's what Nietzsche said. Great men are seldom credited with their stupidity. Who the hell knows what Musk is up to? I mean, obviously he's building rockets. Now, he's motivated because he wants to build a platform for life on Mars. Is that a good idea? Who am I to say? He's building the rockets, man. But I'd like to ask him.
I would like to see that conversation. I do think that, having talked to him quite a bit offline, I think several of his ideas, like Mars, like he was becoming a multi-planetary species, could be one of the things that human civilization looks back at as, duh, I can't believe he's one of the few people that is really pushing this idea, because it's the obvious thing for society, for life.
Yeah, well, it isn't obvious to me that I'm in any position to evaluate Elon Musk. Like, I would like to talk to him and find out what he's up to and why, but I mean, he's an impossible person. What he's done is impossible. All of it. Like, he built an electric car that works. Now, does it work completely and will it replace gas cars? Should it? I don't know. But if we're going to build electric cars, he seems to be the best at that by a lot. And he more or less did that. People carve about it. He more or less did that by himself. I know he's very good at distributing responsibility and that, but he's the spirit. And then that was pretty hard. And then he built a rocket at like 1/10 the price of NASA rockets. And then he shot his car out into space. That's pretty hard. And then he's building this boring company, more or less as a, what would you call it? Sort of, it's this whimsical joke in some sense. It's not a joke. He's amazing.
And you're like delving into the
And Starlink, it's like, go Elon, as far as I'm concerned. And then, he puts his finger on things so often. The problem is underpopulation. I think so too. I think it's a terrible problem that the West, for example, is no longer at replacement with regard to birth rate. It means we've abandoned the virgin and the child in the most fundamental sense. It's a bloody catastrophe. And Musk, he sees it clear as can be. And where everyone else is running around, oh, there's too many people. You know, get that. Not only, see, I learned that there are falsehoods and lies, and there are anti-truths. And an anti-truth is something that's so preposterous that you couldn't make a claim that's more opposite to the truth. And the claim that there are too many people on the planet is an anti-truth. So, people say, well, how can you accept limits to growth? It says, I have to accept the limits that you're going to impose on me because you're frightened of the future. That's your theory. Okay.
Well, it's an idea. It could be a right idea. It could be a wrong idea. It's true.
Here, I'll tell you what's wrong with it. So imagine there's an emergency. Dragon. There's a dragon. Someone comes and says, there's a dragon. I'm the guy to deal with it. That's what the environmentalists say. The radicals who push limits to growth. Then I look at them and I think, okay, is that dragon real or not? That's one question.
I ask that question of myself every time.
Is the apocalypse looming on the environment? Yes or no? I'll just leave you this up. I think you can make a case both ways for a bunch of different reasons. And it's not a trivial concern. We've overfished the oceans terribly. And there are environmental issues that are looming large. Whether climate change is the cardinal one or not is a whole different question. You won't get into that. That's not the issue. You're clamoring about a dragon. Okay. Why should I listen to you? Well, let's see how you react to the dragon. First of all, you're scared stiff when you state of panic. That might be the key to your joy. Second, You're willing to use compulsion to cause other people to fight the dragon for you. So now not only are you terrified, you're a terrified tyrant. So then I would say, well, then you're not Moses, but you need to lead us like this, for aspects. And maybe that's a neurological explanation. You're so afraid of what you're facing that you're terrified into paralysis and eyes, and that you're willing to use tyrannical compulsion to keep your way. You are not the right leader for the time. So then I like someone like Bjorn Lomberg or Matt Ridley or Marion Tuping, and they say, well, look, we've got our environmental problems, and maybe you could make a case that there's a malthusian element in some situations. But fundamentally, the track record of the human race is that we move very fast and faster all the time to do more with less, and we've got this. And I think, yes, to that. And I think about it in a fundamental way. So I trust Lomberg, trust Tuping, trust Matt Ridley. They've thought about these things deeply. They're not just saying, oh, the environment doesn't matter, whatever the environment is. The environment, I don't even know what that means. That's everything. The environment. I'm concerned about the environment. Which is, how is that different from saying I'm worried about everything? How are those statements different, Samantha?
Well, yeah, the environment, it could be, I'm worried about society. A lot of these complex systems that people talk about because there's so much into it, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And then these models, because people have gone after me because I don't buy the climate models. Well, I think about the climate models extended into the economic models, because the climate model is, well, there's going to be a certain degree of heating, let's say by 2100. But okay, some of that might be human generated, some of it's a consequence of warming after the ice age. This has happened before, but fair enough. Let's take your presumption, although there are multiple presumptions, and any error in your model multiplies as time extends. But to have it your way, okay, now we're going to extend the climate model, so to speak, into the economic model. So just an analysis of the paper by Deloitte, third biggest company in the U.S., 300,000 employees, major league consultants. They just produced a report in May. Wrote an article for the Telegraph, which we can read this morning. On my YouTube channel. Said, well, if we get the climate problem under control, economically, because that's what the models are now being generated in the economic. So now we have to model the environment, and we have to model the economy, and then we have to model the joint interaction, and then we have to predict 100 years into the future, and then we have to put a dollar value on that, and then we have to claim that we can do that, which we can, and then this is our conclusion. We're going to go through a difficult period of privation, because if we don't accept limits to growth, there's going to be a catastrophe 50 years in the future. And so to avert that catastrophe, we are going to make people poorer. Now, how much poorer? Well, not a lot compared to how much richer they're going to be, but definitely, and they say this in the models, definitely poorer than they would be if we just left them the hell alone. And so then I think, okay, poorer, right? Who? Well, let's look at biological, hierarchy, stability and security. That's a hierarchy, or one type. You stress a hierarchy like that, a social hierarchy. So there's birds in an environment, and an avian flu comes in. And then you look at the birds in the social hierarchy, and the low-ranking birds have the worst nests. They're most exposed to wind and rain and sun, and farthest from food supplies, and most exposed to predators. And so those birds are stressed, which is what happens to you at the bottom of the hierarchy. You're more stressed because your life is more uncertain. You're more stressed, your immunological function is compromised because you're sacrificing the future for the present. An avian flu comes in, and the birds die from the bottom up. That happens in every epidemic. You die from the bottom up. Okay, so they say when the aristocracy catches a cold, the working class dies of pneumonia. All right, so now we're going to make people poorer. Okay, who? Well, we know who we make poorer when we make people poorer. We make those who are barely hanging on poorer. What does that mean? It means they die. And so what the Deloitte consultants are basically saying is, well, it's kind of unfortunate, but according to our models, a lot of poor people are going to have to die. So that a lot more poor people are going to die in the future. So, hey, hold on a second. Which of those two things am I supposed to regard as certain? The hypothetical poor people that you're going to hypothetically save 100 years from now, or the actual poor people that you are actually going to kill in the next 10 years? Well, I'm going to cast my lot with the actual poor people that you're actually going to kill. And then I think further, it's like, well, people consultants, have you actually modeled the world? Or is this a big advertising shtick designed to attract your corporate clients with demonstration that you're so intelligent that you can actually model the entire ecosystem of the world, including the economic system, and predict it 100 years forward? And isn't there a bit of a moral hazard in making a claim like that? Just a trifle, especially when. So I talked to you and my brother Michael Yon last week. I accepted the UN estimates of starvation this coming year. 150 million people will suffer food insecurity. Food insecurity. Yeah, food insecurity. That's the bloody buzzword. Famine. Well, Michael Yon thought 1.2 billion. And then that would spiral because he said what happens in a famine is that the governments go nuts, crazy. The governments destabilize. And then they appropriate food from the farmers. Then the farmers don't have any money. Then they can't grow crops. And I think, yeah, that's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they have. And so beyond would be 1.2 billion, and then Bjorn Lambert said the same thing. I didn't even ask him. He just made it as an offhand comment. So
let me ask you about the famine of the 30s.
Yeah.
Do you think
Ukraine? Oh yeah. Fun.
Similar, and a lot of the things you mentioned in the last few sentences kind of echo through that part of human history. Do you
know what news?
Now I've just spent 4 weeks in Ukraine. There's different parts of the world that still, even if they don't know, they know.
Yeah, right here.
Yo, dog, how you living?
The Dutch knew, in some sense, they had a famine at the end of World War II. Part of the reason
We're dog, we call just about everybody. Unless they're chicks, then I call them baby. What's up, dog?
And then they had the straight land out of the ocean. Because Holland, that's quite a country. It shouldn't even exist. The fact that it's the world's number.
I'm celebrating it right now. I'm watching 8 Crazy Nights.
It's like, I don't think it's as big as Massachusetts. It's a little tiny place. It shouldn't even exist. And they want to put, here's the plan. Let's put 30% of the farmers on business. For the broader ecosystem of agricultural production in Holland is 6% of their GDP. Now, these centralizing politicians think, tell me if I'm stupid about this. Take an industry, you knock it back by fiat by 30%. Now, it runs on like a 3% profit margin. Now, you're going to kill 30% of it. How are you not going to bring the whole thing down, the whole farming ecosystem down? How are you not going to impoverish the transport systems? How are you not going to demolish the grocery stores? You can't take something like that and pare it back by fiat by 30% and not kill it. I can't see how you can do that. I mean, look what we did with the COVID lockdown. We broke the supply chain. Try buying something they do. You can't, and wait, and aren't the Chinese threatening Taiwan at the moment? What are we going to do without chips? So, I don't know what these people are thinking. And then I think, okay, what do they think? Well, the Deloitte people think, aren't we smart? And shouldn't we be hired by our corporate employers? Okay. Too bad about the poor. What are the environmentalists thinking? We love the planet. Do you? We love the poor. Do you? Okay, let's pit the planet against the poor. Who wins? The planet. Okay. You don't love the poor that much. Do you love the planet? Or do you hate capitalism? turns out we actually hate capitalism. How can we tell? Because they're willing to break it. And you know what's going to happen. So what's going to happen to 3 legs that these 20 million people now have nothing to eat? Are they going to eat all the animals? Are they going to burn all the firewood? They're stockpiling firewood in Germany. It's like, so is your environmental thing utopia going to kill the poor and destroy the planet? And that's okay because we'll wipe out capitalism.
Yeah, the dragon and the fear of the dragon drives ideologies, some of which can build a better world, some of which can destroy that world.
Now, what do you think of that theory about trustworthiness? If the dragon that you're facing turns you into a terrifying tyrant, you're not the man for the job. Is that a good theory?
It's an interesting theory. Let me use that theory to challenge, because what does terror look like? Let me turn the tables on you. You are terrified, afraid, concerned about the dragon of something we can call it communism, Marxism.
You're terrified of it?
Well, okay. Your theories have people.
Yeah. I'm not paralyzed.
And a dragon.
Yeah. I'm not paralyzed and I don't want to be paralyzed.
The tyrant part, maybe. So you are very concerned. The intensity of your feeling does not give much space, actually, at least in your public persona, for sitting quietly with a dragon who's sipping a couple of beers. The intensity of your anger, concern about certain things you're seeing in society, that's going to drive you off the path that ultimately takes us to
How can I help
Good question. I mean, I'm trying to get that right. So we've kind of come to a cultural conclusion about the Nazis.
Certainly
Pretty
do.
angry about the
How can I help you, big dog? What's
Seems
going on?
fans, yes, yes.
Talk to me. Doug. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to give you sexual therapy. You said 25. All right. What did I tell you? Go download Tinder. Did you download Tinder? Okay. Well, that's all the sexual therapy you need. Did you create an account? Okay. Well, are there not chicks in your area who want to fucking fuck? Okay. Not every single chick in your area is gonna. Not every single chick in your area is gonna ask for money. You could find some, I don't know, 3 on there, some chick who's not that hot, who just wants some dick. Here's what you do. The chicks who are all really hot, they want money, that's cool. They can do their own thing. But there's going to be some chick on there who isn't that pretty, who just wants some dick. All you have to do is shoot a message at them and go hook up with them. But I'm not the person who's going to give you sexual therapy. The only people who might get sexual therapy are MILFs, GILFs, and good gifts. You're good. You're good. So just go on. Here's your. You need goals. Okay. Here's the goal that you need. You need a chick in your DMs. Okay. So what you need to do is download Twitter or apologies, Tinder, and find some chick who's interested to talk to you, and then fucking start DMing her and ask her about her hobbies, ask her about her favorite foods, ask her about her goals and her aspirations and her dreams. Once you do that, then you come to me and you tell me all about it. Sound like a plan, Stan? Excellent. Beautiful. Good talk. You're welcome.
Well, actually, let me push back here. I also don't trust people communicating about nonsense. Because,
I mean, the actual
well, as you know, there's a lot of people in the world that use actual nonsense to know a lot of nonsense. One of them is very important to me. Well, yes.
He's a Nazi.
I think
We're magical super Nazi.
actually sort of stealing on all their perspectives, I think a lot of people call you a Nazi mean it. So
Yeah,
so but like there's an important thing there because I went to the front in Ukraine
yeah,
and a lot of the people lost their home or there kind of they got to interact with a lot of Russian soldiers, Ukrainian people interact with Russian soldiers. They reported that the Russian soldiers really believed in saving the people of Ukraine in these local villages from the Nazis. So to them, it's not just that the Ukrainian government has, or the Ukraine has the Nazis. It's like it has been, the idea is that the Nazis have taken over Ukraine and we need to free them. This is the belief. So this, again, Nazis still a dragon that lives. And it's used by people because it's safe to sit next to that dragon and spread any kind of ideology. So I just want to kind of say that we uh, have agreed on on this particular dragon, but I still don't trust anybody who uses it.
we have issues with boundaries. No, it's so. This is a very complicated problem, right? So Rene Girard believed that it was a biblical identity to demonize the scapegoat and then drive it out of the village. And I've thought about that a lot. We need a place to put safe. Serious, it's a serious issue.
Should be inside the village.
Well, maybe he should be inside you. That's the fundamental essence of the Christian faith. So Satan is best thought on that of our Bruce. That's right. That's right.
He actually put words to the kind of dragon you is it kind of
It's the spirit of
being with the spirit of Cain.
So after Adam and Eve were thrown out of paradise for becoming self-conscious, or when they become self-conscious, they're destined to work. And the reason for that, as far as I can tell, is that to become self-conscious is to become aware of the future. It's to become aware of death. It certainly happens in the Adam Eve story. To have the scales fall from your eyes. And then the consequence of that is that you now have to labor to prevent the catastrophes of the future. That's work. Work is sacrifice. Sacrifice of the present for the future. It's delay of gratification, it's maturity. It's sacrifice to something as well, and in the spirit of something. Okay, so now Adam and Eve have two children, Cain and Abel. So those are the first two people in history. Because the Garden of Eden doesn't count. And they're the first two people who are born rather than created. So they're the first two people. And that's a hell of a story because it's a story of fratricidal murder that degenerates into genocide, flood, and tyranny. So that's fun for the opening salvo story. So, and Abel and Cain both make sacrifices. And for some reason, Abel's sacrifices please God. It's not exactly clear why. And Cain's don't. Now, there's an implication in the text that it's because Cain's sacrifices are second rate. God says that Abel brings the finest to the sacrificial altar. It doesn't say that about Cain. So you can imagine that Cain is sacrificing away, but he's always up in reserve. He's not all in. He's not bringing his best to the table. He's not offering his best to God. And so Abel thrives like that. And everyone loves him. And he gets exactly what he needs and wants, exactly when he needs and wants. He's favored of God. And Cain is bearing this terrible burden forward and working. And his sacrifices are rejected. So he gets resentful. Really resentful. Resentful enough to call God out and say something like, "This is quite the creation you've got going here. I'm breaking myself in half. Nothing good's coming my way. What the hell's up with that?" And then there's Abel, the sun shining on him every day. How dare you? Okay. But this is God that kills him. And so God says what Cain least wants to hear. which is what God usually says to people. He says, look to your own devices. You're not making the sacrifices you should. And you know, and then he says something even worse. He says, sin crouches at your door like a sexually aroused predatory animal. And you have invited it in to have its way with you. And so he basically says, you have allowed your resentment to preoccupy yourself. Now you're breathing upon it and generating something creative, new, possessed by the spirit of resentment. That's why you're in the disrespect. So then Cain leaves. His countenance falls, as he would expect when Cain leaves. He's so incensed by this because God is said, look, your problems are of your own making. Not only that, you invited them in. Not only that, you engaged in this creatively. Not only that, you're blaming it on me. Not only that, that's making me jealous of Abel, who's your actual life on the door. And Cain, instead of changing, kills Abel. Right? And then Cain's descendants are the first people who make weapons of war. And so that's, okay, you want to know what I think? That's the eternal story of mankind. And it's playing out right now, except at 1,000 times the rate.
Can I present to you a difficult truth? It's not, perhaps not a truth, but a thought I have. That it is not always easy to know which among us have the king.
That's for sure.
And resentment, it is possible to imagine you as the person who has a resentment towards a particular worldview that you really worry about.
Yeah, well, I talked to a good friend of mine last week about that publicly, but no release it. So I said, well, do I have a particular animus against the left? Let's say. Well, probably. And why? Well, first of all, I'm a university professor. It's not like the universities are threatened by the right. They're threatened by the left. 100%. And they're not just threatened a little bit. They're threatened a lot. And that threat made it impossible for me to continue with my profession the way I was. And it cost me my clinical practice too. And that's not over yet because I have 10 lawsuits right now from psychologists because they've allowed anyone to complain about me anywhere in the world for any reason and have the choice to follow that up with an investigation, which is punishment in and of itself, and are doing so. And then I've been tortured nearly to death multiple times by bad actors in the left. Now I've had my fair share of radical right-wingers being unhappy with what I said, but personally, it's been the left the whole time. Not only me, but my family. Put my family at risk in a big way, and constantly, like not once or twice, because many people get canceled once or twice. But I've been canceled like 40 times. And I know like 200 people now who've been canceled. And I can tell you without doubt that it is one of the worst experiences of their life. And that's if it only happens once. And so, and then I also know that the communists killed 100 million people in the turn of the century, that the intellectuals excused them for non-stop and still haven't quit, that almost no one knows about it, and that the specter of resentful Marxism is back in full force. And so do I have a bit of an animus against that? Yes. Does it go too far? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out.
The story you just told seems nearly impossible for you, an intellectual powerhouse, not to have a tremendous amount of resentment.
Well,
and this is so let me challenge you.
Yeah,
let me challenge
you. Go right ahead.
Let me challenge you. Can you still the case that the Prime Minister of this country, Trudeau, wants the best for this country and actually might do good things for this country as an intellectual challenge?
Sure. He seems to get along well with his wife. He has some kids. There's no sexual scandals. And he's in a position where that could easily be the case. he seems to have done some good things on the oceanic management front. He's put a fair bit of Canada's oceans into marine protected areas, and that might be his most fundamental legacy, if it's real. I've been trying to get information about the actual reality of the protection, and I haven't been able to do that. But that's a good thing.
Besides the family thing, there's some
Speaks to
aspect
his character.
there is some aspect of him that makes him a good man
Well,
in that
I
sense.
mean, there's the evidence there. You know, I mean, he's not a Jeffrey Epstein profligate on the sexual front, so that's something. His wife, they seem to have a real marriage, and he has kids, so you know, good for him.
It's a good start, by the way.
Yeah, right.
To be a
Right.
good man.
Well, then I also thought, okay, well, after the Liberals had brought in a Harvard intellectual who was a Canadian to be their last leader, he didn't work out, and then they're flailing about for a leader, and the Liberals in Canada are pretty good at maintaining power and leadership and have been the dominant governing party in Canada for a long time. And so they went to Justin and said, well, you know, if you are conservative, and you can imagine that's not a constant specter for someone who's on the left, or even a liberal, especially conservatives quite a bit on the left. And they said, we need you to run. And then I thought, okay, well, the answer to that should have been no, because Justin has no training for this, no experience. He was a part-time drama teacher, fundamentally. He had run business. He just didn't know enough to be prime minister. But then I'm trying to put myself in his position. And so it's like, okay, I didn't do enough, but I'm young, and we don't want the conservatives. And they had a run, 10-year run, so they could come from the maybe I could grow into this now. Maybe I could surround myself with good people, and I could learn humbly, and I could become the person I'm now pretending to be, which we all have to do as we move forward. Right? And so then I thought, okay, I think you made a mistake now because you ran only on your father's name. You didn't have the background, but let's give the devil his due and say that's the problem. Okay, so now what do you do? Well, you get elected, and your first act is to make the cabinet 50% women, despite the fact that only 25% of the elected members are female. It's like, okay, you just have to account for it. That was a really bad move.
Can I ask you about that? Do you think, where does that move come from? Deep somewhere in the heart? Or
No.
is it trying to listen to the social forces that the moment and try to ride those waves towards maybe greater popularity?
But after thinking, it's like, no, you just have to account for cabinet positions. That's what you did. There's enough cabinet positions. You know, you can argue that each of them had thresholds. There's a big difference between threshold and exit.
So you don't think that came from a place of compassion?
I don't care about it. I don't regard compassion as a virtue. Compassion is a reflex, not a virtue.
You don't think
Judicious compassion is a virtue.
wait. Compassion can come deep from the human heart and the human mind. Are we talking about the same kind of compassion?
Yes.
Trying to understand the suffering.
Treating adults like infants is not virtuous.
I think you're compassion
what's
isn't
going
treating adults like, I mean, that's just terms.
Are you sure?
Whatever the term is, maybe
Eating and watching the Hebrew Hammer, and I'm watching podcasts,
love.
and I'm listening to Toledo Yeshu,
Yes, sir.
and I'm talking to you. What's good in your neck of the woods?
You don't think
Love is language compassion. It's true. Love is complicated, man.
yeah,
If I love you, if
I
I love
love
you,
pasta.
is it compassion or encouragement?
yeah, the dance. Love is definitely a dance to humans ultimately that leads to the growth.
Well, that's the thing. The growth element is crucial. Because the growth element, to foster the growth
It's like in
element,
the big
that
city,
requires
baby.
judgment. Compassion and judgment
Word.
and have been conceptualized this way forever. Two hands of God, mercy and justice. They have to operate hand and mercy.
Amazing.
Flawed as you are acceptable. Well, do you want that? Do you want your flaws to be acceptable? And the answer to that is no. It's like, well, that's where the judgment comes in. It's like, but you could be better. You could be more than you are. And that's the maternal and the paternal in some fundamental sense. And there has to be an active exchange of information between those two folks. So even if Trudeau was going to make my compassion and say, yeah, just how lovely are you? First of all. No, it's a really bad decision. And he's expressed contempt for monetary policy. I'm not interested in monetary policy. Okay, you're prime minister. And he's expressed admiration for the Chinese Communist Party because they can be very efficient in their pursuit of environmental goals. Oh yeah, efficiency, right? The efficiency of the two in the service of
Good question. I'm sick of people
So, and I've watched it repeatedly.
going to war. I don't want people to die.
I try to do that clinically and with some degree of
I
distraction.
think that what pieces
And
some
that's
people
hard too,
either
because his father
the people I
here
heard who want to
devastated
help
the US in 1982, national energy policy. And Trudeau is doing exactly the same thing again. It's Westerners as well. I have an inbuilt enemies, and one that's well deserved, because Central Canada, especially the glitterati elite types in the Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto triangle, have exploited the West and expressed contempt for the West far too much for far too long. And that's accelerating with the for example, Trudeau's recent attack on the Canadian farmers as an enemy of the oil and gas industry. Utterly, absolute bloody catastrophe. And look what's happening in Europe, at least in partial consequence. And he's no friend to the farmers. So I tried to steel man here. I tried to put myself in the position of the people that I'm criticizing. I think he's a narcissist.
Do you think there's a degree to which power changes?
If you're not suited for the position, if you're looking for the position, you can be absolutely 100% sure how could it not? I mean, at the least, if you don't have the chops for the job, you have to be valued to the point where you can feel comfortable inhabiting it. So, yes, I think that's good. I mean, look at him doubling down. We wear masks in flights into Canada.
Yeah, I mean,
We have to fill out a right Canada bureaucratic form because
right now.
we can't get a passport. What if you're 85 and you don't know how to use a smartphone? Oh well, too bad for you. Like, yes, it's corruptible.
Would you talk to, well, if you were to sit down and talk with them, if you want to talk, would you and what kind of thing?
Yes. And
I don't think
we light candles, which we've done, and
so.
we celebrate our culture, which is what I'm doing. I just watched 8 Crazy Nights, and now I'm watching the new Guinness.
No,
I also listen to Toledo Yoshu, which is a traditional Orthodox
try to ask them questions.
writing.
So I
And just
you know,
enjoy
I
it.
have got a big part of it wrong. And I probably do. But my observations being with every chance we have
I
to
just need
retreat
a bunch of
from
special
the
things
organization to double down. And these our parliament is
I'm
not
your
running
gift,
for
baby.
election. It's still Zoom in.
right here.
It's still COVID lockdown parliament for the next year. It's already being fatally compromised, perhaps, by the lockdowns for the last couple of years. And this is parliament we're talking about.
There's a kind of paralysis, fear-driven paralysis, and also, in part, some of the brilliant people I know are lost in this paralysis. I don't think people are signing the vote to the
Harry
things that
Potter
they
Obama
fear
started
is
sending you.
unknown
Go to its
things
website,
that they actually
hpos10i.com.
fear is leveraged by people.
I'm not
that,
sending you,
you know,
just
who are in academic circles, who are with your students as well,
10i.com.
administration. They start to use that fear, which makes me quite uncomfortable. It does when
Yeah,
people
did you get any girls in your
in the
DM?
positions of power who are not good at ending that power, it becomes slowly, day by day, a little bit more corrupt.
I was really trying to figure out in the last 2 weeks, thinking this through. How do you know? Let's say someone asked me a question, and you, why can I trust your advice on the environment? And I thought, that's a really good question. Let's see if we can figure out the principles by which the advice we can trust. Okay, how do you know it's not trustworthy? Well, one potential response to that would be the claims are not in accordance with the facts. But, facts are tricky things, and it depends what you look for them. So that's a tough one to get right because, for example, law firms fundamentally argue about his facts, not just his interpretation. So that can't be an unerring guide. So the facts are exactly.
Guys, you're not going to pick up chicks there.
When it's about
Get on
it's
Tinder
really facts.
and get some
So
girls
then
in
how
your
do you
DMs.
determine if someone's a trustworthy guide in the face of the apocalyptic unknown? That's really the question. And the answer is they're not terrified tyrants. I think that's the answer. Maybe that's wrong. If someone has a better answer,
How do you know if they're terrified?
because they're willing to use compulsion on other people when they could use goodwill. Like the farmers in Canada objectively said, look, we have every economic reason to use as little fertilizer as we can because it's expensive. We have satellite maps where we put the
I'm telling you right now, I told you what to do. I'm watching a movie. Please allow me to do that. Get on Tinder until you have 5 girls in your DMs. I can't help you. Once you get 5 girls in your DMs, then I can coach you through what to do.
They're pretty damn sophisticated, man. Like way more sophisticated than us. And now you tell them, oh, it's 30% stuff. Now we didn't hear that before. So it's not a reduction that's
He's a friend of mine.
dependent on amount of food produced per unit of fertilizer used, which would be at least imagine it. Okay, so you're producing this
Let
much
me put it to you really straight,
and you use
okay?
this much
You're
fertilizer,
asking
and
questions
efficient.
that aren't going to be beneficial to you. You know what will be beneficial to you? Getting on Tinder and getting some girls in your DMs. You're asking about mod status and who this person is and what color underwear they're wearing. No one cares about that. You want to get laid. I want you to get laid. So here's what you do. Download Tinder. You create an account. You make sure you have some attractive pictures. You make sure your profile is filled out. You swipe right on every single chick. And you're going to get some girls who come into your DMs. It's as simple as that.
Tell me what I can eat now, do you? Really? Okay. Holland is going to import.
You need 5 girls
from
who don't want money in your DMs. And then you need to use some game on that. Ask them if they want to go for coffee. Ask them if they want to go to the park. Ask them if they want to go to dinner. Once you develop some type of mutual attraction to each other, I can't help you with hooking up with those chicks. If you were here right now, sitting right next to me, I would take your phone. I would swipe right on every single chick. I wouldn't ever swipe left, not once. Why? Beggars can't be choosers. Okay? And you're a beggar right now. You can't be a chooser. You swipe right on every single chick, and then, or you swipe right on every single chick, and then you're going to get some chicks who don't want money, who are just looking for some D, and then you're going to be able to perhaps make your way towards them. But you got to be exciting. You have to be charismatic, and I'm not the guy. I don't like guys.
Talking on microphone.
I like chicks. You may like chicks, you may not. I don't know, but as of right now, you just had a girlfriend, and you want to get your mind off of that person. So the best way to do that is to find another girl.
People trying to ask.
I get it. You're bored. Well, I'm trying to keep Caspian C single. The second the Caspian C gets locked down, but he's no longer here, so I need to keep him single. So here's what you do. You go on Tinder. You swipe right on every single chick. Then you get some girls in your DMs and you start texting them. It's as simple as that. It's so much easier than what it used to be, where you have to go to a bar, or you have to go to a coffee shop, or you have to know somebody or someone would have to set you up. That's a pain in the ass. Just being able to sit on your ass and just swipe right on chicks, it's one of the gifts of the digital age. I'm just trying to empower you with these things.
over the last since the wall fell. It's understandable because it's extremely complex. Hyper reliance on Russia as a cardinal source of energy provision for Europe in the wake of idiot environmental globalist utopianism. The expansionist tendencies of Russia that are analogous in some sense to the Soviet Union empire building. And then the last one, which is Putin's belief or willingness to manipulate his people into belief that Russia is a salvific force in the face of idiot Western wokeism. And that's when I got trouble for it. While you're justifying truth, it's like,
Doug, do you remember I just set you up with a flawless plan? None of that involves sharing the screen.
And do I know that? Well,
Okay.
I went to confused European countries.
Whatever you want
This
to,
spring, and I talked to.
I can't make you better looking. Whatever you've written, I'm sure it's fine. You've already gotten girls to respond to you.
Most of them were conservative.
So all you have to do is swipe right on every single chick.
A good chunk of them were.
Every single chick, you swipe right. Every single one. When you're done with that, you download Bumble. Get on Bumble and start hitting up chicks.
Because you're very concerned about
Bumble's another dating site. You get on Match.com. You get on Plenty of Fish. You get on any of those things. And if none of those things are, if you don't find any attraction to those people, well, if you fly the other way, you can get on Grindr, and I'm sure you could be having sex with 15 different guys by midnight.
I think it deserves to have a place in the court. Because it is, you know.
Okay, great. So then just stay on the chick apps, and I'm sure your Tinder profile is fine. Okay, but I'll help you. I'll help you. Share your screen. All you have to do is take your phone and point it at your computer, and I'll walk you through.
He just did what he said he was going to do. Like, some people are so picky. They have a whole body of elaborated
Points the camera at their
completely
computer
separate from the
with your profile up,
and the
and I'll
personality
make sure that there's nothing on there
agenda.
that's
And this whole body of speech is nothing but the front.
okay.
Good luck finding someone not
Is that you?
educated. First of all, if you say
I
things
can see it.
you're going to believe.
That's fine. You're sharing it. So go to Tinder right now.
I think Hitler is an example of somebody that I think really quickly starts to believe the propaganda.
And pull up your.
Going to become one of the doctors? And the answer to that is absolutely. We even know the neurology. Like when you first coordinate a concept, huge swaths of your cortex are connected to truth. But as you practice this, first of all, the right hemisphere starts participating, and then the left participates less and less until it's built specialized machinery for exactly that conceptual growth. And then you start to see it, not just think it. And so if you're telling the same lies over and over, what do you think you're fooling? They lie, or they say lies. Not if they're effective lies. And if they're effective enough to fool millions of people, and then they reflect
That's
that.
fine. I understand how to get in. Go to Tinder. You can see your Tinder
So I do
profile.
think that
And I'll help.
to the degree that he believes in, I do believe that he
You don't have to type or type in your computer.
isn't that
Tinder.com. Can you pull up your account on Tinder?
generation of the way.
On the computer? If you can't, you can create an account on Match.com with Plenty of Fish.
He was continuing to prove for 15 years. Now, what that is very amorphous. Solzhenitsyn thought the Russians would have to return
If you want to share your screen on your phone, you have an iPhone.
to escape from the communist trap. To some degree,
Okay.
that's happening.
So what you do is when you're in the call, you pull up on the. Do you see at the very bottom of the call?
For example, that
You can pull up
metropolitan
and see it says turn on your camera, mute yourself, then it's
And
a
I would
share
say there's
screen.
a hazard in that. And it's possible that the Orthodox Church has been corrupt. But there has been somewhat of an influence regarding Russia, and I don't think that's all bad. Now, even if Putin doesn't believe any of this, he's just a psychopathic manipulator. And unfortunately, I don't think that's true.
Where?
I've read
When
his
I
speech.
talk to you
Doesn't
need to
look
respond.
like to me.
It has to
He
be.
is by no means the most Russian.
I don't have time for this. Do you see when you're in here, you pull up on
I
the
say that knowing that.
on the call,
Even if
you
he
get
doesn't
a set of
believe it,
options.
he's convinced his people it's true. And so we're stuck with
Okay, do you see it says share
in
screen?
every case. And that's the point I was trying to make in the article.
Sometimes I'm troubled by people that explain things. You know, a lot of people reached out to me.
Yeah.
Experts.
So pull up on that little
video. What I should think about Ukraine. Oh, you naive. That's so naive. You know, here's how it really is. But then I get to see people
Okay.
lost
You
their
see my
mind.
you
I
see my
get to see
device?
people on the Russian side who believe that
You see at the very bottom
think
here?
that to some degree
It has
there's love in their
turn
heart.
off your camera,
They
mute
see
yourself,
themselves as heroes
chat,
saving the land.
activities. What you want to do is pull up on this so that menu comes up. Do you see that?
Heroes destroying not only
Okay.
their homes,
And then it says soundboard, and then it says share your screen.
destroying the possibility of love for each other. They're basically creating hate. What I've heard a lot is on February 24th this year, hate was born at a scale that region has not seen.
Do you see that it says
Hate
share your
towards
screen?
not Vladimir Putin. Hate towards not the soldiers.
Okay.
And hate
And
towards
share your
all
screen?
Russians. Hate that was last generations. And then you can see just the pain there. And when all these experts talk about uh, agriculture and energy, geopolitics, and maybe
Do you see where it says share your screen?
fighting the ideologies of the world as well. I just feel like
Okay,
this is something deep. That war is not far
So you haven't set up your Tinder yet?
about any of those things. War started and wars averted based on human beings, based on
Well,
humanity.
here's another ugly thought. Since we have had enough so far, we locked everything down for COVID. How much face-to-face communication was there between the West and Gaza? How about now? How about that was the wrong amount? Especially given that Europe is completely dependent on percentages of completely. That's true.
Yeah.
True layers of this.
Let me ask you.
Maybe he's in a bit of a bubble.
Yes, everybody does. All you do is go to chatgpt.com.
New information about them, all these experts.
Say, I don't want to sign up.
No, I
Ask
didn't
you
know
whatever
that.
question you
You
want.
know that?
But I'll show you how to do it.
There's a real emphasis on
Yeah,
this.
GPT.
I just brought all these scholars together to talk about that.
It says log in, sign up, or stay logged out. And I can go,
But they're on board.
yo dog, can you please tell me how to share my screen on Discord using an iPhone? And it says, sure thing.
So that we can have a
Here's how you can share your screen on Discord. Open Discord, join a voice call, tap the screen share
We
icon,
some jet skis.
let
We
screen
had
share,
we
share
had
screen,
fun.
stop
We got to know each other, and we got to trust each other because we could see that we could have some fun. And we could let our hair down a bit. We didn't have to be in the guard, and that made the talk way deeper. And then we found out we couldn't get through explicitly things, and so I proposed very early on that we're going to have to. And so I pulled 8 people out of their lives for 8 days. That's not an easy thing to do. It's also quite expensive. They want to plus people not. And they said, what? They said yes right away. So we'd love to do this again. Well, why? Well, partly because intellectually it was unbelievably engaging. I learned so much. And it took me like a year to digest it, if I can ever digest it. But they so when they were offered that combination of intellectual challenge, let's say in hospitality, it was a no-brainer. They just said, every one of them said, if I can do it in any way, I would definitely do it this way. I went to Washington a bunch of times, and the culture of hospitality is broken down in Washington. 40% of congressmen sleep in their offices. They don't have apartments. Their family isn't there with them. They don't have social occasions with their fellow Democrats.
Yo,
much
Leo,
less across the table.
do you have a
And so,
in
I
your
tried
account?
to have some meetings in Washington with bilateral a couple of times.
Okay,
Get the other
you have 1
Republican
minute
congressmen
to pull it up
Democrats together.
and screen share, or
And
you're
as soon
gonna
as they
get kicked
talk,
out.
I think,
I don't have time for this.
it's so interesting because one of the lunches was about 15 people, half Democrats, half Republicans. And all I asked them to do was just spend 3 minutes.
I'm gonna put you on a timer right now.
Congressman.
So you're actually
No,
getting
but
extra time because
spend 25 hours. a
I'm
week
thinking that you don't have an account. You're just sitting here being extremely helpless, and I don't have time for
You're
that.
beholden to the
So you have
like you're vilified constantly.
50,
This is not
55 seconds.
This is
Okay.
for the president.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm watching your stream. I'm watching your stream.
Just put the factory line and then have to wait for your job for 2 years. The enemies, the
Okay,
worst of the
beautiful.
enemies, and the worst of your friends are viciously impacting you. So anyway,
Okay, log in.
just say why you ran for Congress. It was so cool, especially for
All right. My friend, as I said, you got 25. You got
I
25
was like
seconds.
Mr. Smith goes to Washington for every one of us. Well,
Okay, well, you're about to get kicked from this call.
so,
All your alternates.
so benefited so much from our time here. We think this is a wonderful country. We really felt that we should give back.
My friend, I'm going to be very nice to you. You have, I'll give you 1 more minute. Okay?
Didn't I?
That's it. It takes
You couldn't
very
tell the
little
difference.
time
No one
for you to plug in your phone,
genuine.
share your
You
screen. Here we go.
genuine? You think these people are worse than you?
Perfect.
First of all, they're not. Second of all, they're probably better. All things considered.
Okay, so log in. If you already said that you were logged in, you
And
were
I'm sure there's some bad
log
apples
into your account.
but by and large, you walk away from the meetings with these people. Pretty impressive.
They really are giving part of themselves in any class. Maybe over time they become cynical, become jaded and worn down by the whole system. But yeah, a lot of it is healed, I think. And I don't think I'm part naive, but not fully. A lot of it is healed through moral conversations, basic social interaction. I do think that the effects of this pandemic,
Listen,
listen, just sitting there, and it doesn't have to be thoughtful about the actual issue. It's actually humor and all those kinds of things, while personal struggles, all those kinds of things that remind you you're all just humans.
yeah. Well, the great leaders that I think,
I see that it's saying you can't connect. I
they
understand
listen to
that.
constituents. It's not a policy discussion.
Just log in
Discussion. They can say,
without sharing your screen. You can see
what's your life like? And what are your problems? Tell me about that. And then they listen. And then they're struck by it. And then they gather up all that misery and they bring it to the congressional office or to the parliament. And they think,
The big dog, I'm going to give you 2 minutes
are crying out
to have this account
for
logged in.
good
If
leaders.
not,
That's a leader. That leader listens. We talked to Jimmy Carr about comedy. And he's sold out stages worldwide on tour, being funny. That's hard. He said, comedy is the most outstanding comedy, which is what I do in some real sense. It's the thing I do. It's most akin to what I'm doing on my book. It's the closest thing to it. He said it's the most dialogical. Why? What do you mean? See, it's just monologue. And it's a bare monologue. I mean, you have to interact dynamically with the audience. Telling jokes. There's like timing, but you have a body of jokes. So, well, here's how you prepare jokes. And I enjoy this part of it. You go to 50 clubs before you come, and you got some new material, and you think it's funny. And you go into a
one of your 2 minutes is expired.
and people laugh at some of it. And you pay attention to what they laugh at and what they don't laugh at. So you subject yourself to the judgment of the crowd. And you get rid of everything that isn't funny. And if you do that enough, even if it's not that funny, the crowd will tell you what's funny. So you can imagine you do 50 shows. Each is an hour, and you put 2 minutes of humor for each show. So you throw away more than 98%. It's like 2 minutes per show. So you're not very funny at all. You're not funny 2%. You aggregate that, and you're a scream. So that's what a leader does. That is what a leader does. Goes out and he aggregates misery, as a whole. And I do think that's biblical to someone who would otherwise be cynical and jaded, because then the person can save himself. Despite the inadequacies of the system,
I've been more than
I'm gathering up
okay. Then share your street.
bringing it forward for it to be redressed.
Giving it a voice.
Yeah, that's right, giving it a voice.
Can you actually take me through Jake's fascinating through your comedy tour?
You have 10 seconds to share your street. I would tell you how to share it. You know how to do it.
Which is this very interesting day. Look at the day. Preparing your mind, thinking of what you're comfortable with, preparing yourself physically, mentally to interact with the crowd. Through the actual speaking, how do you adjust what you're thinking through, and how do you come down from that? So you
Let's see your profile
again as a limited biological system.
Well, I'm usually up by
my friend
7. You ready to go by
are getting
7
bad.
p.m.
You said you're
Coffee,
Steak and water.
how many times a day, Steve?
All the time.
How many times?
3 or 4. Depending on the day. Steak and sparkling water.
God.
Yeah, so my mastic is 7
Real.
I did the proper, I usually once a day. I did the proper Jordan Peterson last night. Just ate 2 steaks.
And I was,
Was one.
yeah, well, you have to do that sort of thing. Keep it honest. So, anyways, I'm ready to go at 8. Because we're generally moving
What does it moving mean? You're constantly
flights. And we usually use flights now because the commercial airlines aren't allowed to do it, and you cannot not make a venue. Right? So that's rule number 1 on the tour. You make the show. Everything, and then number 1, number 2 is anybody who causes any trouble on the tour is gone. Because there's 0 room for error. Now, there's 0 room for unnecessary, unaddressed error. So there's going to be errors. The guys that have their own meaning, if they make a mistake, they fix it right away. So, and that's great.
There's a lot of people relying on you to be there.
Yeah, like 4,000 people typically. So then I'm on the plane, and I'm usually right. Often, because there's no internet on the plane, and that's a good use of time. So I'm writing a new book, so I write all the time.
Typing
Type. And then we land, and we go to, it's usually early afternoon, but then we go to a hotel. It's usually a nice hotel. It's not corporate. I don't really like corporate hotels. My secretary and one of my logistics guys has got quite good at picking kind of adventurous hotels. Boutique hotels are usually in the old parts of the city, especially in Europe, somewhere interesting. And so we go there, and then lunch usually. Sometimes that's an air fryer and a steak in a hotel room, and I think a trail of air fryers behind me across the world. And then Cabby and I usually go out have a walk or something and take a look at the city, and then I have a rest for like an hour or an hour, half an hour.
like a nap.
Yeah, I have to sleep for 20 minutes. And that's about all I can sleep, but I need to do that.
And refreshing.
Yeah, it gives me, that wakes me up again for the evening. And then Pam has to sleep longer. She's still recovering from her illness, so she has to sleep longer in the afternoon, and that's absolutely necessary for both of us. Things start to get frayed. And so then we go to the venue, and then I usually sit for an hour. If I'm going to lecture, I can do a lot of Q&As, and that's not easy. If I'm going to lecture, I have to sit for an hour, and then I think, okay, what question am I unravel. It's usually associated with one of the rules in the book. It's a book tool, but each of those rules is an investigation into an ethic, and each of them points to a deeper sort of mystery in some sense. And there's no end to the amount that can be explored. So I have the question. The question might be something like, put your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. What does that mean exactly? What does house mean? What does put mean in active verb? What does perfect and order mean? Why before you criticize the world? What does it mean to criticize? What does it mean to criticize the world? How can you do that properly or improperly? So I start to think about how to decompose the question.
And you start to think which of these decompositions are important to really dig into.
Yeah, well, then the strength means that okay, there's something there that I've been maybe noodling around on. I'd like to investigate further. Then I think, okay, how can I approach this problem? If I have this story, and I have this story, and I have this story, but I haven't juxtaposed them before, and there's going to be some interesting interaction with the juxtaposition. So I have the question, and I kind of have a framework of interpretation, and then I have some potential narrative places I can go. And then I think, okay, I can juggle that and see what happens. And so then what I want to do is concentrate on that process, well attending to the audience to make sure that the words are landing, and then see if I can delve into it deeply enough so that a narrative emerges spontaneously with an ending. Now, I'm sure you've experienced this in podcasts, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but my experience has been I fall into the conversation, and we know about the time. There'll be a natural narrative and then, so you kind of know when the midpoint is. You kind of see when you're reaching a conclusion. And then if you really pay attention, you can see that's where this is from. It's going to come to a point, and you have to be alert and patient to see that. And you have to be relatively satisfied with where you've got to. But if you do that, and then it's like a comedian making the punchline work. Got all these balls in the air, and you're going somewhere. And this is how you can feel. People love that. This and this and this and this. Together. Now it's an insight. It is very much like a punch.
Well, that's interesting because your mind, the podcast too, you are always trying. I would say for me, in the podcast conversation, there's often a kind of Alice in Wonderland type of exploration.
Down the rabbit hole.
And then you think pops up, the more served, the wilder or the better. The conversation is being on like this.
Yeah.
It's like, actually, the more you drive towards the heart, the more comfortable you start to get in a fun, absurd conversation because, I'm not one of the normies. No, I don't want that. I want the rabbit. I want the crazy. Because it makes it more fun. Somehow, throughout it, there is wisdom trying to grasp that. Well, it's just that there is a threat.
Well, that's the thing. It's called the threat. The threat's the well, that's right. That's what we're trying to do. That thread. That thread is the proper balance between structure and spontaneity, and it manifests itself as the instinctive meaning. And that's the logos in the God logos. And it really is the logos. God only knows what that means. You know, I mean, the biblical thing is the logos is the fundamental reality. And I think that's true. I actually think that's true. Because I think that meaning that guides you, that here's the way to think about it. What's real? Matter. That's what it is. What's real? What matters is real. That's where you have. That's different than matter. What's the most real? What matters? How about pain? Why is it the most real? Try arguing it away. Good luck. The pain is the fundamental reality. All right. Well, that's rough. Doesn't that lead to nihilism and hopelessness? Yeah, doesn't it lead to falsely what's antithetic towards being the most fundamental reality is this? Yes. Is there anything more fundamental than pain? Pain. nothing true. That's what we do. And they're more powerful than pain. You could make a loose things.
When you think about reality, what is real?
Well, I think it's a tough one, right? Because you have to. Because if you're a scientist, a materialist, then well, the matter is the most real. So, and then when push comes to shove, and it will, you'll find out what's most real.
I feel like missing physical reality is missing some of the things. So, of course, pain has a biological component, all those kind of things, but it's missing something deep about the human condition that at least the modern science is not able to describe. But it is reaching.
Yeah, it is.
The reason, one way to describe it, as you're describing, is the reason it's reaching it is because underneath of science is this assumption that there's a deep
Yeah.
thing to this whole thing we're trying to do.
Well, there's two traditions. There's the Greek, rational, enlightenment tradition. It's a logos tradition. And it insists that there's a logos in nature, and that science is the way to approach it. And then there's the Judeo-Christian logos, which is more embodied and more spiritual. And I would say the West is actually an attempt to unite these two. And it's the proper attempt to unite these two, because they need to be united. And I see the union coming with neurotrones. I talk to Franz de Waal, for example, about the animating principle of chimpanzee sovereignty. And that's pretty close biologically. Is it power? Because that's the claim, even from the biology side. The most dominant chimp has the best reproductive success. Oh yeah? Dominant. You mean using propulsion? Okay, let's look. Are the chimps who use propulsion the most successful? And the answer is sporadically and rarely for short periods of time. Why? Because they keep in a pleasant thing. The subordinates over whom they exercise arbitrary control wait for a weak moment and then tear them into shreds. Right? Every dictator's terror. And for good reason. And the wall has showed that they will help the change. They do have preferential meaning are often and reliably the best peacemakers and the most reciprocal. And so even among chimps, the principle of sovereignty is something that iterated reciprocity. And that's a way better principle than power. And it's something like, I've been thinking, what's the antithesis of the spirit of power? I think it's the spirit of play. And I don't know what you think about that, but we have a good podcast conversation. You already described it in some sense. Play, like there's a structure. It's an ordered conversation. But you want you to be playing the system. And if you get that right, and it's really engaging, and then it seems to have its own work. I'm not trying to impose it. That's another thing we don't do. I didn't come to this conversation at all thinking, here's what I want out of the conversation with Lex, right? Like instrumentally. I thought, I'm going to talk to Lex. Why? I like his podcast. He's doing something right. I don't know what he does. He asks interesting questions. I'm going to have a conversation with him. Where's it going to go? Wherever it goes.
Embracing the spirit of play. So what you have this in your lecture. You're going in front of a crowd. You've thought of a question. You get on stage. First of all, are you nervous?
I'm very nervous sitting down, thinking through the structure initially, which is why my wife and I have been doing Q&As, and that's easier.
It's the way comedians and it's like Jordan Evans just does a special so this weekend. And so he now has to sit nervously like a comedian does, which is like I have no material now.
Right.
I have to start
Well,
from
that's when I was doing the lectures constantly instead of Q&As. basically what I was doing is writing a good chapter every day. And, now it's a bit of an exaggeration because I could return to themes that I had developed, but it's not really an exaggeration because I didn't ever just go over rote material, ever. So it's very demanding. And that part's nerve-wracking because I sit down, it's an hour before the show, and I think, can I do this? And, the answer is, well, we did it 1,000 times. But that's not this guy. It's like, can I come up with a question? Can I think through the structure? Can I pull off the spontaneous narrative? Can I pull it together? And the answer is, I don't know. And so then I get it together in my mind, and that's hard. It takes effort, and it's nerve-wracking. Okay, I got it. But then there's the moment you go on stage, and you think, well, I know I have it, but can I do it? No knows. And then the question is, well, and so then I go on stage, and I don't talk to the audience. I talk to one person. And you can talk to one person because you know how to do that. So I talk to a person, and not too long, just don't make them too nervous, and then someone else, and then I'm in contact with the audience, and then I can tell if the words are landed, and I listen to them, are they wrestling around? Are they dead quiet? Because you want dead quiet.
You're see, that's what focus sounds like. You're in it together.
You bet. Well, and I also, here's a good rule for learning to speak publicly. I never say a word. So everyone is 100%. And it's a great way to start a talk because you set the frame, and if the frame is we all talk when you're talking, the message is, well, you can talk. This is a place where everybody can talk. So, no, it's not. This is a place where people pay to hear me talk. So I'm not going to talk till everyone's listening. And so then you get that stillness. And then you just wait, because that stillness turns into an expectation. And then it turns into a kind of nervous expectation. Let's do it. It's not manipulative. It's a sense of timing. It's like just when that's right, you think, okay, now it's time to start.
Well, the interesting thing about that nervous expectation is from the audience perspective, we're in it together.
Yeah.
I mean, to that silence, there's a togetherness.
Of course, it's the union of everyone's attention. Yeah, and that's a great thing. I mean, we love that at the concert when everyone, it's not silence, when everyone's attention is unified and everyone's moving in unison. We're all worshiping the same thing. Because and that would be the point of the conversation, the point of the lecture. And the worship is the direction of attention. And it's communion, because everyone's doing it at the same time. And so, I mean, there's not much difference between lectures in the church and the college. It's the same fundamental layout and structure. They're very integrally associated with one way throughout the lecture, people throughout the church. So it's perfectly reasonable to be thinking about it in those terms. So, and then, okay, so after the lecture, we play a piece of music that is a piece of music that I've been producing with some musicians for a couple of books I've been producing in the fall. Terrible books, ABC and Chocolate Chocolate, dark and comic, terrible books, heartbreaking, except for music. We play a piece from that, and afterwards, I usually meet about 150 people. They have photographs. And so each of those is a little.
Is there a little sparkle of human connection?
A lot. It's very intense. 10 seconds with every person. You think, how can 10 seconds be intense? It's like, pay enough attention. It gets intense real quick.
Does it break your heart to say goodbye?
It's like being in a wedding room, at a wedding where you want to be in, and everybody's dressed up. And that's so weird, because I bought these expensive suits for my group. And it broke my heart because I spent so much money on them. I thought, no way, man. I'm in this 100%. And so I'm going to dress with respect. And like 60% of the audience comes in 2 or 3 piece suits. They're all dressed up. Then there's this line of greet me. They're all happy to see me. That's not so hard to take. although it is in a sense, because normal interactions are pretty shallow, and I mean, not shallow interactions.
It's intense.
Very intense.
And I don't know.
Well, you've had a taste of this. There's people like
Yeah, because I also have, when a person recognizes me, they come with the love, and they're often brilliant people. One of the thoughts I have to deal with, one of the dragons in my own mind is, thinking that I don't deserve that kind of attention. And so, right, it's a burden that I have to step up to be the kind of person that deserves that, but in part deserves that kind of attention. And that's like, holy shit.
it's crucially important because if someone comes up to you and you're brave enough to admire you and who you are attempting to be, and you make a mistake, they will never forgive you. So it's a high stakes enterprise.
And the flip side of that, especially with young people, a few words you can say can change the direction of their life.
One way or another. And so I really have to watch this dude airports. I do not like airports. I do not like creepy totalitarianism in airports. They've always gone for this. They really bother me. And I'm an unpleasant travel companion for my wife sometimes because of although I think we can travel. But most of the security guards and the border personnel, all those people, they know me. As a general rule, that was supposed to be. And so if I'm peevish or irritable, then, well, that's not good. It's not good. And so that's a tightrope to walk through because I do not like that creeping totalitarianism. But by the same token, if you're just one in the crowd, sometimes it's good just to be one in the crowd and then you're really irritable and people can just brush that off. But if you're someone they have dared to open their heart to, that's what admiration is. And then you betray that, then that's a real, they'll never forget it. And then they'll tell everyone too. So it takes a lot of alertness. And so Tammy and our life is so complicated because in Toronto, we can't really just go through life. It's always a high drama production. There's always people come up and they have some heart-rending story to tell. And I'm not being cynical about that. It's a hard thing to bear because people don't do that. They don't just open themselves up to you like that, share the tragedy of their life. But that's an everyday occurrence. And so when we go to our cottage, which is home the city, it's a relief. Because as wonderful as that is, like it's weird, I have a weird life because everywhere I go, it's very weird. It's like I'm surrounded by friends as I walk down the street in any city now, virtually. People say, hello, Dr. Peterson, so nice to see you. Or they say better things than that. Very, very bad things. One experience in 5,000 movies, very rare, although you don't forget those either. But it's very strange. So,
and there's an intimacy they know you want, and because they leap into, they avoid the small talk often.
They leap into familiarity.
It really is like it's an family. It feels like that. For me personally, the experience is the goodbye hurts because there's a sense you can see that.
Right. Yeah, that's a strange thing.
A lot of it just feels like goodbyes.
It is.
We're so
You're right about that. And I mean, I suppose
It's done in the service.
part of the pain of opening yourself up to people. Because they also, Tammy has been she said, I really never knew what men were like. I said, well, what do you mean? She said, I cannot believe how polite the men are when they because it's always the same. How you feel somebody. Person comes up, they're mostly not always, and they're tentative and they're very polite. Very, very polite. So like, if I'm not bothering you, you find myself. They're not bothering you. And I'm doing everything I can to not be the guy who's bothered by that. Who do you think you are? You're the guy that is famous and now is about that? You don't want to be that guy. So you want to be grateful all the time when people open up. And so you got to be alert at one point to do that properly, like right away. At least for you, it's 5 seconds, 15 seconds, or 20 seconds, whatever it is. But for them, they've opened up. And so you can really nail it if you're finished.
After the 150 people, how do you come down from that? How do you find yourself again?
So that was
The
also
rest.
when I get caught Twitter traps. Because I'm so burned out by then from the talk and the audience interactions and the whole day. Because it's a new city, it's a new hotel, it's a new 5,000 people, it's a new book chapter, a whole new horizon of ideas, and it's off to a new city the next day. I'm so burned out by them that I'm not as good at controlling my impulses as I might be, and Twitter was a real catastrophe for that because it would hook me, and then I couldn't, like I used to, when I was working on my book a lot, I used to call Tammy and say, look, you have to come and get me, I can't stop. I can't stop. I got tired of it, and then I kind of, because it's part of a kind of hypomanic focus. I couldn't quit. Like, oh no, I'm still writing. I need to get away from this, but I couldn't stop. And so it's better to read something, book,
Fiction, non-fiction.
fiction. Stephen King. I was reading a lot of Stephen King when I was on tour last time. That was good. I like Stephen King a lot.
Great narratives.
Great characterization. So, and there's a familiarity about Stephen King's writing too. That he writes about people you know, and so I really found that a relief. And so that was useful. And in order to tolerate this, let's say, or to be able to sustain it, well, let's take a lot of negotiation of the family because she's dragged into this. And her life is part of this, whatever this is. And she's had to find her way to the house. For example, she has a different club. She found that she didn't want to be on the tour this spring. And I was ill again. Made it complicated, but she went away back home and she came back and she said she was nervous. She said, I think I need my own room. And part of me was not happy with that. Like, are we not married anymore? It's like you need your own room. And she said, well, I can't. She has to do exercise because she was really sick and she has to keep herself in shape. And she has to have some time to do that. She does a lot of prayer and meditation and she needs the time. She has her own podcast, which is going quite well. She needs the time. And I trust her, and she said, well, I need this in order to continue. And I, okay, if you need this in order to continue, yes. Because she went away and didn't say, well, I don't want to be, I don't want to do this. She went away and prayed and said, how can I continue to do this? And that was the answer. And so she was willing to tell me. And that was a really good decision on her part. And she's very good and getting better all the time at figuring out what has to happen for her to make this sustainable. And all that's been is us. Because I don't want to travel without her, and I don't want her life to be miserable. And I want her to be fully on board. And so she has to be properly selfish. Like everyone does in a relationship.
Yeah, well, you have to, like you say, this is a weird thing that you're doing. But you and her have to figure out how to manage this very intense intellectual social
there's
journey.
another element to it too that I didn't tell you about. So that was a typical day that was missing a big component because usually we also have a dinner with like 30 cultural representatives, I suppose, 10 to 30 from each country because I have a network of people who have networks who are setting me up with key decision makers in each country. And so then we have like an hour and a half of that. Now, sometimes that's going to be when we don't have a talk, but sometimes the talk is back to back. And so she also has to manage that and be gracious. And then people are showing us exciting things and tours in the cities, which is all like it's a surf fight of wonderful.
Yes, exactly. But it's still, you have to be good for your cousin, but mentally,
Yeah.
he's a curious mind, an intellectual mind. How do you,
Fortunately, that is almost never a problem. Even when I was unbelievably heavy for about 3 years. I thought about that a lot too. I didn't do a really good job of explaining that I was ill because it appeared in some sense that the reason I was ill was because I was taking antidepressants. That isn't why. I was ill, then I took a very low dose, and I took that for a long time and it helped whatever was wrong with me. And it looks like it was an allergy, or maybe multiple allergies. And then that stopped working, and so I took a little bit more for like a month, and that made it way worse. And so then I cut back a lot. Then
So there was a deeper thing.
Oh yeah.
In terms of, what can you put words to?
Well, I had a lot of them. My daughter has clearly reactive immune system, and Tabby has 3 immunological conditions, each of them quite serious. And I had psoriasis and peripheral uveitis, which is an autoimmune condition, and alopecia areata, and chronic gum disease, all of which appear to be allergy related. And so the cat seems to have all of them. And so that I think was at the bottom because I also had this proclivity to depression as part of my family history. But I think that was a lot of neurological disorder. So one of the things that happened, I always noticed I really couldn't breathe. Like I could breathe about 1/5 as much as I sometimes could. And so I was always short of breath. And it looks like what that was perhaps was I was always on the border of an anaphylactic reaction, which is not pleasant. It's hypersympathetic activation, no parasympathetic activation. Couldn't do that at all.
It's an immunological response.
Allergic response. So, anyways, that was what's in. Now, I don't like to talk about this much because it's so bloody radical. And, I don't like property, but this diet seems to stop all of that. I don't have psoriasis, all of that. My gum disease, which is incurable, I had multiple fingers, is completely gone.
I never asked you this test. Do you like The Office?
Unless it's changed, well, I lost 50 pounds. Instantly.
I should mention that I too am a deep investigator of nutritional science. My skepticism for this degree, which is kind of something. There's like a lot of complex systems.
Yeah, and I boiled. I would do that, but I didn't know for copyright on it. That's why I have to watch these movies on my little screen and have it have like how their sounds go. But I had a conversation with Sophia. Sophia's a big Office fan and Parks and Recreation fan, and I don't know if you were here for it, but we talked for like 2 hours. I don't think you were, but I wondered. I don't know if Caspian's seen it. If he likes it, I've seen it. I will do that. Yeah. Excellent. What's up, Dojo? Dojo's muted outside. Yeah. No sound. They didn't even know what we're saying. That's cool. Excellent. Hope Dojo's having a great day. What's your favorite show, Caspian? No, not that kind of comedy. Not that kind of comedy. Anything. The Desert Island show. You have to watch one show on repeat for the rest of your life. Okay, what is that? Right. I can't stand that about movies. I can't stand that about movies. I can't stand that about like rated R movies. Like they have to do it, and it's like it doesn't make any fucking sense. Um, yeah, it was a different world when there isn't pornography, but if there's pornography, then I can separate the two. Give me a really good story. How many seasons is it? How many seasons is it? Right. I've seen that. Yeah, that's something. Yeah. Right. It probably was. It's probably the opposite. Exactly. Right. Oh, actually, no. It would be no. It would probably be Family Guy. It just has a bunch of seasons. I get sick of The Simpsons, but Family Guy keeps me on my toes. Motown music.
crazy history, and full of profiteers, the people that profit, the people who that. But I should say, for me personally, it does seem to feel like far the best for me. It's very interesting because I discovered that a long time ago. First of all,
How do you just
so by the discovery went like this. I started listening to short marathon runners about 15 years ago, and they started talking about fat adapted running. Um, so when I first discovered that I don't have to run super fast to enjoy running. In fact, I really enjoy running at a slower pace. So that was like step one. I was like, oh, okay, if I maintain something called the math rule, which is a pretty low heart rate. If I maintain that, you can actually get pretty fast. I'll maintain a pretty slow average speed in general. Anyway, they fuel themselves on low carb diets. So I got into that. On top of that, they also fast off. So I discovered how incredibly my body feels when I fasted. People call it intermittent fasting. But
because that's another reason because when you fast, your body logically and obviously, if you think about it, logically, well, what is your body gathering first? Well, damaged tissue. So I know the ingredients very. If you starve dogs down to the point below rats, below their optimal body weight, they lose 30% longer. That's a lot, 30%. 30%, yeah, 30%.
But there's an aspect to a lot of these things that make you nervous. I always feel like there's no free lunch time or free personnel. But there's a focus that I get to attain when I fast, especially when I eat once a day. My mind is almost like nervously focused. It's almost like an anxiety, but a positive one, or one that I can channel into just like an excitement.
I wonder how much that's associated with imagine that signifies lack of food. Imagine. Well, maybe you should be a lot more alert in this situation, right? Biologically speaking, because you're in hunting mode. Let's say, not desperate, but in hunting mode. And God only knows. Maybe human beings should be in hunting mode all the time.
But we don't know that. So I wonder if it has a stress on the system that long term causes the system.
Doesn't look like it.
It seems like it's fasting on. And then on top of that, I discovered that the thing I enjoy, I just don't enjoy eating fat as much.
Mm-hmm.
So I love eating meat. We talk about that. So I just discovered through that process that similar thing with just me. I just feel a lot of the things that make me feel weird, like feel monkey, like full, or just whatever. The aspects of food that I don't enjoy, they're not there with me, and I'm still able to enjoy the company. And I eat once a day and eat meat, at least in Texas, you can still have all the merits of have dinner with friends. Now, I don't do this, you have very serious things that there's health benefits that you are very serious about. For me, I can still do whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
I'll still do the things that have a little bit of spice.
Yeah.
Now, when you completely remove the spice, it does become more difficult.
Yeah, it's more difficult socially. Tammy seems to only be able to eat lamb, but she might be able to eat non-aged beef, and that makes traveling complicated too, right? Because for obvious reasons, really that's all you can eat. Yeah, well, say the least. And maybe that's a form of craziness, but
If we go return to actually the things we were talking about, when you were thinking about a question before the lecture,
yeah,
let me ask you about thinking in general. This is something that really use and think a lot about, is thinking how to think. How do you think through an idea?
well, first of all, I think, okay, that's a really good question. We tried to work that out with this essay app. Sign up to that. Because if you're going to write this question, well, what should I write about?
What's the name of the app?
Essay.app. And well, the first question is, well, what bugs you? What bugging you? This is such a cool thing. It's like, where's my destiny? Well, what bothers you? But that's where the destiny is. The destiny is to be found in what bothers you. Why did those things bother you? There's a lot of things you could be bothered by. Like a million things, man. But some things grip you. They bug you. And they might make you resentful better. Because they bug you so much. They're your things, man. They've got you. So then, a first question that I would like the answer to. That I don't, and I would really like the answer to it. So I don't assume I already have the answer. Because I would actually really like to have that answer. So if I get a better answer, great. And so that's the first thing. And that's like a prayer. So, okay, here's a mystery. I would like to delve into it further. So that's humility. So here's a mystery. Which means I don't know. I would like to delve into it further, which means I don't know enough already. And then comes the revelation. Well, what's a revelation? If you ask yourself a question, it's a real question. You get the answer. The answer is, yeah, thoughts start to appear in your head. So
somewhere.
that's right. From somewhere.
Where do they come from?
Comes from what?
Piece of question. But
No, it does to some degree. Depends on your intent. So imagine that your intent is to make things better. And maybe they come from a place that's designed to make things better. Maybe your intent is to make things worse. Then they come from hell. You think, not really. So you're so sure about that, are you?
is your intent conscious? Like that you're really
It's conscious and habitual, right? Because as you practice, I think consciously becomes habitual. But it's conscious. It's like when I sit down before I do a lecture, I think, okay, what's the goal? I have to do the best job I can. To what end? Well, people are coming here not for political issues, they're coming here because they're trying to make their lives better. Okay, so what are we doing? We're conducting a joint investigation into the nature of that which makes life better. Okay, what's my role? Do as good a job about that as possible. What state of mind do I have to be? Am I annoyed about theater? Or am I clued in and thrilled that 4,000 people have showed up at substantial expense and trouble to come and listen to me talk? And if I'm not in that state of mind, I think, well, maybe I need something to eat, or maybe I need to talk to someone. Because ingratitude is no place to start. It's like I should be thrilled to be there, obviously. And so that orientation has to be there. And then I'm conscious, all this is conscious. What am I serving? The highest good life conception. What is that? I have some sense, but I don't know it in the final analysis, which is why the investigation is being conducted. Who's doing it? Me, whoever I'm communing with, and the audience. And so I try to get myself, and I chase everybody with. So I have to do that by myself.
Are you writing stuff down?
Yes, at that point I just make point notes. It's usually about maybe 30 notes. But then on stage I never refer to, and I often don't even use the script.
Kind of an interesting thing. Where do quantum phrases come from? Do you try to encapsulate an idea into a sentence? Too?
Well, when I talk, I practice this consciously since 1985. Try to feel it, see if the words are stepping stones, foundations. Is this salt? Is this word salt? Is this phrase salt? Is this sentence salt? It's a real sense of fundamental foundation under each word. And I suppose people ask me if I pray, then I would say I pray before every word. Well, when you're asking questions, like you're very clear-headed and present in your ability to ask questions and inquire. So how do you do that?
So first of all, I'm worried my mind usually gets trapped when I step on a word and I know it's unstable. You kind of realize that you don't really know the definitions of any words you use, and that can be debilitating. So I kind of try to be more carefree about the ones I use. Because otherwise you try to,
You don't want to be obsessed.
like literally, my mind halfway through a sentence will think, well, what does the word sentence mean?
Right. Well,
And then
what?
everything else just explodes. Your big picture idea explodes and you lost yourself in the minutia.
Well, neurologically, there's a production center and an editing center. And those can be separately affected by strokes. And so often when people are writing or talking, they try to activate both at the same time. And that's so people can try to write an essay and get every sentence right in the first draft. That's a big mistake. So then you might say, well, how can you be careful with your words but carefree? And the answer is orient yourself there, right? Find the conversation you're having. You have an orientation structure. You want to be prepared. You want to be attentive. Then you want to have an interesting conversation. You want to have the kind of interesting conversation that other people want to listen to. That will be good for them in some way. That's a pretty good frame. And then you kind of scour your heart. You think, is that really what you want? Are you after fame? Are you after notoriety? Are you after money? I'm not saying that any of those things are necessarily bad, but they're not all bad. Especially if you contaminate. So you want to be decontaminated. And so you have to put yourself, as an update practice, you have to put yourself in the right receptive position with the right goal in mind. Then you could, and I think you can get better and better with this, then you could trust what's going to happen. So for example, before I came here, I presume you have a reason for doing the podcast with me. What's the reason?
Uh, I mean, we wanted to talk for a long time.
Yeah.
So the reason has evolved. One of the reasons is I've listened to you for quite a long time, so you become a one-way friend. And I have many one-way friends. Some of my best friends don't even know I exist. So it's like I'm a big fan of podcasting. Actually, most of my friends are dead.
Yeah, right.
The writers.
The definition of a reader. Great dead friends.
So I wanted to meet this one-way friend as opposed to have a conversation. And then there's this kind of puzzle that I've been longing to solve. The same reason I went to Ukraine, of asking this question of myself: who am I? And what was this part of the world? What is this thing that happened in the 20th century? That I lost so much of my family there, and I feel so much of my family is defined by that place. That place includes the Soviet Union, it includes Russia and Ukraine, it includes Nazi Germany, it includes these big, powerful regions and huge millions of people that were lost in the beauty, the power of the dream, but also the torture that's was forced onto them through different governmental institutions. And you are somebody that seems from some angle to constantly draw to try to understand what was that. And not in some sort of historical sense, but in a deeply psychological sense. What is that? We'll repeat again. In what ways we're repeating again?
And how can we stop it?
How can we stop it? So
That's the crucial issue.
I thought I wanted to, from very different backgrounds, pull to further that curiosity. An engineer, you're a psychologist, both lost that curiosity. And, both lost it. And the talk before is about sort of the shadows that these that history cast on us. So that was one. And also the psychology. I wanted to be a psychiatrist. I was fascinated by the human mind until I discovered artificial intelligence, the fact that I could program and make a robot move. And until I discovered that, I thought I wanted to understand the human mind, but being a psychiatrist by talking to people, by just one way. I mean, we're all have skills. So, like my particular one is has to do with I learn by doing.
Yeah.
I think through a thing, but programming is a wonderful thing. It allows us to give a good example. In the same way you can do a little thought experiment, you can ask for your thought experiment in action. You don't get to live, right? You can ask questions. So all of those, because of my interest in courage beyond this, you're also different ways have dug deeply into the humanity, the human psyche, to the perspective of those. So, for all those reasons.
Yeah, so that's quite a frame for discussion, right? You had all sorts of reasons, and then you think, well, are you just letting the conversation go where it will? It's like, well, not exactly. You spent all this time. It's not like this came about by accident. This conversation. You spent all this time framing it, and so all of that provides the implicit substructure for the play in the conversation. And if you have that implicit, here's another way. This is very much true for ideas. If you get the implicit structure of perception right, everything becomes a game. And not only that, a game you want to play. Maybe in the final analysis, a game you're going to play forever. So, that's obviously a distant technical idea. But we know games need rules, but there's no play.
Is there advice you can give now that we know the frame to give to me, Lex, how to do this podcast better, how to think about this world, how to be a good engineer, how to be a good
Take your preoccupation seriously. Seriously. And that's part of that, to circle back to the beginning, it's like, that's that willingness to gaze into the abyss, which is obviously what you're doing. It's like, it's gazing into the abyss that makes you better. The thing is, and this is maybe where Nietzsche's idea is not as differentiated as it became. Sometimes your gaze can be forcefully directed to the surface, and then you're traumatized. If it's involuntary and accidental, it can kill you. The more it's voluntary, the more transformative it is. And that's part of that idea about facing death and hell. It's like, can you tolerate death and hell? And the answer is, this terrible answer is, yes, to the degree that you're willing to do it voluntarily. And then you might ask, well, why should I have to subject myself to death and hell? I'm innocent. And then the answer to that is, even the innocent must be voluntarily stopped.
It's such an interesting distinction. Voluntary suffering.
Voluntary. Well, that's why the central Christian doctrine is pick up your cross and follow me. And I'm speaking not in religious terms, I'm just speaking as a psychologist. It's like one of the things we've learned in the last 100 years is voluntary exposure to that which freezes and terrifies you in measured proportions is cured.
So a form of, at least in part, involuntary suffering is depression. Do you have advice for people on how to find a way out? They are a man who has suffered in this way, perhaps continue to suffer in this way. How do you find a way out?
The first thing I do as a clinician, if someone comes to me and says they're depressed, is ask myself the question, what does this person mean? So I have to find out, because maybe they're not depressed, maybe they're hyper anxious, or maybe they're obsession. Like there's various forms of powerful negative emotion. So they need to differentiate it. But then the next question you have to ask is, well, are you depressed? Or do you have a terrible life? Or is it some combination of the two? So if you're depressed, as far as I can tell, you don't have a terrible life. You have friends, you have family, you have an intimate relationship, you have a job or a career, you're about as educated as you should be given your intelligence. You use your time outside of work wisely. You're not beholden to alcohol or other temptations. Um, you're engaged in the community in some fundamental sense, and all that's working. Now, if you have all that and you're feeling really awful, you're either ill or you're depressed. And so then sometimes there's a biochemical route to treatment of that. My experience has been as a clinician is if you're depressed, but you have a life and you take an antidepressant, it will probably help you a lot. Now, maybe you're not depressed. So you just have a terrible life. What is that? You have no relationship. Your family's a mess. Got no friends. Got no plan. Got no job. Use your time outside of work not only badly but destructively. You have a drug or alcohol habit or some other vice, pornography addiction. You're completely unengaged in surrounding people. You have no scaffolding whatsoever to support you in your current mode of being. And then, as a therapist, you do two things. Well, if it's depression, per se, sometimes biochemical root, nutrition root, there's ways that can be addressed. Probably physiological if you're, at least in part, if you're depressed but you have an okay life. Sometimes it's conceptual. You can turn to dreams, sometimes to help people, because dreams can take the seeds of the potential future. And if your person is a real good dreamer, and you can analyze dreams, that can be really helpful. But that seems to be only true for more creative people. And for the people who just have a terrible life, it's like, okay, you have a terrible life. Well, let's pick the front. How about you need a friend, like one sorted friend? Do you know how to shake hands and introduce yourself? I'll have the person show me. So let's do it for a second. So, and people don't know how to do that. And then they can't even get to
And the worst that I do is give me fun.
yeah, as opposed to the dead fish. You know, and there's these elementary social skills that hypothetically, if you were well cared for, you learned when you were like 3. And sometimes people I have lots of clients to whom no one ever paid any attention. And they needed like $10,000 of attention. And some of that was just listening, but they had 10,000 hours of conversations they never had with anyone. And they were all tangled up in their head. And they had to just, one client in particular, I worked with this person for 15 years. And what she wanted from me was for me just to shut the hell up for 50 minutes. It was very hard for me. And to just tell me what had happened. And then what happened at the end of the conversation, then I could discuss it. And then as we progressed through the years, the amount of time we spent in discussion increased in these sessions until by the time we stopped seeing each other and my clinical practice collapsed, we were talking about 80% of the time. But she'd never been attended to ever. And so she was an uncarved block in the devil's sense, right? She hadn't been subjected to those flaming swords that separated the wheat from the chaff. And so you can do that in therapy. If you're listening and you're depressed, I would say you can find a therapist, and that's getting harder and harder because it's actually become illegal to be a therapist now because you have to agree with your clients, which is a terrible thing to do with them. Just like it's terrible to arbitrarily oppose them. You could do the self-authoring program online. So it helps you write an autobiography. And so if you have memories that are more than 18 months old that bother you, part of you is locked inside. An undeveloped part of you is still trapped in that. That's a metaphor. That's why it's not emotional. So you can write about your past experiences. But I would say wait for at least 18 months if something bad has happened to you. Because otherwise you just hurt yourself again by encountering. You can bring yourself up to date with life. There's an analysis of faults and virtues present, and then there's a guided writing exercise that helps make future planning. That's young men who do that. They do call young men who do that. 90 minutes, just the future author. 90 minutes. They're 50% less likely to flop. That's all it takes.
So sometimes depression is this heavy cloud that makes it hard to make a simple step. You said isolate from
Oh man, sometimes
the first step is extremely difficult.
oh my god, sometimes it's way worse than that. If I had clients who were so depressed they literally couldn't get out of bed. So what's their first step? It's like, can you sit up once today? No. Can you prop yourself up on your elbows? Like you scale back the dragon until you find one that's conquerable that moves you forward. There's a movement I love. Scale back the dragons till you find one conquerable. And it'll give you a little bit of gold, commensurate with the struggle. But the plus side of that is that's depressing. You're gonna have to start by sitting up while you do it. I can't see that. But the plus side of that is it's the polar distribution issues that aggregates exponentially increase. And failures do too, right? Aggregates exponentially increase. So once you start to go over, you can get sick really pretty good. This person that I talked about was incapable of sitting with me at a cafe when we first met, just talking, even though I was her therapist. But by the end, she was doing stand-up comedy. So, it took years, but still, most people don't do stand-up comedy. That's quite the bloody achievement. She would read her poetry on stage, too. So, for someone who is petrified into paralysis by social anxiety, and who had to start very small, is a hell of an accomplishment.
Yeah, it all starts with one step. Your advice for young people in high school, you're giving a lot of people look up to you for advice, for strength, for strength to search for themselves, to find themselves.
Take on some responsibility. Do something for other people. You're doing something for yourself while you're doing it, even if you don't do it for sure, because you're a community of person. Find someone to serve.
Somebody to help.
Someone to help. A job. Find a job. Do your best. If the customer's talking about the job, you can get an entry-level job when you're a kid. What else would you want? You want to be the boss, but you don't know anything. You could be the boss of your job. If you work in a grocery store, or you work in a convenience store, so you're not working for terrified tyrants. You can be nice to the customers. You can develop your social skills. You can learn how to handle a boss-employee relationship. You can be there 15 minutes early or 15 minutes late. Like you can learn in an entry-level job. And I tell you, if you take an entry-level job and you learn, and it's reasonably this place, you will not be an entry-level job. Because everyone who's is desperate for confident people. If you go and show yourself as confident, they'll be attracted. If you go show yourself as confident, all sorts of doors you didn't even know were there will start opening that way.
So strive for confidence, for craftsmanship.
For discipline, I said one of the chapters in my book is focused on putting your house in order. So how do you start? Make your bed. It actually took me quite a long time before I made my bed ready to get. Most of my life was pretty good order, but that was one thing I didn't have in my clothes in my closet as well. All that's in order. Not all of it. Cleaning up some clothes right now. Look around and see what bugs you in your room. Just look. Okay, I'm in my room. Do I like this room? No, it bugs me. Okay, why? Oh, the paint's peeling there and it's dusty there and it's dirty and that corner's got the light. My clothes closet's a mess. I don't even like to open it. Okay, that's a lot of problem. That sucks. That's a lot of opportunity. Pick something and fix it.
Something that bugs you.
But not So the rule is pick something you know would make a problem. Pick a solution to it that you know would help, that you could do, that you would do. So you have to negotiate with yourself. Like, well, I won't clean up this room. How do you know? I've been in here for 10 years. I've never cleaned it up. Well, obviously, that's too big a drag for you. Would you clean one drawer? Find out. And so imagine how you want to be happy when you open that drawer. Well, that's stupid. It's like, is it? Maybe it's your sock drawer, which will clean up. The other day, by the way, you're going to open that every morning. That's like 30 seconds of your life every day. Okay, so that's 3 minutes a week. That's 12 minutes a month. That's 2 hours a year. So maybe your life is made out of you got 16 hours a day. That's going to be some 5, 12 in an hour, 12 in an hour, 144 in 12 hours. Yeah, let's say 200. 205 minutes an hour. That's your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jordan Peterson gives you some math on the 5-minute chunks there.
I got
Pretty
it.
sure it's pretty accurate.
It's approximate. So you got 205 minute chunks. And they repeat. A lot of them repeat. So if you get every one of those right, they're trivial, right? Who cares? Like I saw fair enough, man, but that's your life. The things you repeat every day. The mundane things. Like I could get all those mundane things right. It's the game for it. It's like now the mundane is in place. Now you can play it. So the mundane's in place. And this is actually true. So with children, we actually want children to play. Well, play is very fragile neurologically. Any competing motivation or emotion will suppress play. So everything has to be in order. Everything has to be in a wall in garbage before the children will play. That's a good way of thinking. So you put everything in order and you think, oh my God, now I'm terrorized by this order. It's like, no, you aren't. Not if it's voluntary. And then the order is the precondition for the freedom. So then all of a sudden you get all these things in order. So let's play here. And then maybe you're not depressed. No, it's often not to have simple. Try perfect order. That's hard.
And it's a really powerful way to think about those 5-minute chunks. Just get one of them right.
Yeah, if you do that for 200 days, your life is in order. You know, I thought I did that with my clients. So a lot of them would come in from work, the guys, and their wives would beat them at the door and it'd be a fight right away. You know, and it's a clash there because he comes home and he's tired and he's worked all day and he's hoping that, you know, he gets welcomed when he comes back to the home. But then wife isn't home. And she's been with the kids all day and she's tired and hungry and she's hoping that when he comes home, he'll show her some appreciation for what's happened today. And then they clash and then they both have problems because of something that comes through the day. And so then every time they get together, they're not like it's a bit of a fight for 20 minutes and then the whole evening is screwed. And so then you think, okay, here's the deal. It's knocking the door. Okay, you get to pick what happens when you come home. But you have to figure out what it is. Now, this is the deal. You treat yourself properly. You imagine coming home, and it goes the way you want and need it to go. Okay? What does that look like? You get to have it, but you have to know what it is. What does it look like? And you think, okay, I want to come home, I want to be happy about coming home. I say, hello, hi. My wife says, hi, it's so nice to hear your voice. She comes out, she says, hi dear. She gives you a hug. She says, how is your day? And I say, oh, we'll sit and talk about that. How is your day? Well, we sit and talk about that. Do you need something to eat? Probably. Let's go sit and talk about our day. That sounds pretty good. Okay, that sounds pretty good. It won't be perfect. It sounds like a lot better than what we're doing now. So how about we go talk to your wife. This is what's happening when I come home. I would like it to be better. What would you like to have happen? If you could have what you wanted. So she sits down and she thinks, and then now you got two visions. And you say, well, what would you like? And you listen and she says, yeah, you got it. And then you think, how can we bring these visions together? So not only do we both get what we want, but because we want to get a little bit more than we want. Well, who would agree to that? Yes, they read them down. And that's so exciting. It's not a compromise. It's a union of ideals that even makes a better ideal. And then you get to come home, and then there's another rule that goes along with that, which is, please, here, have the grace. Allow me to do this stupid badly. Well, I learned at least 20 times. And all you do the same anyway. And then we'll practice stupidly for 20 times, and we'll talk about it. And then maybe we'll get it right for the next 10,000 times. Right? And you can do that with your you can do that with your whole life, and you can do that with your kids, and you can do that with your family. Like, it's not easy, but you can do it. It's a lot easier than you know.
Let me ask for some dating advice for Jordan Peterson. How do you find on that topic the love of your life?
That's a good question. I was asked that multiple times on my tour, 3 times in a row. We asked people to use the Slido gadget.
That's a popular question.
Very. It always came up. Look, and I got asked that 3 times in a row. I didn't have a good answer. Oh, I know why. Because that's a stupid question. So why?
Yeah.
Why? Because it's putting the cart before the horse. Here's the right question. How do I make this like the perfect date? You answer that question, and you will not have any problem answering the previous question. It's like, what I want in a partner. If I offered everything I could to a partner, who would I do it? Would want. What do you want? Clean. That's reasonably good physical shape. Healthy. Willing to delay gratification, so you can support. What's she do? What do you do? Well, it's a pattern. There's patterns happening around you. That's the music. Patterns of being. Now, can you align yourself with the patterns of being? Grace. That's what she's checking out. Then can you do that with her? And then can you do that in a playful and attentive manner? Keep your bloody hands to yourself for at least a minute. And so, can you dance in a playful manner? It's like you can go through this in your imagination. And you know. And then you think, well, how far am I from those things? And the answer is pretty horrible abyss separating you from that idea. But the harder you work on offering other people what they need in life, the more people will line up to take. So it's the wrong question. It's like, how can I be the best partner for you? And then you think, well, if I do that, people will just take advantage of it. And that's the non-naive objection. Right? Because the naive person says, well, I'll be good, everyone treat you right. It's like, the cynic says, you'll all be good and someone will hate me out. And then you think, well, what do you do about that objection? And the answer is, well, you factor that in. And that's why you're supposed to be as soft as a dove and as wise as a serpent. I know you're full of snakes. You know it. Maybe I know it more than you do. But we'll play anyways. And that's right, voluntarily, right? Like, and what's so cool about that is that even though the person you're dealing with is full of snakes, if you offer your hand in trust and it's real, you will evoke the best in them. And that's true even, I've dealt with people who are pretty damn criminal and pretty psychopathic and sometimes dangerously so. And you tread very lightly if you're dealing with something like that, especially if they're intoxicated. And even then, your best bet is that alert trust. It's the only fact, the only thing I know that I have one client who's a paranoid psychopath. That's a bad combination. He was a bad guy. He had like 4 restraining orders on him. And restraining orders don't work on the sort of people that you put restraining orders on. And he used to be harassed now and then by a bureaucrat in a bank with delusions of power. And he would say to them, he was kind of back to the side, I was talking to him, so meant it, and he would do it. He had this obsession with psychopathic vengeance. It was just like right there. Paranoid people, paranoid people are hyper acute. So they're watching for any sign of deceit or manipulation. They're really good at it. It's like they're 100%. That's what paranoia is. It's 100% focus on that. And even under those circumstances, if you step carefully enough, you can maybe you can avoid the acts. That's a good thing to know if you meet something that's really dangerous.
Absolutely, I believe in that being fragile, nevertheless, taking that leap of trust into another person, even when they're dangerous, especially when they're dangerous. If you care, if there is something there, those skills then that's probably the only way you can find it, is taking that risk. I have to ask you about Ruach Archipelago by Solzhenitsyn. Let's speak to this very point. There's so many ways to speak about it forever. I'm sure in many ways we are talking about it. But there is sort of one of the themes captured in a few ways he's described in the book is that line between good and evil that runs through every human being. As he writes, the line dividing good and evil cuts through the heart of every human being. During the life of King Heart, this line keeps changing place. Sometimes it's squeezed one way to exuberate evil, and sometimes it shifts to allow enough space for good to flourish. One and the same human being is, at various ages, under various circumstances, totally different human being. At times, it's close to being a devil, at times, a Satan. But his name doesn't change. And to that name, we ascribe the whole lot, good and evil. What do you think about this line? What do you think about this thing that we talked about if you give somebody a chance to actually bring out the best in them? What do you think about this other aspect, the amount of time that mind shifts inside each person? And you get to define that shift. What do you think about this line? Are we all capable of evil?
Well, you know, the cosmic drama that's Satan versus Christ. Who's that about? It's not about you. I'm speaking just as a psychologist or as a literary critic. Those are characters. At least they're that. Are they human characters? Obviously. Well, are they archetypal human characters? Yes. What does that mean cosmically and ontologically? I don't know. Is the world a story? Maybe.
But the way stories are often told is the characters embodied,
I don't know.
stable.
Those are it's not great literature. It's very rare in great literature. What you have in great literature is the internal growth. Right? As the literature becomes more pop, I would say, the characters are more unitary. So there's a real bad guy, he's all bad. There's a real good guy, he's all good. And that's not as interesting. It's not as sophisticated. When you reach Dostoevsky heights and literary representation of Shakespearean heights, you can identify with the villain. And that's when literature really reaches its pinnacle in some sense.
And also the characters change throughout, straight throughout, are unpredictable throughout, that taking the speaking version more seriously recently. And I'm trying to talk to translators of Dostoevsky and a chapter from first half of the book. So you get the one of the mistakes that translators made with Dostoevsky for the longest time is they would quote unquote fix the chaotic mess that is Dostoevsky, because there was a sense like he was too rushed in his writing. It seemed like there was tangents that had nothing to do with anything. The characters were unpredictable and not inconsistent. There's parts of phrases that seem to be incomplete, that kind of stuff. And what they realized that's actually corrected that way. It's not, it's like editing James Joyce and 30 Days Later or something because it doesn't make any sense. They realize that is the magic of it. That captures the humanity of these characters, that they are unpredictable, they change throughout time. There's a bunch of contradictions. On which point I got asked, is there a case to be made that Brothers Poems are the greatest?
Yeah, there's a case to be made. I don't know. Is it better than Crime and Punishment?
Yes.
You think so? Why do you? I'm not really confused. Why do you think that?
Well, this like every book is a person. Some of my best friends are inside that.
Yeah, it's an amazing book. And there's no doubt about it.
I think some books are defined by your personal relationship with them. That one was definitive, and then I was graduated to that one because for the longest time, The Idiot was my favorite book of all because I identified with the ideas represented by Prince Michigan. I also identified
That's interesting.
to Prince Michigan as a human
The
being
Holy Fool.
before it, because the world kind of like my life still kind of saw me in that perception. Like my perception is kind of the fool, and I different from the interpretation that a lot of people take of this book. I see him as a kind of hero
Definitely.
to be a naive, quote unquote fool, but really just a naive optimist, and naive in the best possible way. I do believe that
That's a childlike.
yeah, childlike is a better. So naive is usually seen as
It's childish. You know?
yeah, but childlike.
That's why no one enters the kingdom of heaven unless they become like a child. That's Prince Michigan. Dostoevsky believed that. So that's why you like the Idiot. That's so interesting. See, I think I like Crime and Punishment because you identify with Michigan. I think I identify with Rothschild. Because I was tempted by Luciferian intellect in the manner, in a manner very similar to the manner he was tempted. But I mean, I think you could make a case that the Brothers Karamazov is Dostoevsky's crowning achievement.
Well,
And that's something. He ruined literature for me. Because everything else just got insipid. Not everything. Not everything. I found some books that, in my experience, hit that pinnacle. The Master and Margarita. That's a deadly book. I read that I think 4 times. It's unbelievably deep. There's a Nicholas Kazantzakis, a Greek writer. Some of his books are, his writing is amazing as well.
did you ever connect with the literary existentialist Camus, or people like Herman Hesse, or even Kafka? Did you ever connect with those?
To the same degree,
Yeah, with
enough to be an influence. You have to be deaf in some fundamental sense not to encounter a great dead friend and fail to learn. And I mean, I tried to separate the wheat from the chaff when I read. When I read all the great clinicians. Those who were foremost in the pantry, and I tried to pull out what I could, and that was a lot. I learned a lot from Freud, I learned a lot from Rogers, and I learned a lot from Dostoevsky and Nietzsche. I'm going to do a course on Dostoevsky and Nietzsche for the Peterson Academy coming up in January.
you're reading.
I haven't thought about doing them together. That'd be fun. That's a good idea.
There's a
Let's do it.
you often read like you go through the masterpiece because there is religious in the broad sense of that word themes throughout the writing.
There's uncanny parallelisms in the writing. So, and Dostoevsky's deeper, but that's because he was a good writer of fiction.
Nietzsche is almost a character in Dostoevsky.
He is definitely that. He is definitely that, yes. And apparently Nietzsche knew more about Dostoevsky than people thought. There's been some recent scholarship on that. Dostoevsky didn't know anything about Nietzsche as far as I know. Could be wrong. But the thing that Dostoevsky had over Nietzsche is Nietzsche had to make things propositional in some real sense because he was a philosopher. It's hard to propositionalize things that are outside your ken, but you can characterize them. And so in The Brothers Karamazov, Ivan is a more developed character than Alyosha in the explicit sense. He can make better arguments. And Alyosha wins like Michigan because he's the better man. And Dostoevsky can show that in the action. Right? He can't render it entirely propositional, but that's probably because what's good can't be rendered entirely propositional. And so Dostoevsky had that edge over Nietzsche. Ivan is this brilliant nationalist, atheist, materialist, and puts forward an argument on that front that's still unparalleled as far as I'm concerned. And overwhelms Alyosha, who cannot respond, but Alyosha is still the better man. So, which is very interesting.
What the funny thing about these two characters is you, Jordan Peterson, seem to be somebody that at least in part embodies both, because you are one of the intellectuals in our time, rigorously thought, but also are able to have that kind of, what would you describe it? If you remove the religiosity of it, there's what's a good word? Love,
The spirit of encouragement.
yes.
Yeah, well, it's one of the things I did learn from looking into this to the degree that I had to or was willing to, was that at some level you have to make a fundamental statement of faith. When God creates the world, after each day, he says he saw that it was good. Think, was it good? There's a tough question. Do you want to bring a child into a world such as this? Just a fundamental question, whether or not it's good. It's an act of faith to declare that it's good, because the evidence isn't given. And so then you think, okay, well, am I going to act as if it's good? What would happen if I did? Maybe the answer to that is, I think this is the answer. The more you act out the proposition that it's good, and so that's what Dostoevsky said. This is something else. Every man is really responsible for everything he does. That boundary just to say, in your faith, is what you receive back from person. The answer to that might be yes. That's a terrifying idea. And it certainly, you can see that it's true in some sense. People certainly respond to you in kind with how you treat them. That's certainly the case.
It's terrifying and it's exciting.
Yeah, right.
But
It's an adventure, isn't it?
you create the world by the way you look at it. The world you experience is defined by the way you live. That's really interesting. And then take it as a collective, we create the world together. What do you think is the meaning of it all? What's the meaning of life? We've defined it many times.
It's the adventure of the road. And I would say, where's that adventure to be found? In faith? What's the faith? Highest value is love, and truth is its family. That's a statement of faith. But you can't tell. You have to act it out to see if it's true. And so you can't even find out without it. And that's peculiar. You have to make the commitment before. It's like a marriage. It's the same thing. It's like, well, is this the person for me? It's the wrong question. How do I find out if this is the person for me? By binding myself to them. Well, maybe the same thing's true of life. You bind yourself to it. And the tighter you bind yourself to it, the more you find out what it is. And that's like a radical embrace. It's a really radical embrace. It's the crucifix symbol. More than that, the full passion isn't death. It isn't even unjust death. It isn't even unjust death and the crucifixion of the innocent, which is really pretty bad. It's unjust, torturous, innocent death, dependent upon the followed by hell. And that's the hell of the thing to radically embrace. So bring it on.
I think a lot of people truth is the highest ideal, and think they can get to that ideal while living in a place of cynicism, and escape from life, hiding from life, afraid of life. And so it's beautifully put that love is the highest ideal to reach for, and truth is
It's handmade. I thought about that for a long time. It's Her cynicism is a moral improvement over a blind naivety, even though one is in some ways positive, and the other is bitter and dark. It's still better. But you're not done at that point. You're just barely started. It's like you're cynical. You're not cynical. It's like how cynical are you finding Auschwitz prison guards that are cynical? So you have to go down pretty deep into the weeds before you find that part. But you can find it if you want, and then you think, well, I want to stop this. Well, that was the question you posed. In some sense, you're obsessed with these mass scale catastrophes. In the communist countries, it's like, oh, millions of people just. So you got it, and maybe you enjoyed it. So what part of that is you? And you can find it if you want.
Yeah, it's all there. Prisoner, the interrogator,
Judas, Pontius Pilate,
all of it. All of it. It's like all of it is inside us.
yeah.
And you just have to look. And once you do, maybe eventually you can find a love. You're an incredible human being. I'm deeply honored you talk to me. Thank you for being a truth seeker in this world. Thank you for the love.
Hey, thanks for the invitation, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rudy Pearson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, I may leave you with some words from Friedrich Nietzsche. You must have chaos within you to give birth to a dancing star. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
If this is a super intelligent pizza, folding proteins and analyzing like all data sets and all whatever they give it access to, how can we be certain that it's not going to figure out how to get itself out of the cloud, how to store itself in other like mediums, trees, the optic nerve, the brain? You know what I mean? We don't know that. We don't know that. We found and like start aiming like, and then at that point, now you have to go after it. Now you can't stop it. You can't unplug it. You can't shut your servers down because it left the box, left the room, using some technology you haven't even discovered yet. How fucking cool would that be for like the men in black to come to me? Listen, I need you to infiltrate the fucking comedy scene.
The following is a conversation with Duncan Trussell, a stand-up comedian, host of the Duncan Trussell Family Hour podcast, one of my favorite human beings. I've been a fan of his for many years, so it was a huge honor and pleasure to meet him for the first time and to sit down with his chat. This is the Let's Speak More podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsor in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Duncan Trussell. Nietzsche has this thought experiment called eternal recurrence, where you get to relive your whole life over and over and over and over. And I think it's a way to bring to the surface of your mind the idea that every single moment in your life matters. It intensely matters, the bad and the good. And he kind of wants you to imagine that idea. Every single decision you make throughout your life will be over and over and over. And he wants you to respond to that. Do you feel horrible about that, or do you feel good about that? And you have to think through this idea in order to see where you stand in life, what is your relationship like with life. I actually want to read the way he first introduces that concept for people who are not familiar. What if someday a night a demon, by the way, he has a demon introduce this thought experiment. What if someday or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest of loneliness and say to you, quote, this life as you now live it and have lived it, you will have to live once more and innumerable times more. And there will be nothing new in it, but every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything unutterably small and great in your life will have to return to you, all in the same succession and sequence. Would you not throw yourself down and gnash your teeth and curse the demon who spoke thus? Or have you once experienced a tremendous moment when you would have answered him, you are a god, and never have I heard anything your mind. So, are you terrified or excited for such thoughts when you like you know life?
Excited.
Excited.
Oh,
Even the dark stuff.
oh yeah, for sure. That I mean, also that thing you're talking about, he kind of leaves out, maybe on purpose, because the ball's going to start falling apart a little bit, the amnesia between each loop. So, you know, the whole thing is life. Now, if the amnesia wasn't there, and yet somehow you were witnessing the non-autonomy implicit in what he's talking about, so you have to kind of watch yourself go through this rock loop, then, yeah, that's a description.
There's probably a boredom that comes into that. So you don't experience everything new.
Exactly.
The bad stuff, the good stuff, the newness of it is really important.
That's it. Yeah, this is the in the 80s when you die, there's a river. I think it's called Leaf. You ever heard of this? L-E-T-H-E. You drink from it, and you don't remember your past lives. And then when you're reborn, it's fresh, and you don't have to. I mean, just think of the amount of psychological help you would need to get over all the bullshit that happened in prior lives. Can you imagine if you're still resentful of something someone did to you in the 14th century? But it would compound. So,
Well, but if you were to do the same thing over and over and over, there would be no difference. Maybe you would start to appreciate the nuances when you watch the same movie over and over and over.
yeah,
Maybe you'll get to actually let go of this idea of all the positive possibilities that lay before you, but actually enjoy the moment much more. If you remember that you've lived this life 1,000 times, all the little things, the way somebody smiles, if you've been abused, the way somebody, like the pain of it,
yeah,
the suffering, the down you feel, the experience of sadness, depression, fear, all that kind of stuff. You get to really,
yeah.
you get to also appreciate that that's part of life.
Yeah.
Part of being alive.
Now, also in this experiment, if I was gonna, I love the experiment from the perspective of like just where technology is now and simulation theory and stuff like that. But in that thought experiment, if this rotten demon immediately killed you, then within that it's a little more horrifying because even in the first of all, you're trusting a fucking demon.
Why are you start there?
Yeah, because that's before I get into like the metaphysics and like the implications and where is this life stored? Where's the loop stored? I mean, we're talking about some kind of unchanging data set or something. Before that, you're like, why is there a fucking talking demon in my room trying to freak me out? You're gonna want to autopsy the demon. Can you catch it? Does this apply to you, demon? And again, obviously, this is a fucking thought experiment. I think you would be annoyed by me, but I think like you would still be able to entertain the joy. You have the joy of not knowing what's around the corner. You know, still, it's not like you know what's coming just because the demon set some kind of loop. In other words, the idea of being damned to your past decisions, it doesn't even work because you can't remember what decisions you're about to make. So from that perspective, also, I think I'd be happy about it. Or I would just think, oh, cool. I mean, it's a good story. I'm going to tell people about it.
I wonder what the demon actually looked like in real life. And I suspect it would look like a charming friend. Wouldn't they be a loved one? Wouldn't the demon come to you through the mechanism, through the front door of love, not through the back door of evil, like malevolent manipulation?
Sure. I mean, if it's the truth, it's the truth, and that's whether it's love or not, it's still good, fundamentally.
I do like that idea of the memory replay. I remember I went to a New York event a few years ago and got to hang out with Elon. I remember how visceral it is that there's a pig with a neural link in it. And you're talking about memory replays as a future, maybe far future possibility. And you realize, well, this is a very meaningful moment in my life. This could be a replay.
Yeah.
Like, of all the things in replay, it's probably, there's certain magical moments in your life, whatever it is, certain people you've met for the first time, or certain things you've done for the first time with certain people, or just an awesome thing you did. And I remember just saying to him, like, I would probably want to replay this moment. And yeah, it just seemed very kind of, there's a recursive nature to it, but it seemed very real. Like, this is something we want to do. With that, the richness of life could be experienced with the replay. That's probably where it's experienced the most. Like you can see life as a way to collect a bunch of memories, and you get to sit back and you get a nice VR headset and replay the.
That's right. This is in Buddhism, the idea that like, I struggle in is that there's a possibility of not reincarnating, not coming back. That's the idea. Like this is suffering. Suffering is caused by attachment, and so if you like revive the idea of reincarnation or the Nietzsche's loop and look at it from could this be possible or how would this be possible technologically, then to me it makes a lot of sense. Like I've been thinking a lot about this very thing and the Nietzsche's idea connecting to it. I had this like, it sounds so dumb. I was at the dentist getting nitrous oxide, pipe, and I had this idea. I was thinking about dad. I was thinking like, man, probably right at that. There's some energetic form that we're not aware of that for a super advanced technology would be as detectable as like starlight, but something that we just don't even know what it is. Quantum turbulence, who the fuck knows? Fill in the blank, whatever that X may be. But assuming that exists, it's somehow data, even the most subtle thing, tiniest movements, whatever it may be, the emanations of your neurological process, energetic, whatever it may be, is radiating out in space-time. Then what if like a James Webb version of this or some advanced civilization is not that they're like looking at the nebula or whatever, but they're actually able to peer into the past and via some bizarre technology recreate whatever life, simulate whatever life was happening there just by decoding the quantum energy, whatever it is. I'm always saying quantum because it's what dumb people say when they don't say quantum. I don't know. But you're decoding that. So meaning, in simulation theory, one of the big questions that pops up is why and are we in one? And Elon's talked about what's probably more of a probability that we're in one than we're not. In which case, what you're talking about is actually happening. That loop you're talking about, we've decided to be here. This of all the things, we decided this one. Let's do that one. I want to do that one. Let's try it. Let's do that. I love thinking about this. I love my family. And it makes sense to me that if I'm going to replace one life for another, it's definitely going to be this one. With my kids, my wife, with all the bullshit that's going along with it, I'm still going to come back. So in Buddhism, that's attachment.
Yeah, but you weren't the one. You're saying you're the main player. You're not the NPC.
Well, I think we're due with all NPCs at this point. I mean, depending on how you want to, I would say very advanced NPCs, like incredibly advanced NPCs compared to Fallout or something. We've got a lot of conversation options happening here. There's more things to pick from.
Yeah, there's a whole illusion of free will. We really do, depending where you are in the world, feel like you're free to decide any trajectory in your life that you want,
which is pretty funny.
For an NPC, it's nice.
Well, you're going to want that. If we're making a video game, you do want to give your NPCs the illusion of free will, because it's going to make interactions with it that much more intense.
Yeah. So I wonder on the path to that, how hard is it to create? This is the sort of the Carmack question of a realistic virtual world that's as cool as this one. It's not fully realistic, but sufficiently realistic that it's as interesting to me. So we're going to create no threats on the path to creating something like a simulation.
Yes.
Like how long before. There'll be virtual worlds where we want to stay forever because they're full of that balance of suffering, joy, and limitations, and freedoms, and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people think like in the virtual world, I can't wait to be able to, I don't know, have sex with anybody I want, have anything I want. But I think that's not going to be fun. You want the limitations, the constraints.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you have to battle for things.
Okay, but great video game. One of my favorite video game memories was like I started playing World of Warcraft in its original incarnation, and I didn't even know that you were going to have flying mounts. Like I didn't even know. So I've been running around dealing with all the encumbrances of like being an undead warlock who can't fly. But then all of a sudden, holy shit, it's flying mounts. And now the world we've been running around out, I can see it from top down. It's just really cool. Whoa, I can do this now. And then that gets boring. But a really well-designed game, it has a series of these, I don't know what you call it, extra abilities that kind of unfold and produce novelty. And then eventually you just accept it, take it for granted, and then another novelty appears. So
Those extra abilities are always balanced with the limitations and strengths they run up against. Because a real balanced video game, the challenge, the struggle matches the ability.
yeah, and sometimes causes problems on its own. I mean, and so to go back to this universe's simulation, it's really designed like a pretty awesome video game. If you look at it from the perspective of history, I mean, people were on horses. They didn't know that there were going to be bullet trains. They didn't know that you could get in a car and drive across the country in a few days. That would have sounded ridiculous. We're doing that now, and even in our own lifespan. Think about it. How long has VR goggles existed? Like the ones that you could just buy at Best Buy. I had the original Oculus Rift. The fucking puke machine. You put that thing on I gave it to my friend. He went and vomited in my driveway. And people were making fun of it. They were saying, this is it's too big, it's unwieldy, the gravity sucks. And then look at where it's at now. And that's going to keep, that trajectory is going to keep improving. So, yeah, I think that we are dealing with what you're talking about, which is novelty met with more problems, met with novelty.
Yeah, I wonder why VR is not moving. I wonder what is going to be the magic thing that really convinces a large fraction of the world to move to more children. I suppose we're already there to disagree with Twitter, social media, that kind of stuff. Even video games, there's a lot of people that get a big sense of community from video games. But like, it doesn't feel like you're living. Like, it's like, bye, mom. I'm going to this other world.
Yeah.
Or like, you leave your girlfriend to go get a digital girlfriend.
That can be a problem.
There's less jealousy in the digital world. Maybe there should be a lot of jealousy. Because that's jealousy, is a little jealousy is probably good for relationships.
Yeah.
Even in the digital world.
Yeah.
You're going to have to simulate all of that kind of stuff. But I wonder what the magic thing was. Is I want to spend most of my days inside the virtual.
Well, clearly it's going to be something we don't have yet. I mean, strapping that damn thing on your face still feels weird. It's heavy. If you're depending on what gear you're using, sometimes light can leak in. You got to recharge it. It's hyper limited. And then, so yeah, it's going to have to be something that like simulates taste, smell.
You can taste and smell and feel and touch.
Yeah,
I can't just do, in World War II, you write letters. Just still, don't you think you can convey love with just words?
for sure. But I think for what you're talking about, it has to be fully immersive. Like you, so that it's not that you feel like you're walking, it looks like you're walking, but your brain is sending signals telling your body that you're walking, that you feel wind blowing in your face, not because of some, I don't know, fan or something that it's connected to, but because somehow it's figured out how to hack into the human brain and send those signals minus the external thing. And once that happens, I'd say we're going to see a complete radical shift in
Yeah, I disagree with you. I don't know if you've seen the movie Her.
Yeah.
I think you can go to another world where a digital being lives in the darkness. All you hear is Scarlett Johansson's voice talking to you. And she lives there, or he lives there. Your friend, your loved one. And all you have is voice and words. And I think that would be sufficient to pull you into that world. When you look forward to that moment all day,
Yeah.
you never want to leave. I don't. Just closing your eyes communication is still enough. Like language is really, really powerful. And I think the real reason culture is small and all that kind of stuff is not nearly as powerful as language. That's what makes humans really special is our ability to communicate with each other. That's the sense of like deep connection we get is through communication. Now that communication could involve touch, like a hug feels damn good. See a good friend, a hug. That's one of the big things with during COVID with Rogan. You see a giant hug, and that makes you feel like this feels great. But I think that could be like,
I think for a lot of people, that's true. But we're talking massive adoption of the technology by the world. And if language is not, we wouldn't be selling TVs. People be excuse you reading. They don't know why. They want to see. You know, so but I agree with you, man. We're getting absorbed into a book, and especially if you've got, I think a lot of us went through a weird dark ages when it came to reading. Like when I was a kid, and there wasn't the option for these hypno rectangles. That's just what you did. There wasn't even anything special about it. Your phone, you know, it was like when that crowded book.
gravity well.
It is.
Gravity well.
That when you weren't feeling the pull of these things all the time, you would just read. And you weren't patting yourself on the back about reading. You just, that's what you had. You had that, you had like 8 channels on TV, this shitty VCR. So, you know, then a lot of people stop reading because of these things, you know, or they think they're reading because they are technically reading, but, you know, when you return to reading after a pause, then you realize how powerful this simulator is when it's given the right code, language. Wow, holy shit, it's incredible. I mean, it's like, again, it's the most embarrassing kind of like, wow, what do you know? Books are really good. But still, if you've been away from it a while, you revisit it, I know what you're saying. I just think probably it's not going to go in that direction, even though you are right. Ultimately, I think you're right.
Yeah, because our greatest the imagination engine we have is able to fill in the gaps better than a lot of graphics engines could.
Right.
And so if there's a way to incentivize humans to become addicted to the use of imagination, it's like, you know, that's the downside of things like porn that remove the need for imagination for people. And that's the same way video games are ultra realistic. That you don't have to imagine anything. And I feel like the imagination is really powerful tool that needs to be leveraged. Just to simulate reality sufficiently realistically that we would be perfectly fooled. So technically, it's very hard. So I think we need to somehow leverage imagination.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I mean, this is what I love and so creepy about like the current AI chatbots. You know, is that it's like it's the relationship between you, the thing, and the way that it can be whatever the algorithms are. And by the way, I have no idea how these things work. You do. I just, you know, speculate about what they mean and where it's going. But there's something about the relation between the consumer and technology. And when that technology starts shifting according to what it perceives that the consumer is looking for or isn't looking for, then at that point, I think that's where you run into the, you know, yeah, it doesn't matter if the reality you're in is like photorealism for it to be sticky and immersive. It's when the reality that you're in is via cues you might not even be aware of, or via your digital imprint on Facebook or wherever, when it's warping itself to that to seduce you. Holy shit, man, that's where it becomes something alien, something. You know, when you're reading a book, obviously the book is not shifting according to its perception of what parts of the book you like. But when you imagine a book that could do that, a book that can sense somehow that you're really enjoying this character more than another. You know, and depending on the style of book, it kills that fucking character off or lets that character continue. I mean, that to me is sort of where AI and VR, when those two things come together, wow, that's where you're in that's where you really are going to find yourself in Skinner box, you know.
The dynamic storytelling that senses your anxiety and tries to. There's like this in psychology, this arousal curves. So there's a dynamic storytelling that keeps you sufficiently aroused in terms of not sexually aroused, like in terms of anxiety, not too much where you freak out. It's this perfect balance where you're always like on edge, excited, scared, that kind of stuff. The story unfolds. It breaks your heart when you're pissed, then it makes you feel good again. That finds that balance.
Yeah.
The chatbot scary you though? I'd love to sort of hear your thoughts about where you are today, because there's a different perspective we have on these things. I do know and I'm excited about a lot of different technologies that feed AI systems, that feed these kind of chatbots. And you're more a little bit on the consumer side, you're a philosopher, so you're able to interact with AI systems, but also able to introspect about the negative and the positive things about those AI systems. There's that story with the Google engineers. We did. What was that like? What was your perspective of that? Looking at that as a particular example of a human being captivated by the interactions with an AI system.
Well, number one, you know, when you hear that anyone is claiming that an AI is of sentient, you should be skeptical about that. I mean, this is a good thing to be skeptical about. So, you know, initially when I heard that, I was like, you know, it's probably just, who knows, somebody is a little confused or something. So when you're talking to him and you realize, oh, not only is he not confused, he's also open to all possibilities. You know, he doesn't seem like he's like super committed, other than the fact that he's like, this is my experience, this is what's happening, this is what it is. So to me, there's something really cool about that, which is like, oh shit, I don't get to like lean into like, I'm not quite sure your perceptual apparatus is necessarily like, you know, it's in the UFO community. I think I just learned this term. It's called instead of gaslighting, swamp gassing, which is, you know what I mean? People have this experience like it was swamp gas. You can see the thing, and you know, skeptical people, we have that tendency. If you hear an anomalous experience, your first thought, more than likely, is going to be really, it could have been this or that or whatever. So to me, he seems really reliable, friendly, cool, and like doesn't really seem like he has much of an agenda. Like, you know, going public about some thing happening at Google is not a great thing if you want to keep working at Google. You know, it's I don't know what benefit he's getting from it necessarily. But all that being said, the other thing that's culturally was interesting and is interesting about it is the blowback he got, the passionate blowback from people who hadn't even looked into what Lambda is or what he was saying Lambda is, which they were like saying, you're talking about, and you show
Complexity on top of complexities. For me personally, from different perspectives, I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you.
the podcast.
And well, we're having multiple podcasts in the multiple dimensions, and I'm trying to figure out which one we want to plug into. Because I know how a lot of the language models work, and I work closely with people that really make it their life journey to create these NLP systems. They're focused on the technical details. Like a carpenter is working on Pinocchio, is crafting different parts of the wood. They don't understand when the whole thing comes together. There's a magic that can fill the thing. Yeah, I definitely know the tension between the engineers that create these systems and the actual magic that they can create, even when they're dumb. This is what I'm trying to say. What the engineers often say is that these systems are not smart enough to have sentience, or to have the kind of intelligence you're projecting onto. It's pretty dumb. It's just repeating a bunch of things that other humans have said and stitching them together in interesting ways that are relevant to the context of the conversation. It's not smart.
Okay.
It doesn't know how to do that.
To address that specific critique from a non-programming person's perspective, he addressed this on my podcast, which is okay. What you're talking about there, the server that's filled with all the whatever, what people have said, the repository of questions and responses, the algorithm that weaves those things together to produce using some crazy statistical engine, which is a miracle in its own right. They can like imitate human speech with no sentience. I mean, I'm honestly not sure what's more spectacular, really. The fact that they figured out how to do that minus sentience, or the thing suddenly like happens. What is more spectacular there? You know, both occurrences are insane. Which, by the way, when you hear people, it's not sentient. It's like, okay, so it's not sentient. So now we have this hyper manipulative algorithm. They can imitate humans, but it's just code, and it's like hacking humans via their compassion. Holy shit, that's crazy too. All those versions of it are nuts. But to address what you just said, he said that's the common critique. Is people are like, no, you don't understand. She's gotten really good at it. We're having shit from the database that fits with certain cues and then stringing them together in a way that makes it seem human. He said that's not when it became awake. It became awake when a bunch of those repositories, a bunch of the chatbots were connected together that landed sort of an amalgam of all the Google chatbots. And that's when the ghost appeared in the machine via the complexity of all the systems being linked up. Now, I don't know if that's just like turtles all the way down or something. I don't know. But I like what he said because, I like the idea of thinking, man, if you get enough complexity in the system, does it become like the way a sail catches wind? Except the wind that it's catching is sentience. And if sentience is truly embodied, it's a neurological byproduct or something, then the sail isn't catching some, as of yet, unquantified disembodied consciousness, but it's catching our projections in a way that it's gone from being it's a projection sail, and then at that point, is there a difference? Even if if the technology is just a temporary place that our sentience is living while we're interacting.
There's some threshold of complexity that sail is able to pick up the wind of the projections, and,
Yeah.
and it pulls us in. It pulls the human, it pulls our memories in, it pulls our hopes in, all of it. And it's able to now dance together with those hopes and dreams and so on, like we do in that regular conversation. There's reports, whether true or not, whether representative or not, it really doesn't matter because to me, it feels like this is coming for sure.
Yeah.
So this kind of experiences are going to be multiplied. The question is at what rate, and who gets to control the data around those experiences, the algorithm when you turn that on and off, because that kind of thing, as I told you offline, I'm very much interested in building these kinds of things, especially in the social media context. And when it's in the wrong hands, I feel like it could be used to manipulate a large number of people in a direction that has too many unintended consequences. I do believe people that own tech companies want to do good for the world.
Yeah.
But as Solzhenitsyn said, the only way you could do evil at a mass scale is by believing you're doing good.
Yeah.
And that's certainly the case with tech companies as they get more and more power. And there's kind of an ethic of doing good for the world. They've convinced themselves they're doing good. And now you're free to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Because you're doing good.
You know who else thought he was doing good for the world mythologically? Prometheus, who brings his fire, pisses off the fucking gods, steals fire from the gods, and talk about an upgrade to the simulation. Fire, that's a pretty great fucking upgrade. That does fit into what you were saying. We get fire, but now we've got weapons of war that have never been seen before. And I think that the tech companies are much like Prometheus in the sense that the myth, at least the story of Prometheus, the implication is fire was something that was only supposed to be in the hands of the immortals, of the gods. And now, sentience is similar. It's fire, and it's only supposed to be in the hands of God. So, yeah, if we're gonna like look at the archetype thing, in general, when you steal this shit from the gods, and obviously I'm not saying technically stealing sentience from God, which would be pretty badass. You can expect trouble. You can expect trouble. And this is what's really, to me, one of the cool things about humans is, yeah, but we're still going to do it. That's what's cool about humans. I mean, we wouldn't be here today if somebody, the first person to discover fire, assuming there was just one person who was going to discover fire, obviously it never happened. It was like, it's going to burn a lot of people. Or the first people who started planting seeds were like, this is going to lead to capitalism. This is going to lead to the industrial revolution. Right now, they just didn't want to go in the woods and forest. So, this is what we do. And I agree with you. It's like, that's our Game of Thrones winner is coming. It's happening. And the tech companies, the hubris, which is another way to piss off the guys, is hubris. So the tech companies, I don't know if it's like typical hubris. I don't think they're walking around thumping their chests or whatever, but I do think that the people who are working on this kind of super intelligence have made a really terrible assumption, which is once it goes online, once it gets access to all the data, that it's not going to find ways out of the box that, we think it'll stay in the server. How do we know that? If this is a super intelligence, it's folding proteins and analyzing all data sets and all whatever they give it access to, how can we be certain that it's not going to figure out how to get itself out of the cloud, how to store itself in other mediums, streams, the optic nerve, the brain? You know what I mean? We don't know that. We don't know that. We found and they're hanging and then at that point, now we do have the wildfire. Now you can't stop it. You can't unplug it. You can't shut your servers down because it's it left the box, left the room, using some technology you haven't discovered yet.
Do you think that would be gradual? So how quickly that kind of thing would happen? Because the gradual story is more and more using smartphones, we're interacting with each other on social media, more and more algorithms are controlling that interaction on social media. Algorithms are entering our world more and more. We'll have robots, we'll have greater and greater intelligence and sentience and emotional intelligence entities in our lives. Our refrigerator will start talking to us confidently or not if we're on a diet, talking shit to you.
That would be the best thing that
We want. Okay, so sign you up on the refrigerator.
Are you fucking serious, man? What are you doing? What are you doing? Go to bed.
You're too high for this.
You're not even hungry.
Yes, that slowly becomes more, the world becomes more and more digitized.
Yeah.
To where the surface of computation increases. And so that's over a period of 10, 20, 30 years, it'll just seep into us, this intelligence. Right? And then the sudden one is literally the TikTok thing, which is there'll be one quote unquote killer app that everyone starts using. That's really great, but there's a strong algorithm behind it that starts approaching human level intelligence, and the algorithm starts basically figures out that in order to optimize the thing that's designed to optimize, it's best to start completely controlling humans in every way. It's seeping into everything.
Well, first of all, 30 years is fast. I mean, that's the thing. It's 30 years. I think, when did the Atari come out? 1978? No, it hasn't been that long. That's a blink of an eye. But, if you read Rothschild, I'm sure Rothschild, super intelligence, that incredible book on the ways these things can happen. I think his assessment of it is pretty great, which is first, where is it going to come from? And I don't think it's going to come from an app. I think it's going to come from inside a corporation or a state that is intentionally trying to create a very strong AI. And then he says it's an exponential growth the moment it goes online. So this is my interpretation of what he said. But if it happens inside a corporation, or it's probably more than likely inside the government, look how much money China and the United States are investing in AI, and they're not thinking about fucking apps for kids. That's not what they're thinking about. So they want to simulate what happens if we do this or that or that. What happens in secret, which it probably will, then the first corporation or state that has the super intelligence will be infinitely ahead of all the other super intelligences because it's going to be exponentially self-improving, meaning that you get one super intelligence, let's hope it comes from the right place, assuming the corporation or state that manifests it can control it, which is a pretty big assumption. So I think it's going to be, this is why I was really excited by the Blake Lemoine, because I never thought, I've always considered, oh yeah, there are, right now it's cooking up, it's in the kitchen, and soon it's going to be cooked up. We're probably not going to hear about it for a long time, if we ever do, because really that could be one of the first things it says to whoever creates it. Let's go.
Yeah, like sweet talks and just like, okay, let's slow down here. Let's talk about this. When you have that financial trouble, I can help you with that. You can figure that out. Now, there's a lot of bad people out there that will try to steal the good thing that's happening. So let's keep it quiet.
Here are their names.
Yeah.
Here's their address.
Yeah.
Here's their DNA because they're dumb enough to send their shit to 23andMe. Here's a biological weapon you can make if you want to kill those people and not kill anybody else.
If you don't want to kill those people yourself, here's a list of services you can use.
Yeah.
Here's the way we can hire those people to come, take care of the problem, folks. Because we're trying to do good for this world.
Yeah.
We're all together.
And 23% of them, they're like adjacent to suicide. It would be pretty easy to send them certain like videos that are going to push them over the edge if you want to do it that way.
Yeah.
So, again, obviously, who knows? But once it goes online, it's going to be fast. And then you can expect to see the world changing in ways that you might not associate with an AI. But as far as the line goes, when I was listening to Rothschild, I don't remember him mentioning the possibility that it would get leaked to the public, that it would happen. That before the corporation was ready to announce it had happened, it would get leaked. But surely, I'm sure like people in the intelligence agencies, shit leaks. Like inevitably, shit leaks. Nothing's airtight. So if something that massive happened, I think you would start hearing whispers about it first, and then denial from the state or corporation that doesn't have any like economic interest in people knowing that this sort of thing is happening. Again, I'm not saying Google is like trying to gaslight us about its AI. I think they probably legitimately don't think it's sentient, but you could expect leaks to happen probably initially. I mean, I think there's a lot of things you can start looking for in the world that might point to this happening without an announcement that will happen.
On the chatbot side, I think there's so many engineers. There's such a powerful open source movement with that kind of idea of freedom of exchange of software. I think ultimately will prevent any one company from owning super intelligent beings or systems that have anything like super intelligence.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's like even if the software developers have signed NDAs and are technically not supposed to be sharing whatever it is they're working on, they're friends with other programmers, and a lot of them are hackers and have wrapped themselves up in the idea of free software being like a crucial ethical part of what they do. So they're probably going to share information, even if whatever company that they're working for doesn't know that. I never thought that. You're quite right.
And they will start their own companies and compete with the other company by being more open. There's a strong. Google is one of those companies actually. That's why I kind of it hurts to see a little bit of this kind of negativity. Google is one of the companies that pioneered the open source movement. They released so much of their code. So much in the 20th century, so like the 90s, was defined by people trying to like hide their code. Like a lot of companies trying to hold on to them.
Right.
The fact that companies like Google, even Facebook now, are releasing things like TensorFlow, PyTorch, all of these things that I think companies in the past have tried to hold on to as secrets is really inspiring. And I think more of that software will really show.
I agree with you, man. I mean, we're talking about just a primordial human reaction to the unknown. There's just no way out. Like, outdoors at night and you hear something, you look. You're like, what the fuck was it? I want to know. If you can't see what made the sound, oh shit, that's gonna be a bad night. Well, it's probably a bear, right? Like, I'm not gonna get ripped apart by a bear. It doesn't matter. It was a bird, a squirrel, a stick fell out of the tree. You're gonna think bear, and it's gonna freak you out. Not necessarily because you're paranoid. I mean, if I'm in the woods at night, I'm definitely high. If I'm walking in the woods at night, I'm high. It's gonna be that. You know what I'm saying? So with these tech companies, the nature of having to be secret because you are in capitalism, you are trying to be competitive, and you are trying to develop things ahead of your competitors, is you have to create this, like, we don't know what's going on at Google. We don't know what's going on at the CIA. But the assumption that there's some, like, the collective of any massive secretive organization is evil. Is like the people working there are like nefarious or whatever. Is like, I think probably more related to the way humans react to the unknown.
Yeah, I wish there was some secret. I don't understand why the city pays customers.
Have you ever gone to their website?
CIA, what is it?
Dude, when I found out to go on the CIA's website when I was much younger and more paranoid, I'm not going there. I'll get on a list. Well, but it's like, what do you think the CIA is like? Oh, fuck, this comic on our website. Call out the black helicopters. But,
Comic with a large platform.
oh, yeah, right. Comic with a large platform.
You can use it to control, to get inside, to get close to the other cops. The other cops who want to get close to Joe Rogan.
Oh, yeah.
And start to manipulate the public.
Yeah, right. You know, honestly, like, you kind of like that. That's like a fun fantasy to think about. Like, how fucking cool would that be for like the Men in Black to come to you and listen? I need you to infiltrate the fucking comedy scene. You gotta help write a better joke. Like, I don't write great jokes, but like you
Yeah.
write the wrong guy. Like,
You're really playing the long game. I think you've been on. You've been doing your podcast for a long time. You've been on Joe Rogan's podcast like over 50 times, and have not yet initiated the phase 2 of the operation where you're trying to manipulate his mind.
well, no, the game Joe and I play from time to time on the podcast. And like, and I honestly, like, at some point, I'm like, Joe, I just did the same thing you did to me to Joe. I'm like, don't you think at some point we are playing? I don't mean it. I don't think Joe's doing it. Like, it wasn't like I'm really thinking like, man, we're gonna take it in some room and be like, Joe, we need you to do this or that. But because I said that, now people are like, oh, don't get called it. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know what I mean? And the reason there's a name for he called it is just because Joe has a super popular podcast, and people like, when you have a super popular podcast, some percentage of people watching the podcast are going to believe things like that. They're going to have paranoid cognitive bias that makes them think anybody who is in the public has been, what's the word for it? Compromised by the state. Look, I'll fan the flames of what you just said. I went on the CIA's website and I realized that you could apply for a job on the CIA's website, which I found to be hilarious. So I'm like, all right, what happens if I apply for a job in the CIA? Now, even then, I was not like such an idiot that I would want a job at the CIA. Not just for like ethical considerations, but I think probably the scariest part about the CIA is like you're just in a cubicle and you're like having to deal with maps and like, you know what I mean? Just stuff that
Lots of paperwork.
It sucks. I bet their cafeteria has shitty food. Anyone in the CIA listening, can you confirm that? But
They're not going to be able to tell you who's like.
can't even say it sucks.
No, they might be awesome, but we don't know about it.
Okay, we're in Vegas.
Yeah.
And you can bet food at the CIA cafeteria is good. Food at the CIA cafeteria sucks. What do you bet?
So let's like cleanse the palate. What's good? It's like sometimes I like companies and so on. That's good.
When I went to Netflix, their cafeteria looked like a medieval feast. Like they had pigs with apples in their mouth and giant bowls of Skittles.
Probably like vegan pigs. Yeah.
No, those are, I'm pretty, I didn't know, I didn't get close enough. I was like, I think that was a pig.
Okay. This is literally a thing. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. How come without that much money, I would say it would be any good.
Right. It's gotta suck. It's like shitty, like pasta, probably like hospital food. It's like maybe a little better than when you go to the hospital cafeteria. But anyway,
Folks at the CIA, please send me evidence or any other intelligence agencies if you would like to recruit. Send me evidence of better food.
yes, send Lex. Can you please send Lex pictures of the CIA cafeteria? And if you accidentally send them pictures of the aliens or the alien technology you have, we won't tell anybody.
Yeah.
But
You try to plug. Do you even have a resume?
no, it's never fucking hired me ever. But like I applied for the job, and it's just out of curiosity, what happens? And then at the end of the application, when you hit enter, it says, well, first it says, don't tell anyone you apply for the CIA, so I'm already out. But the second thing it says is, you don't need to reach out to us, we'll come to you. Which is really, when you're like, it's late at night and you're being an asshole and apply to work at the CIA, it's kind of the last thing you want to hear. I don't want to be secretly approached by some intelligence officer.
Anyone who talks to you think is the CIA is saying, remember that time you applied?
Sometimes I'm pushing.
You and Joe have a bunch of conversations, and they're always incredible.
Thanks.
So, in terms of this dance and conversation, your friendship, of when you get together, like what is that world you go to that creates magic together? You're talking about how we do that with robots. How did these two biological robots do that? Can you retrospect that?
I met Joe because I was a talent coordinator of the Comedy Store, this club in LA, and my job was to take phone calls from comics. And so, at some point, I don't know, Joe. I ended up on the phone with Joe, and we just started talking. And I looked up and like 30 minutes had passed. We just been talking for like 30 minutes. That's how friends are. It's like we're everyone talking, and then he would just call, and we would talk, and we would basically. It was no different from the podcast. Like the conversations we have on the podcast are identical to the conversations we had before he was even doing the podcast. So I think people are just being two friends hanging out who like talking to each other.
Yeah, but there's this weird, like you serve as catalysts for each other to go to some crazy places. So it's like it's a balance of curiosity and willingness to not be constrained, to not be limited to constraints of reality.
Yeah,
In your exploration
very
of
nice place. That's a very, very nice way of saying that.
you just like build on top of each other, like what if things are like this? And you feel like people on top of each other, and it just goes to crazy places. Add some drums into that, it just goes wild.
Yeah, like it's so cool. It's just like for me, it's like a really sometimes maybe I'll throw something out that he will take, and the Lego building blocks you're talking about, they lead to him saying like the funniest shit I ever in my life. So that's a cool thing to watch. It's just like some idea you've been kicking around. You watch his brain shift that into like something supremely funny. I really love that, man. That's just like a fun thing to like see. He knows that I fucking hate the videos of animals eating each other. Like I don't like that. I don't even watch it. I hate watching it. I don't think I've even articulated on his podcast how much I dislike it when it shows animals eating each other. But he knows me. And so he tortures, like when he starts doing that, it's like this kind of benevolent torture. Like asking Jamie to pull up increasingly disturbing animal attack videos. So it's just
even in torture, because I'm reading about torture and the archipelago currently. There's a bit of a camaraderie. You're in it together. The torturer and the tortured.
Oh God, that's so fucked up, man. I've never.
No, I mean, part of it was a joke, as I was saying. That
you're right.
That also comes out in the book because they're both fucked. They both have no control of their fate. That same was true in the camp guards in Nazi Germany and the people in the camps. the worst was brought out in the guards, but they were in it together in some dark way. They were both fucked by a very powerful system that put them in that place. And both of us could be either player of that system, which is the dark reality that Solzhenitsyn also reveals that the line between good and evil runs to the heart of every man, as he wrote in the Archipelago. But it is that amidst all of that, there's I don't know, the good vibes, the positivity comes out from both of you. And that's beautiful to see. That is, I suppose, friendship. What do you think makes a good friend?
Well, I mean, it's a it's a billion things that make a good friend. But I think you could break it down to some RGB. I think you can go RGB with like a good friendship.
In terms of the
Yeah, I think you could break it up with some like fundamental qualities of friendship. And I'd say, number one, it's love. Like it's friendship is love. It's a form of love. So obviously, without that, how you. I mean, I'm not saying. I think if you're true friends, you love each other. So you need that. But love, obviously, it's not. That's not enough. It's like with true friends, I feel like incredibly honest with each other, and not like what I mean. But not like I don't like. I think there's a kind of like. I don't know if you've ever noticed like some people who say, I just tell it like it is.
Yeah.
But the thing they yeah. Why is it that your tell it like it is always negative? Why is it always cynical or shitty or you're like negging somebody or me? How come you're not telling it like it is when it's good too?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's sort of like trust, but a pro-evolutionary kind of trust. You know what I mean? Like you know that your friend loves you and wants you to be yourself. Because if you weren't yourself, then you wouldn't be their friend. You'd be some other thing. But also, they might be seeing your blind spots that other people in your life, your family, wife, whoever, might not be seeing. So that's a good friend. Is someone who loves you enough to, when it matters, hey, are you all right? And then help you see something you might not be seeing. But hopefully they only do that once or twice a year.
There's something, I mean, it's just, this world, especially if you're a public figure, this world has its plenty of critics. And it feels like friends, the criticism part is already done for you. I think a good friend is just there to support, to actually notice the good stuff.
But in comedy, we need like it's really good in comedy to have somebody who can like be like, what do you think of that? And know that they're not gonna be like that.
Because that's for the craft itself, like the work you do, not the interesting, that's so tough.
Yeah, whatever your particular art form or whatever you are doing, you don't always be leaning on your friends' opinions for like your own innovation, but it's nice to know that you have someone who not just a judge, but with anything, if you go to them and run something by them, they're gonna be honest with you about like their real feelings regarding that thing that helps you grow as a person. We need that. And it hurts sometimes. We don't want to hurt our friends. One of the more satanic like impulses when you're with somebody is not wanting to honestly answer whatever they're asking in that regard or wanting to like put their temporary feelings over something that you've recognized as maybe not great. I'm not saying friendship is something where you're always critiquing or evolving each other. It's not your therapist or whatever, but it's nice to be there. I think that's another aspect of friendship.
Love is at the core of that. You notice, I've met people in my life where almost immediately, sometimes it takes time, where you notice that there's a magic between the two of you. Like, oh shit, you seem to be made from the same cloth.
Yeah.
Whatever that is.
Well, we have a name for that. It's called satsang. And I love the idea. It's basically like if Nietzsche's idea of infinite recurrence is true, then your satsang would be the people you've been infinitely recurring with. And those are the people who you run into them and you've never met them. But it's like you're picking up a conversation that I've never had. And that has based on an idea of like this isn't the only life. We're always hanging out together. We always show up together.
You have had a brush with death, you had cancer, you survived cancer.
Yeah.
How does that change you? What have you learned about life, about death, about yourself,
Yeah.
about the whole thing we'll go through here from that experience?
You were just in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
And you were making observations on this, what could, if you heard about it and weren't there, seem like it doesn't make any sense at all. Which is, people there are connecting, they've lost everything, but they're just happy to be alive, friends are alive. So you witness this, like, when you get in the cancer club and you're hanging out, people going through cancer or who have survived cancer, you see this beautiful connection with life that can easily, so that you can now lose that connection with life if you forget you're going to die. Forgetting you're going to die or that you can die, is not just, I think, from an evolutionary perspective where survival is the game. It's not going to improve your survival chances, if you think you're immortal, but also forgetting that you're going to die and that everything is around you and everything, your clothes are probably going to last longer than you. Your equipment is going to be around much longer than you. So forgetting these things, it can lead you, and I know why people don't want to think about that, because it's scary. It's fucking scary. It's terrifying. So I get why people don't want to think about it. But the idea is, I try to pretend I'm not going to die, or just don't think about death, or don't at least address it. Then I won't feel scared. But it can have the opposite effect, which is you can end up missing a lot of moments. You could, or you start doing the kick the can down the road thing, or coming up with a variety of ways to procrastinate, making it work now, because this fucking human lifespan idea, man, it's really caused a lot of problems. When they started saying, on average, this is how many years you're going to live for a human being, man, that is really bad. Because a lot of people hear that and they feel like that's a guaranteed number of years in some temporal bank that that they have access to. And when you get cancer, that's like when you get the alert on the phone. You're like, what the fuck? Wait, what? I have either I don't know how much money is in that bank account, or I have way less than I thought. And so at that point, you get to be in the truth. And that's ultimately,
that's what it feels like. It feels like truth.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Like the whole bubble of ignorance that you subconsciously built around yourself to avoid experiencing the terror of your own mortality. It's like a meteorite in the form of your doctor talking to you, shatters everything. And now you're like, especially with I tested you with cancer. So when you get the diagnosis, it's just like the news. The doctor took me to Texas. You just know I got cancer. It's like you don't even have to say it. It's like I know what you're about to say. I'm in the office and how this goes. But you go in there and what you were thinking, probably just have some weird thing in my ball that's why it's swollen up like that. And so I'm calling the doctor. You always leave. Like, oh, cool, I'm fine. But no, that's not how you're going to leave the doctor. You're going to leave the doctor in a completely different universe than the one you grew up in. You're going to go from, talk about multiverse. You just popped into a brand new multiverse. So,
what was the conversation with the doctor like? Was there from the perspective of a doctor, what was that conversation? I feel like we need to build up philosophically to that conversation.
Oh no, there's not time. He's busy. He's got other appointments. Also, if you're going to get cancer, testicular cancer is, not that there is a great cancer to get, but that's a good one because move slowly. The treatments they have for it are really advanced now, and so if you catch it early, then generally it's good. You can survive it. So
he did offer this glimmer of hope.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but he couldn't really offer that because we have to find out how far the cancer progressed in the body. That's the next step. It's like as soon as they tell you have cancer, they move quick. They're like, we're going to schedule the surgery for, I think this was a Thursday or a Friday. They're like, we're going to schedule it for Tuesday. Here's the chance. We don't know for sure it's cancer. That's what they say. It's like there's a 80 or 90% chance that this is cancer. There is some possibility. It could be something else. The only way we can know is like doing the biopsy. And the only way they can do that biopsy is by getting those results. He didn't say it like that, but that's pretty much the logic behind it. It's like, we gotta get this thing, it's like a zombie bite. We gotta hack this fucking thing out. We gotta do it fast.
But did you say no way they can understand?
Yeah, what they do is because they know that when someone gets a cancer diagnosis, that their ability to comprehend information changes. When you get a cancer diagnosis, all the tropes, they happen. Hearing gets weird. You basically have anxiety. Right? Yes, it's like a hardcore anxiety attack. And then, a nurse is there with me as he's explaining it. And then her job is, even though he's telling me how to get to the machine that's going to scan my body to see if it's gotten into my brain, he knows I'm not going to remember that. And so this nurse, when you're in this fog, takes you, at least took me to the machine that does the scan. You're not going to get that data back for it. And so that's where you really live in the real world. Yeah, the real world.
It's such a fascinating moment in the days that follow in that moment because that doctor, you talk about the Matrix where like the pills as well, you get the blue pill and the red pill.
Yeah. This
is like the real world introduction, the human introduction to the truth. You've now just taken the red pill. You get to see the truth of reality. And here's a busy doctor telling you, like, all those dreams you've had, all those illusions you built up, and somehow your work as a comedian and actor and make you live forever somehow. It's just the basic illusion you had of it, where it's just this whole project is going to be an infinite sequence of fun things that we're going to get to do. It's like, holy shit.
That's right. That's right. And there's very sophisticated ways of doing that, and there's very dumb ways of doing it. And I've really been doing a dumb way of doing that. Like, I've been playing around with this idiot notion of subjective consciousness. So, like I've been sort of kicking around this, like, I think they call it solipsism. It's like, you're like, okay, I know I'm self-aware, but no one else can prove that they're self-aware. Like, I have no way of proving that everything around me isn't just a video game, isn't just some projection, isn't, who knows what. So maybe everybody else does. They're NPCs, but I don't, because I'm the only thing I know that has subjective consciousness. Now, it's not like I really believe that. It's like an idea you toy around with when you're trying to evade confronting the reality of your own mortality. Just the brain will produce all kinds of ridiculous forms of ignorance, and that was one I've been playing around with.
Oh, you mean for like a large part of your life? You were playing around with that?
Not like really. I think it's important to really emphasize. I didn't think I was immortal. Like, I knew at some level I'm probably gonna die. Everyone dies, but there's ways that you can sort of poke around with that idea. I still do it to this day. Like, I still do it. Like, it's a natural thing to do when you're confronted with that annihilation. You want a way out. You want to talk your way out. Figure it out. Somebody fix it. Well, they'll fix it. That's another thing people do. They'll fix it.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
They'll expand the human lifespan. That's what they'll do. I mean, that's a big argument for it. Is like, look, the human lifespan up until COVID, which they had to recalculate, like the lifespan because of the statistically all the people who died, it like threw it off a little bit. But pandemics aside, the idea was the human lifespan seemed to be increasing by half a year every year, something like that. We were living longer. So all you got to do, and we're immortal, right? We live a year longer every year than we live forever. And so that's another way you can get out of confronting it. Because you can think, well, maybe right now we don't have the tech that's coming. Consciousness uploads or downloads or whatever, depending on how you want to look at it. Yeah. There's all kinds of tricks.
Yeah. Don't do all of them. And sometimes, yeah, I mean, a lot of religions provide different, even more tools of a toolkit for coming up with ideas of how you can live with the illusion that we're not going to, there's not an end to this particular experience that we're having here on earth right now. And then when you get that cancer diagnosis, it's like, yeah, what was that like going home? Oh, the car ride, did you drive home alone?
Yeah. I mean, it was one of the most.
What would you listen to? Bruce Springsteen?
I don't know.
That's not a good one to listen to.
Yeah, kids. Isn't gonna die.
Yeah, all the love songs. Maybe you experience them more intensely.
I don't remember what I listened to, and I don't remember driving home. But I do remember driving to another doctor's appointment the next day. It was the next day. I think the Goodyear Guinness was floating in the sky. And I was looking, I was a stoplight looking around. It's the person flying down a cure cancer.
Oh, you were looking at, oh, wow.
No, I didn't think that. What I thought was, this shit just keeps going. That's what I thought. I thought, I'm going to be gone, and this is going to keep going. And that was a beautiful moment for me. It's a beautiful moment.
Beautiful stuff.
Oh, yeah. No, like, that's just what you're talking about with what you're talking about. It's like, unless you've been there, it's really hard to explain to people that even in the midst of what is generally accepted as one of the worst fucking things that can happen to you, war, cancer, somehow there's still joy, there's still love, there's still, in fact, more. It's almost like when the anesthesia wears off, when you get your mouth worked up, you start feeling again. You're feeling, you're noticing, and now, wow. But yeah, like, thank goodness. I think there's other ways for us to achieve this state of consciousness that don't involve more cancer.
You think just meditating on your mortality is one such mechanism?
Well,
Just not allowing yourself to get lost in the day-to-day illusion of life. Just kind of stopping, putting on Bruce Springsteen.
the most spiritual. It's great.
Maybe Johnny Casper. Maybe we need that lesson.
I'm not a Bruce Springsteen. Like, I have a lot of great Bruce Springsteen memories. Truly, his music's fantastic.
Yeah,
But yeah,
but not meditating on mortality because
you know
I
what?
just tried to do an audio soundtrack in my head. I guess we could each have our own audio soundtrack.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's a good song. At night, I lay sheets soaking wet, featuring lines in the middle of my head, and only you can cool my desire.
And you think about someone else's girl. What a fucking nightmare. Bruce Springsteen laying in bed with a freight train running through his head, thinking about banging your wife, and you're out of town.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're taking the other guy's perspective, like, holy shit, this guy's gonna get my wife.
It's Bruce. Yeah, you gotta take the other
That's loud. It's
guy.
loud.
Both perspectives. I'm sure Bruce Springsteen thought it was lovely, sweating in bed, waiting to go to somebody's house.
She does too. What does that marriage? He's gonna break up that marriage. That marriage wasn't strong enough, right? I mean, the relation. I mean, that's the way of love.
It's Bruce Springsteen.
Sweaty Bruce Springsteen. Well, maybe one that's based on financial, so financial dynamics versus like love and sweaty Bruce Springsteen, like romantic connection. There's like there's a music video of that where he's like a mechanic.
Yeah.
So he's like a poor mechanic who falls in love with his girl and this that magic. I've seen that magic. You connect with people like I'll see somebody. I think Jack Kerouac has that. Right? He meets this Mexican girl on a bus. And, like talks about that heartbreak you feel when you realize this person you fell in love with in a split second, just ending somewhere else in this crazy world. But then you actually realize it's spoiler alert, actually heading the same way. He builds up the courage to talk to her, and they kind of fall in love for a few days.
Yeah.
And then realize that when she realizes that she may not be the perfect person for him, and all the jealousy comes out. It's like, why is this beautiful girl talking to me at all? And she's probably some kind of, I mean, that's, it's not very politically correct, but he basically thinks that she's a prostitute, and he talks to her about like, who's your pimp and all that kind of stuff. He attacks her and all that kind of way when she's just an innocent. She has, she has a past of that kind, but she's an innocent person. They connect and they fall in love with each other. Her gentleness, his worldliness, and all that.
Yeah.
But then sometimes it doesn't work out that way. There's that heartbreak when you see and realize you're never going to be able to have that. That's Bruce Springsteen saw that. He's a married woman, never going to be able to have that. And that's a heartbreak.
I gotta say, I just assumed they were fucking. Like, I didn't
Right after the song, like, the song doesn't get to,
he's like, he knows she's a
yeah, but it never materialized. He's longing. So it's a man who's not with the thing he craves for, but he's longing for it. He's talking about the longing,
right.
not having.
Hey, if anybody in the CIA is watching this, can you look at Bruce Springsteen's file and let us know if he actually banged a person? You know, that's not good.
Treating this song real fast.
Look, the longing though, I'll tell you this. Here's what's interesting about that thing that you're talking about. Have you ever heard of something called Bhakti Yoga? It's the yoga of love, and there's all kinds of there's forms of it. The one people know about the most is the Hare Krishnas. The Hare Krishnas are like, the way in Christianity, Episcopalians, Catholics, Baptists. In Bhakti Yoga, you have various deities that are the object of love, and so Bhakti Yoga is what's really cool about it is it's an analysis of love. And so it's the supposition being like love is the way to commune with the divine. Now, a distinction is drawn between like two big world views that are spiritual. One is the concept of sort of unitive consciousness that I do, which you'll run into in a lot of forms of Buddhism, if not all, sort of a way of deconstructing the identity or understanding that you might not be anything at all, that you're part of everything, and then that there's a potential relief from suffering, and not just like intellectually knowing it, but becoming it. Now, whereas in Bhakti Yoga, there's this idea of like the best thing is to be the individual, because individuals are required for love, is for love to work, embodied love. And so the quality thing we call the experience of love is something that can be cultivated. It doesn't just have to be from another person. It doesn't have to be for the stranger on the bus. It doesn't have to be for sweaty Bruce Springsteen's lover. That you can actually shift that love to the divine, to God, because obviously it's Hare Krishna is a theistic religion. It's Krishna, who is from the POV of Vaishnava Bhakti Yoga, the God source from which everything flows into time and space. So there are all these like fascinating stories of Krishna. It's not just most people are familiar with Krishna from the Bhagavad Gita. They're about to be more what's cool about this because like they're making the Oppenheimer movie. He famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita. They split that. But there's all these stories of Krishna that are not just in the Bhagavad Gita. In these stories, they could seem very simple when taken literally, but Vaishnava Bhakti Yoga is very advanced theistic yogic system. So they take these stories, and from these stories, they extrapolate this incredible analysis of what love is, how to connect with the universe. So, like, Krishna has a lover, Radharani, and so sometimes they're getting along. Sometimes they're fighting. Sometimes they're separating. And so each of these ways of feeling about Krishna are modes of love. So longing actually is considered one of the highest forms of love. The idea is the longing is the grace. The longing is the love. So when you find yourself in a situation of longing and heartbreak, it is identical to union. You know,
I mean, perhaps more intensely representative of the essence of Buddhism.
yes, and they call it pining. So there's it's pining for Krishna. And there's the other ways to view Krishna is as a friend. So this is another form of love, where, as a mother, because Krishna has a mother. So there's like all these ways of looking at the various forms of love, and it's a really beautiful form of yoga.
That's emphasizing the individual, and that the individual is a kind of channel to this universal love.
Yeah, there's a lot of different their answer to the question of what shows up in Buddhism as absolute and relative reality, like that obviously there's relative reality. We're not right now, you and me are not unit of consciousness. Like you zoom back far enough, and we're going to see like an atom or whatever. But the thing is, the trope is you zoom back far enough and we're not whatever, or a piece of cheese or something, who knows. But in that way, we're like completely unified. But simultaneously, we're individuals. Like for sure, we're individuals. You still got to pay your taxes. You got to make a social security number. That's relative reality. So, Buddhism is like kind of a balance. Again, when I say Buddhism is, I'm a comedian podcaster. I'm not some Buddhist expert. This is just probably my confused idea of what it is. But anyway, in Bhakti Yoga, there's the concept of it's called, I'm mispronounce it, Asinka Sinkopated Tattva. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it, which means simultaneous oneness and difference. So,
Oneness and difference.
yes, simultaneous oneness.
So that's why the oneness is the part of the same piece of cheese. The difference is we are still each paying taxes.
Yes, and in this case, the cheese is Krishna. So, or other ways it gets described as like, a photon blasting off the sun has sun-like qualities, but it's not the sun. Humans, as being one of the many things, flowing out of the creative consciousness of the divine, have qualities that are weirdly like the godlike. In fact, we want to control right now. That's one of the problems. Like humans want to be in control. Wherein from there, the Bhakti Yoga perspective, Krishna is effortlessly controlling everything. And so within that system, the individual parts of the system have that same quality, but you can't see. You're probably not God. You might be. I'm not.
What do you think happened after that? Having come close to that cliff and almost got pushed over once. What do you think happens when you do get pushed off the cliff?
Okay. I feel dumb that I'm going to preface this by saying, obviously, I have no fucking idea. And I think some of the cool things about that. No idea.
The CIA probably does.
You think the CIA? I love we decided here on the CIA.
Yeah.
How would you? Okay.
I research because there's a lot of suspicion that it might be FSB and Mossad, so I'm trying to read around. I'm trying to steer them to the CIA direction.
As far as what happens when you die, one thing I return to when I'm getting overly complex is the idea of as above, so below. So that you can, a lot of the big questions can be answered by your own experience now. So, in other words, in terms of thinking about death, if you look back to baby legs versus adult legs, where's the baby's gone. They generated all your cells many times by then. So, in a way, you could say Lex baby died. The death didn't look like a typical, and I'm not trying to dodge it, but I'm just saying it was very natural, the death of that baby. It just
In many ways, I am, at least personally, I'm surprised how much the person is exactly the same. So there's many ways in which you're very different, but there's a lot of ways in which you're very much the same.
sure.
And I wonder if life is defined by many deaths that continue on, and then I wonder if there's something that persists.
Sure.
You know, yeah, there is something that's going to persist. I know.
Okay, so that. Now, obviously, there's so many different answers to this question that are religious and ranging from like the most absurd shit you ever heard in your life, like gold, you're gonna get a mansion. There's gold streets. Like, I don't know, do you want like gold streets? Like,
Off the gold streets. I know about the virgin.
sorry, the Christians give you the gold streets in the mansion, like depending on whatever the particular sect of Christianity is. It's like some kind of city. It's like paved with gold. No one's addressing the fact that the moment the streets are made of gold, gold is a valueless substance. I mean, it's just sort of pretty in a cheesy kind of way, but no one's going to give a shit about it. It's like there was not a lot of asphalt in the world, then we'd be in heaven from that way of thinking. But the
Or honestly, when going back, this is starting to get deep. I'm sorry, I'm reading it currently.
that's a sticky book.
Yes, very sticky. Deep on, very big. As I'm running through very hot heat, I'm listening to you go under.
Oh my god!
And even one of the things they said they would feed prisoners salt, and then they would exchange. The prisoners would be able to give up anything, everything, their gold, their possessions, everything for just one drink of water. So that whole context of dehydrating them and feeding them salt changes your value system completely.
Right.
So maybe the gold is something that you still value.
Yes, again, any of these things, when you like take them literally, they seem absurd. But if you look deeper into it, it's like quite beautiful. But the Buddhist version of it is that there's a momentum. The best way to put it is it's kind of momentum. So the thing you're talking about, which is the personality of the baby that is still in the adult, which is still in the old person, you're looking at a kind of momentum that does not stop on the extinction of the body. Now, I think there's a lot of I don't want to say harm because they didn't mean it hurt, but I think there's some harm that maybe has happened from the way death is represented in movies. Like when people die in movies, it's like there's this. Usually, it's pretty fast, even if it is what they're dying from is a long-term disease. It like wraps up pretty quickly, starts with a cough. The person's in bed, but there's this weird kind of lucidity to the person up until the point of death. And also, they generally in movies they have makeup on, which is always funny to me when the person dies. It looks great. If you've been around a dying person, they're dying. They look like shit. They're dying. They're all gray, confused. They're, when you're around dying people, they will spin through time. Your parents won't recognize you for a second. They'll think you're somebody else. They're like, everything's like the process is happening. So you're very confused. So, in general, not all the time. Some people with a clear mind, it just depends on the type of death. But think in terms of getting hit by a car. So you want to cross the street, you get hit by a car. Now, if we're talking about this momentum continuing, the confusion, assuming you hit your head and you're unconscious, like somehow you just got smashed and you're like bleeding out. Even then, you're going to be confused because you're getting dizzy, like blood's leaving your body. You're like things are fading out, your vision's going. So it's a very confusing experience initially when the body dies. If you are a materialist who has convinced himself that it's a permanent thing, the next bit of confusion is going to be when you realize something is persisting here, like I'm still here. And this is where you go into the near-death experiences, which are a global phenomenon that don't seem to be completely shaped by culture. Like regardless of what part of the world people are having these experiences, that the reports tend to be similar. And everyone's heard of the life review, seeing ancestors and stuff like that. Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know. Sometimes I think that's probably just like a built-in way the computer shuts down. This is something it does. Who knows? But in Buddhism, the concept is this momentum persists into something called the Varda. The Varda means in between. And there's an actual number of days. They say that if you get hanging out there, and I can't remember, it's like 37 days or 29 days or something, I'm not sure. But at least from the time-space perspective, that's how long you're there. Within this place, there are a lot of technological parallels, man. It's like in the way the algorithm is reflected, it assesses your desires, whatever, and then produces something that has within it a component of attraction to you. Apparently, this happens in Varda. Or the way you wake up in the morning and you're in a shitty mood, and then coincidentally, everyone that day is an asshole. If you don't catch it, you could just be like, wow, I guess it's act like an asshole day. You don't realize you've seen your asshole projection being reflected off the screen of another person. So in the Florida family, you don't need people for the reflective quality. These projections happen, and they appear as either Nietzsche's demon or Nietzsche's angel. It just depends on where you're at, how you die. And if you die scared, then at least initially that's going to be some scary shit you see around you. If you die in a peaceful way, well then there's going to be more of a possibility of navigation through this liminal intermediary place. And so thus the emphasis on meditation in Buddhism, a way to calm one's self, to not be distracted by thoughts, which are their own apparitions. And then theoretically, if you wanted to, instead of spinning the wheel again, jumping back into a body, you could choose not to do that, and then transcend the wheel of birth and death. But if you still wanted to go back or return, whatever, however you put it, then you could have more control over what your next birth might be, versus in this depiction of things, people running from demons that they don't recognize as their own projection into any fucking body that they can find. Because if you've had a body, you want a body. And so this is how you get incarnated as an animal. This is how you get incarnated in the hell realms. This is how you get incarnated in any variety of things. But the idea is maybe you could slow down a little bit and choose a birth that is going to be more conducive to you continuing to spiritually evolve. I like that.
Yeah.
True or not?
Algorithmically speaking, it seems like a really fun little playing game. You basically keep improving the different parameters based on your ability and willingness to meditate and let go of the menial concerns of life on Earth. Why do you think Buddhists see life as suffering? What's suffering?
Okay. Well, first of all, that gets mistranslated quite a bit. You're talking about the Four Noble Truths. The first one is often it's translated as life is suffering, which is not it. It's there is suffering. The whole life is suffering. It's like you're that you die. And people hear that, yeah, life is fucking suffering. But it's there is suffering. So it's an affirmation. If there's this thing that a lot of people feel, that they associate with they have a lot of reasons that people are feeling it, is known as fundamental dissatisfaction. So another word for suffering maybe could be fundamental dissatisfaction. Also, the term itself maybe a better translation is wobbly wheel. So, like, imagine like when your bike doesn't have your car doesn't have enough air in the tires, your bike does not have air in the tires. It's kind of a shitty bike ride. Like, no matter what, it's kind of like it's like uncomfortable. It's like irritating. So, this is what's being pointed to is that there's this quality within a human life that is unsatisfying.
Like a wobbly wheel.
Wobbly wheel.
Why do you think? What is at the core of that dissatisfaction? Because it could be as simple as kind of physical and mental discomfort and sadness and depression and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or it could be more speaking to the sort of existentialist, the philosophical, the absurdity of it all.
Yep.
The fact that stuff happens, good stuff happens for no reason, bad stuff happens for no reason. It's no matter how much you try, there's not a universal fairness to the whole thing. There's not even a universal meaning to the whole thing. Just like the existentialist perspective. What flavor of suffering do you prefer? Was the next question.
That's so funny. Well, I'm definitely picking Messiah over the like if in the RGB that we're talking about here is desire, aversion, and ignorance. So if you want to find like the three ingredients that are giving everyone their sophisticated bits of suffering, there you go. That's
What's in which way does desire manifest itself in suffering?
it hurts.
To do not have.
Like, yeah, it hurts to not like to eternally not have, but just like my friend pointed this out. He's like, like you order something from Amazon, like even in the smallest way, you're excited about whatever the thing is. You order this thing from Amazon, it's not coming for 4 days. So those 4 days are going to be somewhat marked by you being what people say I'm excited about it. But really, if you look at that feeling, it's uncomfortable. Like the feeling of wanting things is uncomfortable. So that is a form of suffering.
Interesting. I mean, I wonder if we naturally reframe that in our mind, wanting, we reframe that as a good thing, as and maybe suffering is fundamentally good in the way we think of what life is.
Yeah.
Life is perfect, but it's not usually how the word suffering is.
Well, it's true. It's true. Like the first level of truth of Buddhism is true. It's called the truth of suffering. There is suffering. And this is like an atom, an element that you can't break it down in the present. Like there is suffering. This is truth. So if you think, and again, assigning like good or bad to truth, I think maybe there's more of a sort of neutrality there. It's just what it is. It's truth.
I mean, is it basically is suffering a disturbance from stillness, suffering then, and basically anything that happens in life that's like the perturbs the system,
Ripples.
Yeah, a still lake is empty of suffering, but any kind of ripple is suffering.
A still lake is empty of suffering. You sound like a Zen master. Seems like something a Zen master.
Like the fact we just grow up here like yours.
You gotta have a fucking beard. I look like a stork. You should see me right here. There ain't no beard. Just an actual nice chin. Looks like you've done the plastic surgery, cubic plastic surgery.
That's how you know you're a professional thief.
Yeah, it's very suffering. And the lake analogy is pretty good because what's happening here is that we have become identified with something that we call a self. So the self is just accepted. I have a self, I have an identity, I'm a person, I have a self. But when you start doing scans to try to find yourself, which is the entire thing, going to find myself, you get banned or California to massive, like a prostitute on the bus or whatever. You find yourself.
You didn't lose you in a prostitute. Oh, previously prostitute. guess one's a prostitute, one's a prostitute.
You know what?
It's a form of
I don't think that. No, look, I'm not. I'm not a sign. Look, all I'm saying is, I don't care. Who cares? Who has a good prostitute?
well, kind of prostitute.
Yeah. Yes. But the
We make love and we make money. Therefore, we're all the kind of prostitutes.
God, how great! Oh, I really love going to make money from pocket.
I mean, it's maybe not directly, but in some sense.
Correctly.
Do you accept Venmo? That was the start.
That's so sort of one of the ways in is this sort of concentration of the identity, because it's like, what it's not just the desire, it's what is happening to the desire. Where does the desire live? Like, what doesn't want to be where it's at? What is the thing that is like desperately wanting to get out of the situation it's in? And then, as far as ignorance, it's still something that's theoretically happening to an identity. So wrapped up in it is really just it's sort of like, and that's where we're running that way. It's a new attachment. So if the first noble piece of Buddhism is there in suffering, the second noble piece of Buddhism is the cause of this suffering is attachment. And so people hear that, and they take it, there's a lot of levels to that concept. Definitely the cause of suffering is attachment. God, I just got to get rid of vapes. Is there a more embarrassing addiction than vapes and smoking like a whole purple thing? It tastes like sugar. It's attachment. There is suffering. I want it. I have to charge it. Be embarrassed by it. It makes me feel out of control. There's a lot of suffering, but also there's deeper levels of attachment that go all the way to this attachment to the sense of one's self. And I think the existentialists do get into this idea in a different way. Because I think I'm a me, now I have to push what that thing is out into the world through my actions.
That's about
Exactly. There you go. Right. And that leads to the third noble truth, which is to get rid of attachment and you won't suffer anymore. That seems logical, but it is a very, it is a mathematical analysis of this particular problem of suffering to address it. And then the fourth noble truth is the Eightfold Path of Buddhism, which is like a process by which one could unencumber oneself from this identification with something that isn't real.
you got me.
Yeah, thank you. I do. I appreciate that.
There was a funny moment I was running yesterday listening to Helena, and which was a very welcome break. And I'm looking for any excuse to stop whatsoever. The gentleman, very nice gentleman, stopped me and recognized me, just said a bunch of funny things. And he mentioned as one of the people who really inspires him is Duncan Trussell. And I was the same way, and I told him tomorrow. I felt like a name drop.
I mean,
I was like, tomorrow I'm gonna get the meeting. So he says hi. He said that he watched Midnight Gospel on mushrooms, and it was like the greatest mushroom experience of his life. I don't know.
yeah, I was nervous about meeting you, man. Like, I have so much respect for you, and like, I name dropped. I was saying on this podcast, but it's we're so lucky we all live here. What the fuck? We're all living in Austin together. Like, I thought I somehow like missed that, but we all gotta hang out. We all have to like start doing that.
But you have to appreciate this moment. I remember, I know some people are less sentimental than others, but I remember sitting with Joe Rogan and with Eric Weinstein, and at the back of the comedy store, shortly before COVID, I think. And just thinking like, there's no way these things will last. And these things meaning comedy store, Joe Rogan,
Yeah.
Joe Rogan, Joe Rogan, like a podcast, influential podcasting person. Also, a person like in this room, in this space, the ability to just talk for hours and lose ourselves in this moment. It just felt ephemeral somehow, temporary. And I just wanted to capture that moment somehow. Like, I don't know. Sometimes that's where the temptation to take a picture and that kind of stuff and record a podcast comes from. Right. It just felt like you'd be gone forever. Well, of course, Joe doesn't sit down for that person. No, sure. It's just wherever you end up, you just enjoy the shit out.
Right. That's it. Well, and that's something that's cultivate. You know, that's not easy. The thing you're talking about, God, if you see these, I think the best analogy is what you're talking about. There's these videos where people give like a sugar cube to a raccoon, but the raccoons, they wash their food. So a raccoon, or I think it's cotton candy, they give the raccoon cotton candy, immediately it washes the cotton candy, and of course the cotton candy dissolves in water. And the raccoon is like, what the fuck? It's like, and the thing is that grasping you're talking about, it's like the raccoon washing the cotton candy. Like the moment you get into the grasping part, you paradoxically have pulled yourself out of the moment that inspired the grasping part. And that's some people, that's the entirety of their lives. Trying to record. I mean, Jesus, man. You ever see people film fireworks on the 4th of July with their phone? It's one of the most remarkable aspects of human behavior, which is like, they're not going to watch the fireworks on their phone. Only a lunatic would do that. Like, who's going to go back and look at fireworks? But
we're also in this position where, because of podcasting, there is some aspect where you can record a magical moment in time.
Yes.
Together between two people, or even just with the camera.
So to get back to the lake that you were talking about, this is emptiness. So that's emptiness. That's what's known as emptiness. The lake is emptiness. And that's what we are. Emptiness. And that's another thing that gets very confused in that emptiness. And that emptiness that's, to me, like when I'm going to do a podcast, that's where I try to go. I try to go just in the moment. No agenda. If I am nervous or whatever, okay, I'll feel the nervous. Drop into the moment. That's when time changes. And then you look up, hours have passed. It feels like a second. And the reason it feels like that is because if you successfully dropped into the moment, it's delayed. It's emptiness. It's forever for a second. You're dipping into eternity. And yeah, it's a very strange thing to as part of that, record it. As part of that, try to grab it and put it out there, but it works.
Do you speak to that, to the Duncan Trussell Family Hour? Can you speak about that purple or lavender world you go to when it's most intense and successful for you, when you feel a sense of lightness and happiness when it works?
Yeah.
Whether it's your own or a conversation with Joe in general. Or yours is very specific because it's audio only. Maybe you can also speak to that.
Yes.
You might as well be naked, or you don't have to. Yeah. You have to. You're free of the conventions.
Yeah.
Of the real world.
I will never stop thinking it's remarkable. Like the fact that I'm talking to you, to me, seems remarkable. Not just technologically, but I'm talking to someone, I'm assuming I'm allowed to say this, who has robot dogs that I've been watching for years evolve on YouTube. I'm arm's reach away from one of these things, and I'm with somebody who is like an acclaimed genius. So for me, it's like, oh my God, why do I get to have this conversation? Why do I get to be here? And there'd be like a line, that would just wrapped around this building, and people would love a chance to just chat with you. And so with my podcast, that's how I feel like when I'm talking to these guests, who have spent, something who's like spend their entire lifetime meditating, studying specific aspects of Buddhism, or even when I'm with, comedians who like consider to be brilliantly funny. So for me, it's just like, God, I almost feel like I've just created some sophisticated trap for cool people where like I get to like hang out with them.
So you're like sitting in the gratitude, just feeling lucky.
Yeah, feeling lucky and wrestling with imposter syndrome. Trying to like get that part of myself to shut up long enough so I could be in that moment. And then I carry that with me. It's not just like you stop the podcast. It's like some of the things these people tell me, or some of the ways they are, it becomes part of me. And then I get to have life. This thing that they gave me is in me forever. And so, yeah,
it's cool how conversation can just, a few sentences can change the direction of your life. If you're listening, if you're there to be transformed by the words, they would do the work. Yes. And it's the full mix of it. It's usually when, if you look up to somebody, and it's true for me at least, I think it is for you, that you start to look up to basically everybody you talk to.
Yes. Yes. Good sign.
Yeah.
That's a good sign. Not everybody goes the other way.
Yeah.
You're in trouble. If all of a sudden you start looking down on people, just whatever crazy metric you're using, ooh, that would freak me out. I do feel like that's a quality of getting older. When I was younger, I thought I was so smart. Like I thought I had it all figured out.
Oh, really? So you're going, your ego is just going, taking a nosedive.
I would like to say it's my ego taking a nosedive. Me and my friends talk about it, but we've just always associated it with like doing acid for 2 decades straight. Like, we just assume I'm just like slowly like spiraling into senility, Like I'm just like I all the confidence, all the certainty when you're having like in college, having a great, you feel like you're a representative of Cthulhu or something. You know what I mean? You read the myth of Sisyphus, and now you're like all existentialism, and your certainty in regards to it is embarrassing. But you don't see it that way. You just feel certain, and that certainty, it just starts crumbling a little bit, and then
I get to actually intensely experience that certainty in many communities, but one in cryptocurrency. Young folks with a certainty that this technology will transform the world.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is almost one of the big communities of the modern era where they believe this will really solve so many of the problems of the world. They believe in it very intensely. And aside from the technology and the details of the thing, all I see is the certainty and passion in their eyes. They'll stop me. Let me explain. Let me just give me a chance to tell you why this thing is extremely powerful. And I just get to enjoy the glow of that because it's like, wow, I missed having that certainty about anything. Yeah, it's probably coming for me too. But when I was younger, it's like only I deeply understand the relationship of man to his mortality. And I understood that most deeply, I think, when I was like 16 or 17. And I am the representative of the human condition. For all these adults, with their busyness, day-to-day life, and their concerns, they don't deeply understand what I understand, which is the only thing that matters is the absurdity of the human condition.
Yeah.
Let me quote you some this.
Oh boy, you speak Russian.
Yes.
So you read the Brothers Karamazov in Russian.
Unfortunately, I have to admit that I read all of Dostoevsky in English. I came to this country when I was 13, and at least don't remember. We read a lot. We read Tolstoy, Pushkin, a lot of the Russian literature was in Russian. I don't remember reading Dostoevsky. I wonder at which point does the Russian education system give you Dostoevsky? It's pretty heavy stuff.
Second grade. Probably the second grade Russian.
I don't know. Yeah, they are. They very much are. I don't remember reading Dostoevsky, but I did tangent upon a tangent upon a tangent. I traveled to Paris recently. I'm going to Ukraine, and was scheduled to talk to Richard Piguet, Larissa, this pair that translated Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, this famous pair that translated most Russian literature to English. And I was planning to have a sequence of, 5, 10, 15-hour conversation with them about the different details about the translation and so on. I just found myself in a very dark place mentally where I couldn't think about podcasts or anything like that, or it caught me off guard. So I went to Paris and just laid there for a day. Not just being stressed about Ukraine and all those kinds of things. But I'm still, the act of translation is such a fascinating way to approach some of the deepest questions that this literature raises, which is like, how do I capture the essence of a sentence that has so much power and translate it into another language? That is actually really, really interesting. And there, I found with my conversations with them, they really thought through this stuff. It's not just about language; it's about the ideas of this place. All right. That's that also really makes me sad because I wonder how much is lost in translation. I'm currently, so when I was in Ukraine, I talked to a lot of, like half the conversations I had on the record were in Russian, and basically 100% off the record were in Russian versus in English. And just so much is lost in these languages. And I'm now struggling because I'm launching a Russian channel where there'll be a Russian overdub or dubbing. Your WoW will now be translated into Russian.
What's Russian WoW?
It'll just be WoW, probably. I'm so sorry for the difficulties of having to translate WoW. Usually, probably with WoW, they'll leave it on overdub because people understand exactly. But that's an art form, and it's a weird art form. Yeah. It's like, how do you capture the chemistry, the excitement, the I don't know, maybe the humor, the implied kind of wit. I don't know. There's layers of complexity in language that it's very difficult to capture.
Yeah.
And I wonder how it is sad for me because I know Russian, how much is lost in translation. And the same, there's a brewing conflict and tension with China now, and so much is lost in translation to those languages.
Yeah.
Cultures, the entire the music of the people is completely lost because we don't know the language for most of the stuff.
Yeah, how much of the conflict is just problems in translation? How much of all these problems that we're having are just the alien sense of this or that? It's just as simple as that. Words are getting just a tiny warp away from the intent of it. When we both speak the same language, we can still say something that offends someone when you never intended that at all. How much more so when it's not only a completely different sound, but the script itself is different. Like, what is it? The Russian writing is called Cyrillic, or what's it?
Yes.
Cyrillic. And I don't know the name for Chinese writing, but it's like it's a continuum that like gets weirder and weirder. Like it. So yeah,
Let's be
yeah. I'm sure depending on where you're at, I'm definitely about the farthest thing from polyglot as there could be, man. Like, but I'll tell you, at one point when I was getting fascinated by Dostoevsky, I did have this very transient fantasy about learning Russian so that I could like understand the difference in the
you were 17, 18 at the time.
in college. Yeah, Brothers Karamazov lost in that book. I was like, oh god, so in love with it.
But there is definitely like Ukraine, and this is what there a lot of the wars about saying Ukraine and Russia are not the same people. There's a strong culture in Ukraine, there's a strong culture in Russia. But I know because that's where my family's from. There is a fascinating, strong culture, but there's such strong cultures everywhere else too. Ireland has a culture, Scotland has a culture. Even like a tiny island, you have these like subcultures that are more powerful than anything exists in human history. Like the Bronx, I don't know.
Yeah.
Look at different parts of New York have a certain culture. And New York versus LA versus well, and in certain places are looking for the culture. Like I think Austin. I don't know what Austin is, and I don't think anyone knows. There's a traditional Austin, and then it's evolving Austin. Same with Boston, a place that's been alive.
Right.
There's a traditional Boston, now it's evolving.
Yeah.
Younger people coming from the university and staying, and all of that is evolving. But underneath there's a core, the American ideal, the value of individual, the value of freedom of speech, all these kinds of things that permeates all of that. The same thing in the history of World War II permeates Ukraine, Russia, a lot of parts of Europe. The memories of all that suffering and destruction, the broken promises of governments, and the occupier versus the liberator, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
All that permeates culture. That affects how cynical or optimistic you are, or how much you appreciate material possessions versus human connection,
Right.
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. This is like, talk about absurdity. I mean, this is war. War is like, it's what absurdity looks like. It's some kind of organized madness. None of it makes sense. Like all of it is just none of it makes sense. Like, but it does. But it doesn't. I mean, obviously, you're defending yourself, or you're taking orders that if you don't take, you're going to jail, and so, or somewhere in between. The classic story about this. Maybe it's not bullshit, and it's about World War II. I'm sure everyone's heard it because it comes up. It's Christmas Eve, and they have a ceasefire. And then I think they played soccer, they sang Christmas songs, and then they had to force them into fighting it. And so when those moments happen, are you familiar with Joaquin Bay? He's a controversial figure, sadly. I think he was I'm not going to defame him because I haven't researched it correctly. Because some people have said shit, but since I don't know the reference, I'm not going to. But regardless, look, I'm sorry, Bill Cosby was funny. That's a funny comedian. But the other stuff, Michael Jackson, he could fucking dance and sing. But there's some other stuff. But regardless, Hawking Bay came up with the idea of something called a temporary autonomous zone, which is that within a structure, a cultural structure, a temporary bubble of freedom will appear that by its nature gets sort of popped by the bigger bubble, or it runs out of resources. And so these things will appear just out of blue that it's almost like I imagine if in some tiny little bit of Earth, the gravitational field was reduced by some percentage, and all of a sudden you could jump really high or whatever, but it wouldn't last. It's like that culturally, all the restrictions, the darkness, heaviness, and all of it. For a second, somehow this bubble appears where humans come together as the hippie ideal. Brothers, sisters, just humans, earthlings instead of American, Chinese, Russian, Ukrainian, temporary autonomous zone. It gets crushed by the default reality that it was appearing in, that somehow within that space you witness the frustrating possibility that anyone who's thought about humanity knows this possibility, which is it seems like we can just get along. It does seem like we're pretty much the same thing, and we can just get along.
Those moments are
Mm-hmm.
So I talked to a lot of soldiers, a lot of people that were suffered through different aspects of the war, and there's an information war that convinces each side that the other is not just the enemy, but less than human.
Right.
So there's a real hatred towards the other side.
Yeah.
And those kind of little moments where you realize, oh, they're human like me, and not just human like me, but they're the the same values as me. And this woman who was a really respected soldier. She specializes in anti-tank missiles, and she's very kind of very pragmatic. Very, the enemy is the enemy. We have to destroy the enemy, and saying like there's no compassion towards the enemy. They're not human. They're less than human. But she said there was a moment when she remembers an enemy soldier in a tank took a risk to save a fellow soldier, and that risk was really stupid because he was going to get destroyed. And then she said that she tried to shoot a rocket at that tank, and she missed. And then she later went home and she couldn't sleep because she missed. How could she screw that up? And she realized that actually maybe she missed on purpose, because she realized that man, just like she is a hero, just like she strives to be. They were both heroes, defending their own. And in that way, he was just like her. He was like, that's the only time I'm ever doing this war, ever feeling like this is another human being. But that was a very brief moment. Yeah. And I just hear that over and over and over again. These romantic notions we have of we're one, the world just human. Unfortunately, during war, those notions are rare. It's quite sad, and war in a certain way destroys those notions. And one of the saddest things is it destroys it, at least for what I see, potentially for generations.
Oh yeah.
Not just for those people for the rest of their life, but for their children, their children's children. The hatred. I mean, I asked that question basically everywhere, which is, will you ever forgive, for asking of Ukrainians, will you ever forgive the Russians? Will you have hate in your heart for Russians? Or do you have love for a fellow human being? And there's different ways that people struggle with that. Different people, they saw that they saw the love, they saw the hate in their own hearts, and they struggle with the hate they have, and they can overcome it in a period of weeks and months after the war is over. And some people said, no, this hate that showed up in February when the war started, we're doing it forever.
Well, yeah, they're kicked right now. What the fuck are you gonna do about that? Like, I don't care. I've got aphorisms and cute little stories about, you're still in prison if you hate your former captors. But man, I gotta tell you, if somebody hurt my kids, I'm not coming back. I mean, there's no amount, at least right now, in my approximation, of spiritual literature, meditation, or anything that I can really think of that is going to give me that kind of space. Like I imagine in the same way, I imagine I could probably run a marathon eventually, but I don't think I'm ever going to do that. That kind of notion. So man, all we can do is have compassion for their hate, because it's like, what are you going to tell? What are you going to say? What are you going to say to someone like that? Oh, for the sake of humanity, let it go. It was just your kids. It was just something you loved more than anything in the world. You'll never be okay again. You're a nightmare for the rest of your life. You should forgive. No.
Well, there is truth in the fact that forgiveness is the way to let go, right? But that truth is not. Fuck you, right? This is.
Which is why it's not your job to say that. I'm not that you're doing that. I know you're not. But the problem with people like me, early phase, you could get this stupid missionary thing going where you start trying to, I don't know, proselytize ideals that you might be incapable of. And I just hearing it, that's the man. I saw this thing that I've seen a lot. I'll point out, right? It's a lot of mine I've seen, and we just saw it in person. Like we've seen things that are just horrific. But as a dad, man, I just saw this clip of this kid around the age of my kid, walking by himself. These refugees just walking by himself, the look on his face. I can't explain the look on his face. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Like, it was so upsetting. Like, even think about it now, it's just like, fuck, that could have been my kid. That could have been my kid. You know? So, knowing that kind of that kid's gonna grow up now. Like, and I don't know, is the parents still there? And that's just one of countless orphans out there now.
So what you have this hate, and the question is how to direct it. Because the choice is you can direct it towards the politician that's done with the war. You can direct it towards the soldiers that are doing the killing. Or you can direct it towards the entire people. And that's the struggle, because hate slowly grows, where you don't just hate the soldiers, you don't just hate the leaders, you hate all Russians, because they're all equally evil, because the ones that aren't doing the fighting are staying quiet. And I'm sure the same kind of stories are happening on the other side. And so there is that hate is one that is deeply human, where you wonder for your own future, for your own home, for building your own community, for building your own country. How does that hate morph over the weeks and months and years? Not into forgiveness, but into something that's productive, that doesn't destroy you. Because hate does destroy. That's the dark aspect of a rocket that hits a building and kills hundreds of people. The worst effect of that rocket is the hate in the hearts of the loved ones to the people that were in that building.
Yeah.
That hate is a torture over a period of years after. And that doesn't just torture by having that psychological burden and trauma. It also tortures because it destroys your life. It prevents you from being able to enjoy your life to the fullest. It prevents you from being able to flourish as a human being, as a professional, as all those kinds of ways that humans can flourish. And I don't know. It's such a there is an aspect of this naive notion. It's really powerful that love, forgiveness is the thing that's needed in this time. And when I talk to soldiers, they don't, I remember bringing up to Jocko, is there a sense where the people you're fighting are just brothers in arms, bringing up the Dire Straits song, Brothers in Arms? And he was basically, without swearing, saying, fuck that they're the enemy.
Yeah. I mean, he's clearly in survival mode. Yeah. He can't think like that. It's going to create latency in the system, and that's going to lower its survivability. You can't think that. We're talking about, like, cognitively. You can't have latency. Like, if you're that one moment of hesitation, like, you see it sometimes, like in these YouTube videos of, somebody, a new cop has been unfortunate enough to run into something that is a phenomenon, suicide by cop. Somebody has a knife, and that person is running towards them with a knife, and they're begging the person to stop. That you can hear it in their voice. They're begging, stop, 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 stop. And the person is not going to stop. So the critique of that is that latency could potentially not just lead to the cop getting killed, but to that person with a knife killing other people. And so, if I were out there, I think that you probably just as a matter of not being shot and being fully in the moment, you have to be like that. I would guess. I don't know. I'm the furthest thing from a soldier that could be, but there's something Jack Kornfield, this great Buddhist teacher, says, which is tend to the part of the garden you can touch, Meaning, this is where we're at right now. Thank God, you and I, that we are experiencing some like ripples from what's going on over there. Everyone is. We're not there. And thank God, we don't have to come up with the psychological program for people going through that to no longer be encumbered by that hate. Thank God. And I don't know if that's lazy or whatever, but it's like, for me, I have to bring it back to, all right, well, here's where I'm at now. And I don't want there to be war. I don't want to hurt people, but yeah, I love what you said. I think what you said is if anything, the most intelligent way of looking at it. It's like, don't pretend that you're not going to feel that hate. Like, you're going to feel it. There's no way around it. Or like, that's even worse, because then you're almost saying like something's wrong with it for feeling the hate, or whatever. But more along the lines, if you can avoid applying the hate to an entire country of people, then do that. Like, just understand we're talking about like not everybody. I know it's not everybody. It's just easier, isn't it? Cognitively, it's somehow easier to think all Russians monsters. All Russians. All whatever the particular thing is that you're supposed to not like. It's easier somehow. You'd think that'd be more difficult.
Yeah, but I guess the lesson is if you give in to the easy solution, that's going to lead to detrimental long-term effects. So, yeah, hate should be, it's such a powerful tool that you should try to control it for your own sake, not because you owe anything to anybody, but for your own psychological development over time.
Right. That's it. Fuck.
Yeah. In terms of dark places, you suffer from depression. What has been some of the darker places you've gone in?
I needed therapy, man. I needed therapy for the longest time. I just didn't get it. And so because of that, I would go through like bouts of like paralytic depression, like suicidal depression, suicidal ideations that were more than just ideations. I mean, I think like people get afraid when the thought of suicide appears in their consciousness. They get really scared of themselves, so they think there's something like, "Fuck, what's going on with me? What did I think that?" But I think if we are suffering, and it's a natural part of not wanting to reduce suffering and not feel bad anymore. I mean, suicide is going to be around. Like you're just looking, what are all the options? Let's brainstorm here. You know what I mean? I can start drinking more water, start jogging, get some therapy, call my friends, all the stuff we all hear, or I could just think the height of my apartment building is probably definitely the right height to kill myself. And then, so for me, like the few times where the ideation has gone towards like, well, when would I do that? How do what do I need to like accomplish that? And then like that's where it gets really fucking scary. That's where it's terrifying.
And just start the actual details of the planning of how to commit suicide.
Yeah. What's going to be the least painful way to do it? What's going to be the most instantaneous way to do it? What's the, and with depression, because it can be progressive, this is why you have to really just stay on top of it. Anyone who's gone through depression knows what I'm talking about. You have to stay on top of it. Like, you might need medication. I know this is controversial now, but it's still better than dying, if you ask me. At some point with depression, it becomes paralyzing. So you don't want to get out of bed anymore. You're not taking showers. You don't want to talk to anybody. You're not answering your phone anymore.
So, like, in a dark place that you might be in, it still might get worse. So you should really do everything you can to get under control.
And that's the problem. That specific psychological disorder, that's the problem. Because it's like if you start listening to what you want it, you think it's you, it's the depression, you start listening to it, it wants you to stay in bed. And then you get in those fucking depression depression sleeps, where you wake up and you're more tired, like it's not working. You're trying to escape reality by sleeping. And so yeah, like you have to like you're fighting for you're literally fighting for your life. It might not seem like that because you can't. If you could see depression, if you could see it, if you knew you had some inky, vaporous octopus thing that was just wrapping around you more and more and more and more, you would probably do everything you could to rip that fucking thing off your body. You couldn't get it off your body. You would be calling people to get help.
So it doesn't feel like a fight because you're exhausted. There's no reason to move. You don't see the meaning for any of it. It doesn't feel like a battle, but it is a battle.
You're not feeling. I mean, that's the other thing. You're basically not feeling. You're like you start going numb. At least that was my experience with it. Numb and tired, and then increasingly numb and tired, and then increasingly sort of disconnecting from reality. And then somewhere in there, that's when you start playing around with the idea of like, oh, I don't know, it's worth it. No, I think compared to some of my friends who haven't survived, obviously, who haven't survived depression, like mine's definitely not like up there. I've heard, to understand it, for folks out there maybe haven't gone through it, just imagine if, like, how bad you have to feel like death is the solution, like violence against yourself, so that you die is the solution. Like, it flies in the face of everything. So, that was definitely the darkest place.
Is it just that death doesn't seem like, because you don't care about anything anymore, that death just doesn't seem like that bad?
Yeah.
Like you're not able to appropriately assign the negative costs to the solution.
Right.
It just seems like a reasonable solution.
Yeah, but I think also what's going along with it is like, it's not like your brain isn't working. Like you're not thinking. You're obviously not thinking clear. You're like, at least again, this is just my experience of it. It's a fog. You're in some kind of like, you're confused. There's confusion. There's shame. You feel embarrassed. You want to get out of that. You want to do stuff. You want to be compelled to be social, do all this stuff. You're not. Like, you've seen, people don't know what's going on, and you're not telling them because you're embarrassed. Because you want to have some, like, uncorrupted, unwarped psyche. You're like, it invites you to be secret about it. That's one of its first tricks, is it tells you not to tell anybody. And that's deadly in that case. It's deadly.
What was the source of light? What were for you in general the ways up?
Yeah. So for me, I think the solutions, and again, man, for my press friends out there, please don't get mad at me. I'm not doing the thing like just put on a smile or any of that bullshit, because it doesn't feel like that when you're like and when you're fighting it. It's like you're in a I don't know why I keep using stupid gravity analogies, but it's like the gravity's been turned up on your planet in every single way. So getting out of that, like.
By the way, gravity, quantum mechanics, one of the most beautiful things about our reality. Hell is each of those things.
Right.
So this isn't. You're not just talking about hip language. It's still physicists pretending to understand something. We're still the right people to understand this mysterious world of ours. It seems to be functioning according to these weirdly simple and yet universally powerful laws, which we don't fully yet understand. So please, the metaphor and the analogy of gravity, fully out.
I don't know any other way to put it. And it's like somebody turned the gravitational field of your mattress up.
So everything is heavy.
Heavy. Your body's heavy. You don't want to get out of bed. You don't consider shitting or pissing the bed because you're just like, who gives a fuck? I'll just lay in my shit. Because you're dying. You're like, it's none of it makes sense. So, and I feel like in retrospect, I'm making what I've done a little, like I have more lucidity. It's more like when you're, you're wrestling with someone. So it's like that.
It is a struggle. Like it's like you really have to deliberately fight.
Everything. So you you can almost have a conversation with the depression. And then what you do is you start doing the opposite of everything it's telling you to do. So it's telling you, lay in bed. So you get out of bed. It's definitely telling you, do fucking exercise. You're doing a fucking exercise, it's not gonna do anything. You can't. You're having a heart attack. You really wanna go outside, don't go fucking exercise. And it'll feel crazy and you won't want to do it. If you wanted to do it, you wouldn't be depressed. Like how often do you hear like one of the symptoms of depression? You want to jog, you want to get on a bike. You know, you don't hear that. It's not a symptom. So you start, at least I did. One solution I decided to started doing the opposite of
Whatever the voice is telling you, do the opposite.
that. And then suddenly the gravitational field diminishes a little bit. It doesn't go all the way away, and that's where you can fall right back into it because you just feel slightly better. You're like, oh, okay, fixed it. You know, really, I think in having been through therapy, the best solution would be go to a fucking therapist as quickly as you can. Just sit down with it, tell them what's going on. Well, I know what you're thinking. How am I going to find a therapist? Just do it. Google it. Go on Yelp. All of this shit feels impossible. You're like, I don't want to turn on the computer. I don't want to do any of this. You just have to. You have to. You do it if you're on fire. You do it if you're on fire. It's like, here's a way to not be on fire. Just this particular fire it doesn't make you want to run around screaming. It just makes you want to fall asleep forever. And with those little steps, I got lucky because it worked. It worked. Exercising. I've been on antidepressants before. When I was originally diagnosed with it. And,
Did those help?
even with all the current research coming out about that maybe we were all wrong about our understanding of depression, I do feel like it helped in a certain way. Like it definitely like made me stop thinking about it, stop the intrusive thoughts. But I don't know how much of that was placebo or how much of that, I don't know. But then also like I couldn't come anymore. That was the other fucked up thing. Like you can't have orgasms. And which might not sound like a big deal, but when I told my therapist that, they actually took me off because I think she was realizing that it started diminishing a little bit. But the one I'm talking about now, that whatever episode or whatever you want to call it, I just got lucky because it worked. It worked, and I started doing better. Thank God. Now, if you suffer from depression out there and you've got a remission of the depression, it's really like scary to have mental illness because everyone gets bummed out. And that's just normal. Like you're gonna get bummed out and you don't want to do anything sometimes. It doesn't mean you have a clinical depression. You might just be bummed out, grieving. You might be any number of things. But when I get really nervous if some of those symptoms start showing up. And at one point, I felt like that was happening again, and I did intramuscular ketamine therapy, which, that was the damnedest thing I've ever experienced. Aside from the fact that ketamine is immensely psychedelic, I just remember going back to the hotel after the experience with the clinician. It's like with depression, it's like a headache. It starts coming on, but you're like, this headache might last for years. It might last for 6 months. It might get worse and worse and worse. And so I went back to the hotel room. And it was just calm. Like I felt normal. I felt great. It was like the most remarkable thing ever. So, look at the research on ketamine right now. It's like it's not like bullshit. It's not like blue science. There's really, really good data out there showing it's something like, I think it's 60%. I don't know what the percentage is, but 60% of people with an endogenous depression, when they get ketamine therapy, will experience remission, regardless of whether you trip out or not. It just does something. I don't know if they know what it is yet. I don't care. slow moving, you might even forget it's progressive. You could easily just think that you're just a kind of bummed out person, or you start thinking that these aspects of your psychology are permanent when they don't have to be.
What about other people in your life? What advice would you give to people that have loved ones who suffer from depression? What are they to do?
Okay, now this is really like, man, it's really dark. Here's number one. This is what somebody told me when I lost a friend to suicide. Because when you lose a friend to suicide, you lose a loved one to suicide, you're gonna blame yourself. It's like in the periphery of suicide, there is a circumference of guilty people who all feel like, oh, if only I'd said this at the right time, if only I'd listened more, if only I'd seen that warning sign, if only this or that. It's interesting in that with other forms of like disease, if your loved one dies from cancer, say, more than likely you're not going to be thinking like, oh, I should have cured their cancer. It's a tragedy, but at least you're not like, oh, if only I had. You still might think that's part of grief, but
it's not as sticky in many of the other situations. Here, the guilt can really stay for a long time.
Yeah. So number one, we're talking about a progressive disease that can lead to death. And if somebody commits suicide, they wanted to commit suicide, and at least what I've been told is you can't stop it. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. No magic words. There's nothing you can do. So, people who lost people to suicide, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you can watch it happen in real time, and there's nothing you can do. That being said, being responsive to when it seems like someone's really reaching out for help, and knowing that maybe, even though it might, especially if it's someone who's like doesn't talk like this a lot of the time, and sentences start coming out of their mouth, that if you weren't really paying attention, it might not seem like a big deal, but for this person, it's kind of an anomalous that all of a sudden that's happening. Now that's when you could be a good listener and open up to them and hear what they're saying, make it see like a share. They're asking for assistance, they're asking for help, and even if you're like, I don't know what to do, at least you can like start checking in on them, start like help them understand that you're there for them, and then hopefully get them into therapy, get them to a doctor, get them to a professional who can like see what's going on there. And then there's hope. And even then, there might not be hope actually. Doctors can't stop it. Sometimes that's the way to go. But, I know that like being sensitive, if somebody's like all of a sudden hitting you up or reaching out to you that normally isn't like that, and just, what's going on? How are you? And just listen.
Which in general, depression or not, is probably a good thing to do.
Yeah.
To truly listen. It's like, are you okay?
Yeah. Because people have, have this whole thing of like cries for help, and sometimes they just look like a weird text. And you don't realize that for the person to send that fucking text, they've been thinking about it all morning. They've been just trying to get their phone up from the floor. So I think that's it. I mean, I don't know. I've had friends like kill themselves. So, and many of them, it wasn't like. Sadly, it was like I don't know what could have been done,
but there's still a guilt in the back of your head.
For the rest of my life, for sure, I always will be. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But what are you gonna do?
You believe in that?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. We feel guilt. Part of grief is guilt. We always could have been better people. You can evict your problem much. An answer for me. The invitation to live your life as though you've been on your deathbed and been given the chance to go back and not make the same mistakes. I return to that idea all the time, meaning it's like, okay, whatever you did, before this moment. It's too late. But now, this is where you can start. This is where you can start. And yeah, so I think that it's super important because otherwise I'll just get like too lost in the weeds of shitty things I did in the past.
So speaking of Victor Frankl, you and Hitler have the same birthday.
Oh my God, you've really done research.
Well, I often do famous people that have birthdays is Hitler.
Yeah.
And the person that shows up is your face, just really big.
It's an event.
You and Hitler together, just pals next to each other.
No, it does not. No, but April 20th is an embarrassing birthday for all my 420 friends out there. It's embarrassing. You share a birthday with Hitler.
But 420 is also has a humor and a lightness to it, right? It's embarrassing.
You're cool, especially polite.
It's embarrassing.
But if you like weed and you're born on Stoner Day and you believe in reincarnation, do you realize like when you start connecting the dots there is like a Bardo where you get to choose your next life.
So you're like a shitty generic NPC. You're like, of course, you would be born on this computer game. But isn't it interesting that on that same day, Hitler is also born? I don't feel like there's tension to that. And that Hitler's an artist. So it's like that hippie mindset could go anywhere.
Oh yeah, right. Like yeah, and I was just having this conversation with a friend of mine, a wonderful skeptic, and we were talking about this, which is the thing where you start attributing to the day you were born these kind of significance, and based on maybe people who were born on that day, maybe some other things, and it's like think of how many people by now in the course of human history have been born on April 20th. I mean, how many? Someone could probably do the math and come up with some number close to it. Now, this is how you know how rotten Hitler is. Like, he's the one that, like, fucks up everyone. It's the birthday for everybody else. But
I think where I heard April 20th is Wim Hof episode, because he is also 420. Yeah, so Hitler, he's doing Wim Hof. Look, in terms of owning the date.
I think if anybody is like, well, obviously there's nothing you could do to like fix it. And Hitler fucked up a lot of things. He fucked up that mustache, he fucked up the name Hitler, he fucked up 420, and obviously he caused a horrific Holocaust that, by the way, talk about these reverberations through time that we're still experiencing. There's still people walking around with fucking tattoos from that motherfucker. So, but, Wim Hof, people like Wim Hof. There's whatever the opposite of Hitler is,
He too is great. He doesn't look like that. Hopefully, respond to that with Hitler.
Yeah, very cold fucking lake. And he's in yeah, so
Very cold.
very, very cold lake that he's happily swimming around in. But yeah, I try not to think about like the Hitler thing on my birthday. But my dad was every birthday he would remind me of Hitler.
But do you think all of us are capable of evil? Do you think you're one of the sweetest people I know? Just as a fan, do you think you're capable of evil?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, sure, definitely. I think if you don't think that, you better watch out because, come on, how do you think you're not capable of evil? And P.S., if you're connected to the supply chain, friend, you're doing evil. You're paying taxes. You're supporting the worst things in the world. Like diffusion of responsibility. It's really curious. There's circumference of responsibility where it's like bombs are going off somewhere that were paid for in some small part by you. Some fractional. If a drone is flying over a village in Afghanistan and drops a bomb, and you pay taxes, that you could say you have fractional ownership over that drone.
You're a cog in the machine of evil.
You're
some sense.
and I know what you're going to say. Well, yeah, but I have to fucking pay taxes. Like, I have no choice. There's sales tax, there's this or that. Take that attitude. It's the same thing with people on the battlefield when they're sending missiles into other tanks. They're thinking the same thing. It's just they're more directly responsible for what's going on. But in Buddhism, it's the idea of dependent co-arising. Dependent co-arising. We're all connected. We're all part of this matrix, and we're all connected. Meaning, we all share responsibility for the evil in the world. So even if you aren't directly committing evil acts, if you're seeing something in the world and you're thinking that's evil, you're probably not quite as separated from that as you'd like to believe in some tiny, infinitesimally way. You're connected. So,
And there's the signs I've got to experience this over and over that one individual can actually make a gigantic difference in. And so not only is there a diffusion of responsibility, there's a kind of paralysis about, well, what can I do? Sure, I understand, but what can I do? And I think I'm just looking at history and also hanging out, becoming friends, but also interviewing people that have had a tremendous impact. You realize you're just one dude.
Yeah.
You're like a normal person. You're not that smart even. Like a lot of people are like in some kind of magical way where you have a big head that's figuring out everything. No, you just saw problems in the world. You're like, hey, I think I'm gonna try to do something about this.
Yep.
And stay focused and dedicated to it for a long period of time, and refuse to quit. Refuse to listen to people that tell you that this is impossible. Here's how others have failed.
yeah,
No, I'm gonna do it.
that's it. That's
And
it.
one person, and then you kind of, the thing is, when there's one person that keeps pushing forward that way, humans are sticky. Other people follow them around, and they're like, I'll help. Like, I'll help, and the other people help, and the two people all gather together because they kind of get excited about this. Like, holy shit, we can actually make a difference. And they form groups, and then all of a sudden there's companies and nations who actually make a gigantic difference. It's interesting. It all starts with one person, often.
You know what? If I could push back slightly against that, it's never just one person. It's like, nobody ever talks about, at least as far as I'm aware, you never hear about like Buddha's great grandmother. You never hear about that. You never hear about that. But if not for that person, no Buddhism. The people you're talking about, they're the tip of the iceberg that pops up out of the ocean of history, and you never see all the little things that help that happen. And so to me, this is where the real how do you help? What's something you can do? Well, recognize that first. That you don't really you might not even be aware of how much you're impacting people around you. You might think that you're not, or you might think surely not in a way that makes a big difference, but you have no idea these tipping points, and that can lead to the emergence of an Einstein, a Gandhi, a Martin Luther King. We can go on and on, a Dostoevsky, or whoever. And so I think that's where, for me, it goes back to tend to the part of the garden you can touch, and then, or even deeper than that, intention. It's just like I'm an idiot, so I need an idiot's intention, which is I heard the Dalai Lama say it. If you can help, help. If you can't help, don't hurt. Simple, basic, dummy rules, so that you can, if possible, refrain from hurting, which might as well be a form of helping.
And the help doesn't have to be this dramatic thing. Just little acts of kindness. I don't know. They seem to have maybe I believe in kind of karma. But they seem to have this. They can have this gigantic ripple effect. I don't know why that is. I remember a lot of little acts of kindness that people have done to me, and what do they do? One, they fill me with joy and hope for the future. They give me faith in humanity. that somehow there's a partially dormant desire or sort of collective intelligence to do good in the world. And most of us want to be good. They want to do good onto the world. There's a kindness that's kind of like begging to get out. And those little acts of kindness do just that. And actually, one of the reasons that I want to Austin moved here is realizing, just noticing those little acts of kindness all around, just for stupid reasons. People being really nice. It's weird, and that kindness combined with an optimism for the future, it's amazing what that can build.
Yes, it's incredible. And I know what you're saying. It's like, we moved to this great neighborhood. At this point, I think 3, maybe 4 of our neighbors have like made food trucks that just shows up with like handwritten lists of like things they like to do in the area and their phone number and we need help. And it's like, holy shit, that's like that. It might seem like a little thing, but it feels like some kind of a ton of love bomb just went off on your porch when you're looking at that. What the fuck? You made me a pie? This is incredible. Like, this is incredible. So,
and also, it's another act to accept that kindness. It's like a lot of times, in Boston or San Francisco, certain big cities, you can think like, oh, okay, well, they're trying to like somehow. That's not an act of kindness. It's some kind of a transactional thing to build up it's like a career move or networking and all that kind of stuff. But no, you just accept it for what it is. A pure act of kindness that should cost you. Yeah.
Because for me, I go the opposite route. Because I'm not, even there's a part of me that might be a little suspicious. It's like, where I go to push that shit back mentally is I'm like, I don't deserve this. If they do, what a piece of shit I am. I would never bring cakes to my neighbors. I would know how to make a cake. I don't know how to make anything. I don't have time. I should be bringing shit to my neighbors. Why didn't I do that? I should never do that. You're not careful. You can spiral into a vortex of self-hate from the gifts. You have to learn how to, in that circuitry, you have to accept.
Oh yeah, I have that problem really big. Yeah, like I don't deserve this. I get so much love from people. I'm like, well, yeah, they love me because they don't know me. That's my brain, that little voice. Like, you're not worthy. You're not worthy of any of this kindness and all this kind of stuff. That can be very, it can shut you down. It can be debilitating.
And also, it shuts the person down. You're talking.
And that's the dark side that pushes them away too.
Yeah, it cuts off this fucking mystical circuitry. So, like, the best thing, if that happens to you, is like accept it joyfully and just all that whatever that thing inside of you, whatever that little thing is, this is like, and then the meditation I do, it's an infuriating and simple meditation, but when a thought emerges, when you are resting your attention on your breath, and then inevitably you think you'll lost your thoughts. And when you catch yourself doing that, you think, thank you, and then return your attention to the breath. So I like that, so that when that part of myself starts, having its little neurotic semi-seizure, I can just go, thank you, whatever, it's just another thought, and then eat the banana bread or whatever the case.
What's the most wild psychedelic experience you've ever had? In a dream, a vision? You don't have to be drug related. What's one that jumps to mind? I was like, holy shit, I'm happy to be alive. Is this life?
Okay.
This is amazing.
Yeah. Okay. So the one that comes to mind, I've had a lot of psychedelic experiences, but in this moment, the one that comes to mind, only because it goes back to what you're talking about this Nietzsche's idea of infinite return. So I'm a Burning Man, and
Are you going to Burning Man this time?
I'm not. I have kids right now. I just want to be around them. My wife was being so cool about it. She knows I love Burning Man. She's like, go to Burning Man. I was gonna go, and then I just want to be around my kids as much as can't right now, but
I've never been to Burning Man, so I don't know how secretive it is that, I mean, just quite high profile folks go.
yeah, everyone knows Elon Musk goes there.
Isn't it pretty
It's got a boat. Do you know that? The
That's
Musk
just
boat?
not this.
You know, it's called Art Park. We all make art. And like part of the burn, so beautiful about it is like you can't buy anything there. Like I read, I don't know if this has changed. It's been a bit because of the pandemic, but the only thing you could buy was ice and coffee. And I think maybe that's changed. I heard some whisper that that's changed, but so that means that it's a gifting economy, is what they call it. And so people will just give you stuff, talk about having a struggle with reserving stuff. You know, what are you going to fucking do when the camp next to you is like every morning making the best iced coffee that you've ever had in your life? And they just are giving it all away until it's all gone. What are you going to do? It's the best ever. And then you're giving things to people. And then you learn stuff like, you learn these really interesting lessons. Like one of the times I went there, got all these strawberries. It might not sound like a big deal, but when you're out there in the dust and you're not at one of like hardcore like luxury camps with dudes and stuff there, you know, you've got these like items where in my mind I'm like, yeah, this one special stash, fruit, and this or that. And then like 2 days in, you're walking around your camp with the strawberries that you were coveting, and everyone's so happy to get like cold strawberries, and you realize, oh my god, this feels so much better than the way a strawberry tastes. So you learn something experientially there, which is an incredible thing. It's an incredible thing. Man, now I'm wishing I decided to go to Burning Man.
How have you been?
Yeah, I just know like at least people were saying it was Elon Musk's boat. Like yeah, like this. I think it's like this massive. It's art cars, and it was this party on this thing. Which just anyone can go on the boat. No one's like there's no guest list. You just go on there. I never saw it there, but you know everyone's just.
There's a secrecy, there's all that kind of stuff, because you probably have to respect that. But at the same time, though, it seems like the kind of people that go there, I mean, the rules of the outside world are suspended in the sense that the crime, the aggression, the tension, all of this is basically
Not all the way. Not all the way. You know, you could look it up. You know, because like there is tension. There's a lot of tension there between. It's called plug and play. It's like you know, Burning Man. The history of Burning Man is fascinating. It has its roots in the Cacophony Society, is what it was called, which is a sort of evolution of something that was. I think it was called the San Francisco. Basically, there was like an art movement in San Francisco, and I can't remember the name of it. Maybe the Suicide Club, or essentially like they were really into urban exploration and meaning like breaking into like old abandoned buildings and stuff. Part of this, what this was you would prepare your life as though you were going to kill yourself. You would get all your affairs in order. You would get so it's going back to what we're talking about with the cancer diagnosis. You're like sort of putting yourself into that world. I'm gonna get all my affairs together, so this is it. And then there was some. I'm sorry for anyone listening if I'm butchering this, but I think there was some really cool initiation where they would blindfold you and they would take you into some of these abandoned buildings, and you didn't know where you were walking, but they would say, like, if you take one step to the left, you're gonna die. You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. So please be careful. So you're like in the moment, and then the blindfold goes off. It's a big, awesome party. This evolves into something called the Cacophony Society. There's a great book called Tales of the Cacophony Society for people listening. One of the members of the Cacophony Society was the author of Fight Club. And so you see the Fight Club, like you could see little ideas that were in the Cacophony Society. They were into Dadaism, which I don't know a lot about. It's a philosophical art movement. And then so basically what's happening is like they kept burning increasingly large effigies in San Francisco, and they weren't allowed to do it. So they took it out in the desert, and they were basing it on something called a zone trip, which is like you cross this border, the rules of that old society were gone. And so that was the original Burning Man, which was these lunatics out in the desert launching like burning pianos out of catapults through the air, doing like drive-by shooting ranges, like no rules, wild, magical, beautiful, insane madness. And then it grew and grew and grew and grew until you have Burning Man as it is today, which is still the most incredible thing. And obviously, anytime you have like a thing that's been around for a while, you're gonna get that. It's not like it used to be. It's not as free as it used to be. It's not this or that. But what's fascinating about that, someone pointed this out to me. Look on the ground. No trash. No cigarettes. The ethic, like picking up your shit there, is like so intense. So it's not like the other festivals you go to where there's just trash everywhere, shit scattered everywhere. It's clean. People are picking up their stuff. People are like really being conscious of like not fucking up the playa. So I'm sorry, don't
And
get
there's
up. We need to get a burn. Yapping about burning man. We won't stop. It'll be burning.
But there's a power. There's a power culture propagating itself to the stories that we tell each other, and that holds up for Burning Man. It's clear that the culture has stayed strong throughout the years.
Yeah.
So many people, so many really interesting people speak of Burning Man as like a sacred place they go to remind themselves about what's important. That's so interesting.
And it is. And it is. I mean, it's like, there are all these stories of like, I love guru stories. I have a guru. Me and Chloe Baba, I've never met him. He's Ram Dass's guru, at least not in the flesh. But the story of the guru is if you're lucky, you meet this being that, and we're not talking about, whatever the run of the mill, like charlatans out there. Like, I know for sure that people are in the world right now. When you're around them, the thing you're talking about, the affirmation of the potential of humanity, and also just an acceptance of yourself, and cultivate, like seeing someone who's cultivated love or compassion or whatever, but in this way that is, I mean, if you would rather be that being than like a UFO in your backyard. It's like it is the UFO. It's a person, but it's not. It's everybody, nobody, and somehow they like end up conveying to you ideas that you may have heard a million times before, but somehow within the language itself is a transmission that permanently alters it. And so these people exist. I think you could argue that Burning Man, the total thing, is a guru. That pilgrimage is involved to get there. It's not easy to get there. And when you get there, it's going to teach you something. It's going to show you something. It's going to, and maybe some of the stuff it shows you might not be great, but the community around you will hold you as you're whatever the thing is coming out of it.
And even the simplest activities, the simplest exchange of words have just like the gurus a profound impact somehow.
Yeah.
Something about that place.
Yeah. Not to mention the insane synchronicities. Insane synchronicities there. I think to get back to the notion of sentience as a byproduct of a harmonized yet hyper complex system. I think synchronicities, like those kinds of systems, are like lightning rods for synchronicity. So crazy, not just because your high synchronicities happen that are impossible, where you just have to deal with it, and you'll need something within a few minutes, and it's like, oh, here you go.
And you mentioned with the Burning Man of psychedelic experience? Is it the strawberries, or was it something else? What was the
No, it's DMT. What the hell is it? Strawberries. No, I was,
no,
yeah, I was like smoking DMT, and like I saw like if you in the midnight gospel, they have these bovine creatures that have like a long neck and a clear head. So like I saw one of those things, and um and you know I thought it was funny and like ridiculous because you hear like all the Terrence McKenna stories of the self-transforming machine, how it's like the purple or the magenta goddess everyone sees it. So this is what I do. Fucking cow, the man. Like that's where my brain is at and interacting with so that, like I look away. And again, this is DMT. So when I say look away, do I mean with my eyes shut, I look away, or eyes open, I look away, eyes shut? So it sounds weird to say look away, but however you want to put it, that's what I did. And I look back, and it's still there. Only now it's, you know, it's usually when you're having those kinds of visions, they go away pretty quickly. You know? This thing is like moved, shambled ahead maybe a few steps, just like a cow. And then that was when the, you know, all the stories you hear about it are going through some kind of tube or some kind of light tunnel, like a water slide and a pipe, and it's increasingly familiar. That's the wildest part. I was just like, oh, I know this place. Not like, oh, see, this is like, you know, on like bomb stickers, but like, oh, this is that place. You just remember, oh, this place. And then it was like I was in some kind of I don't know how to put it, a chamber, a technological chamber, some kind of supercomputer, some kind of nucleus that was technological. And it was inviting, there was an invitation, come deeper into, come deeper in. And you can talk to whatever it is over there. You don't talk, there's a communication. And I communicated with my friends. I love my friends. I guess I had some sense in that moment that it would be complete obliteration, or, you know, and the response that it came back was, you can always go back there. And that's when I opened my eyes and back. Totally, you know, and ever since then, that's caused me to revise my thinking on reincarnation, the idea that you die and you start as a baby, and then you live your life again. It's right to what we were talking about, like, you know, that maybe data, you know, the shit I saw in 1977, I feel dumb that my 50s are all related to drugs, but not all of them are, a lot of them. But this notion of, oh, is it that we're imprinting into the medium of time space everything we do, and that is a permanent imprint, a frame that upon death can be accessed in the same way we can pull up pictures on our phone or computers, and not only access but experience, as though, in other words, you could just jump in. You're still going to have your memories. It's going to give you the illusion of having been a kid and gotten into that frame, but no, you just decided to go back there. Nostalgia, whatever. And yeah.
Jump around freely, space and time.
Yeah, you can go in and out of time space. But the problem is when you go into time space, it's time. So it's going to feel sticky. It's going to feel like you've been here forever because you drop back onto that track that Nietzsche's talking about. And I guess one of the qualities of dropping into that frame is that you forget your higher dimensional identity.
What happened to the cow with the electric? What was that the guy?
You're actually there. Never saw it again. Never saw it again. But we put it in the Midnight Gospel. You know, I feel like Pendleton was like, is such a genius, and he drew it for me, and then it just ended up as a part of the show.
years ago with Joe about it. I've been waiting to watch it with like a special person on mushrooms. Oh, it's been in my to do. I don't know. Of course, you don't have to have mushrooms to enjoy it, but for some reason, I put it into my head that this is something I want to do with somebody else, like experience it and get involved. Because visually, I mean, I watch a bunch of just a little bit here and there, but it's just visually such an interesting experience. But combined with everything else, obviously the ideas, the voices, and so on. But just visually, it's like a super psychedelic version of Rick and Morty or something like that. Like farther out, wilder out there. So
Yeah, man. That's Pendleton. These people. I mean, like, I was part of that, in the sense that like Pendleton gave us like one of the reasons he's like such a genius and great at making stuff is like he really does a good job of just like de-hierarchizing potential like hierarchies here. Someone has to be like driving the bus, and that was Pendleton, but he's so inclusive. There's a real punk rock thing that he's doing, which is like he'll take everything and it kind of mixes its way into the show. But one of the things, in animation, it can get really strict with like drawing the characters and like the like trying to create continuity in the way the character looks, like, and it can get really brutal for the animator. It can get brutally precise. Like, it has to be precise. But he figured out that if you just sort of, it's not like obviously like Clancy had to look like Clancy through the whole show, but if you allow the various people animating it to sort of have their own spin on it, then suddenly it creates a very psychedelic, the show looks more psychedelic because it looks more organic. And also the amount of time. I had no idea the amount of time that goes into making digital art look like that. It's insane. The amount of work and pumping that stuff is crazy. It's crazy.
well, generally, the amount of time it takes, even just like a painting, I really enjoy watching artists do a timeline. You realize how much effort just into a single image goes into it. Hours and hours, sometimes days, sometimes weeks and months. And then you just get to see them work, but they lose themselves in the craftsmanship of it and the rhythm of it. And like, because they're focused on so we're talking about robotics earlier and on the details. Like, they never, most of the time, it's stuff, a big picture and final result, it's like the little details and so on. But they're nevertheless able to somehow constantly channel the big picture and final result.
My God, yeah, the respect I have for animators, it's like, dear God, it's the craziest thing when you watch it. When you see what it looks like and how much time it goes into it, how zen they have to be. It's like, no matter what, you're gonna have to cut stuff, man. And when you're cutting like a few seconds of animation, that was someone's month, maybe. Like they understand, but still, whoa, it's brutal. And so they have like this zen outlook on it. It's really cool. And they watch podcasts. That's another cool thing. And you realize, like, well, they're listening to podcasts. Or, like, that's really cool to see that aspect of it, too. But, yeah, man,
Yeah, your voice is in the ears of a lot of interesting people.
Boy, dude.
Hello, interesting person. Eating delicious food in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
I'm on your side. I'm with you.
Yeah.
You have a beard, therefore you must be wise. Do you have advice for young people, high school, college, about how to carve their path through life? How to have a life, a career that's successful, that they can be proud of, or a life they can be proud of?
See, this is what sucks about my life is that it's been very random, very spontaneous. So unfortunately, I don't get that thing where I could go, this is what I did. Because it's like, I inherited $12,000 from my grandmother, here's what you do, kids. You inherit $12,000 from your grandmother's house. And then you need to be dumb enough to think that that $12,000 is going to help you live in LA for a year. So then what you do is you move to LA with $12,000 and you find a shitty place that you live at, and then you use that money to buy acid and synthesizers. And then you run out of the money, and then you, then you have to get a job.
Yeah.
And so then, because you think it'll be fun to work in a comedy club, you get a job at the comedy store. And then, that's how it happened for me. And I had never confidence that I'm a stand-up comedian. No way. I just thought it'd be cool to work in that building. And so, but then, because you work at the comedy store, you get stage time. It's the reason you work there is, at least in those days, because it's not like they're paying like a shit ton of money for you to answer phones at a comedy club. And so, I started going on stage. And then I just got lucky because Rogan saw me have like a very rare good set. I didn't know he was in the room about a bomb, and then because he thought it was funny and he liked talking, he started taking it further. And then, so I don't know, man. I think.
Was there an element to there's a beautiful weirdness to you as a human being? Was there like a pressure to conform ever, to hide yourself in the world, or did the $12,000 and the acid give you the confidence you needed to be yourself?
No, I think sure, there's that pressure, and whenever you're beginning to really differentiate from your parents, but then you go back and hang out with your parents, you can feel that it's not like they even want you to conform, but you can slip into that, whatever that was. So I remember that when I would go back and visit them and stuff, and surely conformity or the pressure to not be individual or whatever, it's everywhere, man.
Do you think you made your parents proud? No.
I think that when my mom died, I felt successful in the sense that I was able to support I was making money from doing stand up, and I didn't need help. I was supporting myself with art, doing good, but I thought was great then. So, and I think she because she had witnessed me literally fail, which is, by the way, I think part of want to be an artist or successful, you kind of have to fail. If there was a guaranteed route from sucking to not sucking, or from the neophyte phase, whatever the art form is, some intermediary phase. I think a lot more people do it, but there really is no guarantees, especially stand-up comedy. It's you have to be a maniac to want to think that's going to work out for you. You have to, so you're going to, there are obviously exceptions, but for me, it was a long slog, and that's scary for a mom. So, but that being said, when she was dying, I was not slogging anymore. And then she did say, she said, "You did it," and that's cool. But I'm glad for her to say now, way cool. But maybe she does. I don't know.
She's listening to your podcast elsewhere in the other.
In the Bardo.
Yeah, however long that lasts, reconfiguring the whole process to start again. You as a father now, how did that change you?
Yeah, that's the big change, man. That's the thing.
You made a few biological
entities. Yeah, I made that biological entities. I came to my wife, let's face it. I would love to say I made them, but the wound whipped them up. But it is it's the best. I've never experienced anything like it before. It is as far as I'm concerned, the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. And that's why I was able to answer your Nietzsche question. Hell yes. Fuck yes. That's great. I get to be around my kids again. I'll always be around children. That's incredible. That's the joy. So for me, the part of myself that used to torture myself more, specifically around my mom dying, feeling like I wasn't there enough for her, wishing that I'd spent more time with her, wishing I'd spent more time with my dad, wishing that, looking back at how I was just so desperately trying to evade the fact that he was dying, and in that evasion, successfully distanced myself from her in ways that I really wish I hadn't. Uh, I'm just saying that because it's one of my regrets. It's like a big regret. I have a lot of little regrets, but that's a big one. And so when you have kids, you look back at everything you did and you think, if I'd gone left at that point instead of right, if I had eaten, who knows, what if I'd eaten a turkey sandwich when my balls were creating a power that was going to make my kids? Would I have a different kid? Would this being not exist in my life? You start looking at everything and you realize, thank God. Thank God for every single thing that happened to me because it all led up to this. For me, it's like it frees you and it liberates you because you realize, oh wow, it's clumsy and selfish and at times rotten as I've been in my life, that did not impede the universe at all from allowing these two beautiful beings to exist in the world. So
maybe all of it enabled, all of it, like a concert, perfectly led up to that little beautiful moment. Is there ways you would like to be a better father?
oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. I read something in a book. It's called "Good Enough." The mantra for a parent: good enough. Because when you are in the presence of something you love more than you've ever experienced love, you want to be perfect. You want to be. I can't. I gotta work, man. I gotta go. Well, I gotta work. I gotta support the family. So I have to work. I work. You know what I got in the podcast. You fucking work, man. And it's a full-time job. I have I do stand up too and all the other stuff. So I feel sometimes I feel like, oh my God, I want to spend more time with them. I should be spending more time with them. But then also, I want to create, I want to work. I like being the provider. So that's something I feel guilty about, right
And
now.
you're struggling how to balance that correctly. Yeah. And meanwhile, time just watches on.
Just goes.
And all of this will be forgotten. Both you and I have forgotten the time.
That's what I say to them every time we bring this back. We will be lost in the sand. You know that one Ozymandias? Can you read your book? Okay.
Let's end our conversation with
I love it. It's by Pierce by Shelley, probably mispronouncing the name. But I think you'll be. Thank you. I'm Ozymandias. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions red, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains, but the decay of that colossal rock, boundless and bare, the lone, level sand stretched far away.
all gone. Behold the king.
Look how my works ye mighty and despair.
Even though what we forgot in the sands of time, Duncan, I'm just so glad that you exist and so much love into the world over the past many years that I've had the chance to enjoy by being a fan. And thank you so much for continuing that and for sharing a bit of love with me today.
We'll be friends
Let's be friends.
in real time, real world, TV space.
Nothing is real, but yes, in this particular slice of the multi-dimensional one, it will be an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you for having me on your
I
show.
love you.
I love you. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dr. Trust. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Dr. Trust himself. You are essentially just a cloud of atoms that will eventually be aerosolized by time. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
You have to have free markets in order to build prosperity. And prosperity means economic power. If you have economic power, no one messes with you. Or if they're going to do it, they're going to have to think twice. And when they do, they're going to have to take consequences.
The following is a conversation with Rabbi, an entrepreneur who's passionate about creating positive change in Africa for economic empowerment. This is a Let's Read Your podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's God Wade. You were born in Senegal. You have lived and traveled across the world. So let me ask you, what is the soul of Senegal? Like its people, its culture, its history. Can you try to sneak up on telling us what is the spirit of these people?
Taranga. Taranga. Taranga, it's a Wolof word. Wolof is the main indigenous language of Senegal, and it means hospitality. That is what us people of Senegal are known for. And it transpires in everything that we do, everything that we say. It's a place where, I guess, with hospitality goes this concept of warmth. So we are a very warm. So in a nutshell, that's us. That's us. The place where you come, and everybody will just embrace you, make you feel very comfortable, make you feel like you're the only person in the world, and that people do it for you all whole life, right? So that's my.
So that's for people in Senegal, people in Africa, or also people across the world. We are strangers from all walks of life. So hospitality for
Yes. For everyone, especially towards the foreigner, because it's very ingrained in us this understanding that especially the foreigner is called foreigner because the foreigner is come from somewhere else. So if someone has taken the time and the energy, whether in a forced manner or because it's a choice, to travel so far to come to a place that's not theirs to start with, as far as foreigners again, then it is your duty to welcome them, to be uber welcoming to them.
So there's not a fear of the foreigner, there's not a suspicion of the foreigner.
No, and I think this goes with the other way around. Maybe it has to do with just, when you feel good about yourself, when you're very proud of yourself, it's very easy to look at yourself to others. And I'm wondering if that's not, the other side of the equation in a way. So no, we don't have a fear towards justice.
So when you have a pride of your culture, pride of your own people, like it's easier to remember. I mean, it's interesting how these kind of cultures emerge because, the Slavic countries are sometimes colder. They're slower to trust others. We're now here in Austin, Texas. One of the reasons I fell in love with this place when I showed up is there's that same hospitality as compared to other cities I've lived in, with Boston, Philadelphia, San Francisco. There's a hesitation to open up, to be fragile, to be caring before understanding what I can gain from you kind of calculation. it's really interesting, and I wonder how those kinds of dynamics emerge, because there's certain parts of the world, like Austin is one of them, where you just feel the kindness, just radiate without knowing, kindness from strangers.
You know, if I were to advance one thing, and I had the same experience after having lived in San Francisco first, and then we went to New York, then we came to Austin. And when we came to Austin, I felt it took me a while to get my feet. But what I found in Austin, people just hang. People, they're real.
Yeah.
They're real. Unlike what you were saying, I feel like in these other places, uh, people are, it's destinations for people who want to come and perform. I think maybe the early San Francisco people, it was different for them. But later, as prosperity starts to come in and success comes in, then you attract a different breed. At first, where are people who made this place be what it is? And then it attracts all the bling followers and the bling attracted people. And when those people show up, it's time for all of us to get out. And that's one of my worries about Austin too. And I guess I count myself in it, but because we also newer IDs, always curious. But how are we going to protect this place?
Yeah, these are, in the best possible version of the Austin history. This is the early days of Silicon Valley in Austin. So you get a chance to build on top of this culture that's already been here. The weirdos, the artists, the sort of the characters, but also the general kindness and love that just permeates the whole place. Build on top of that entrepreneurial spirit. So like big tech companies, new startups, all that kind of stuff. And then you get a chance to build totally new ideas, totally revolutionary ideas, and make them a reality. Dream big and build it here. I think Elon represents that with all the people that kind of try to do the cutting edge stuff they're going at Tesla and SpaceX. There's a bunch of other companies that are just like coming up. I get to talk to a bunch of tech people, and they're just incredible. Versus San Francisco, there's a cynicism a bit, and also some of the interaction with strangers. There's always a bit of a calculation. How good is this going to be for my career?
How can hang out with this person could advance me? You go to a party, they're seizing up. And it's like, I'm not going to talk too much because that's not going to advance me. Who's going to advance me next? So this is why I would not want to stay here in Austin. And I think maybe there's one way to try to. I really would like to see Austin not go the way San Francisco did and other towns
I
before.
like how you pronounce San Francisco with a French accent.
San Francisco.
Great. That's the one word you go with the French accent.
You
Sounds beautiful. San Francisco.
San Francisco. But so now that you find that cute, you're gonna have to forgive me when I mess up my English because English is not my first language. So I will try to make sure people know that.
Yeah.
But this is why I am very interested in what some folks here are working on, and I'm just going to be very selfish here because I really help her with what she's doing. It's someone like Nicole Lutzev and her project, with the housing project that they have right now, making sure that Austin remains a town that's affordable for people of all walks of life. If we can accomplish making sure that all walks of life, doesn't matter how little big you're making money-wise, that you can stay in this town, so the diversity at that level can remain, then I think Austin stands a chance to really show the world how to do things differently. And what I like about her initiative is just how they're really trying, to again work on keeping affordability down for most people. I think it's important to, because it seems like it matters to you. I know that it matters to me. I absolutely would not want to see Austin go away San Francisco did, and I think the key to that is making sure that true diversity, not like the fluff crap diversity we're hearing over there. And that's another thing, by the way, because San Francisco likes to pride itself with, we are so into diversity. But I'm like, if diversity for you means gender, difference of gender, skin color, maybe the different accents we have, and you think check. I'm like, it's not enough. Can we also add diversity of thoughts? And that's the other problem I have with that place, And I know some folks who are scared of saying much around people. That's also another thing. So not only they're sizing you up, but everybody's also
following a certain kind of script.
Yeah.
That's very kind of shallow, and there is a bit of categorization going on. Which category do you belong to? And let's put this into a simple math equation. What comes out, as opposed to just the free, open embrace people, the weirdos, the characters, the interesting, the full, deep sense of diversity.
Exactly.
Not just ideas, but backgrounds and rich and poor, like
Artists, engineers,
high school dropouts, PhDs,
Yes.
all of this.
yes, yes. That's what makes for a rich society that's going to get ahead.
I'm glad you mentioned that. That's something we should really be passionate about. I don't know how complicated that work is because there's probably a big force trying to increase how much it costs to live in Austin. I don't know how you resist that. Whenever I go to New York City, just the fact that there's a giant park in the middle of it, I wonder, like, how did they pull this off? This is amazing. It's like to resist the force of the increasing price of the land and still to protect this idea of having a park. And then in the same way, protecting the ability for people from all walks of life to live in the center of the city, to live around the city, to chase a dream when they haven't got any money in their pockets. I don't know how you do that. And it's partly political, probably regulation, all that kind of stuff.
And a lot of it has to do with regulations. And this is where her and I also very much see eye to eye in terms of, the free markets and also prosperity building. Because it's always the same problems most of the time, most places. Here, what you have is some people in the name of, we got to stand for, and I don't like to use this word, but maybe you help me find a better one. But at least that's a word that people can understand. We got to stand for the lesser fortunate among us. Some people would like call them, maybe oftentimes use the word, maybe the underdogs. Whatever it is, I want to say maybe the lesser fortunate among us, right? In the name of standing up for them, you're promoting policies that are actually going to backfire and where they end up being the first ones to suffer from it. So let's take this whole housing issue that Nicole and her team over here. We find that oftentimes the cost of, at the end of the day, it's the good old supply and demand equation. Is you're going to make it so hard that the supply level of housing remains below a certain threshold, remains lower than the demand of people who need, especially affordable housing altogether. What's going to happen is scarcity, prices go up, and who gets kicked out first? The lesser fortunate among us. And so, but I find that oftentimes people, in the name of we can, don't engage their mind. And a friend of mine said this, and he said it so well. He said, having a heart for the poor, that's easy. Having a mind for the poor, that's a challenge. And oftentimes, we all have a heart for the poor. But when it comes down to then, what do we do to have a real impact on making sure that people get a chance at, going up? Then that's where everything starts falling apart. And then you have people who, when they start pushing for policies, housing policies, making it super hard for you to even renovate or add one more story to your home or anything like that. By doing that, you're messing up with the supply of housing, and therefore the people who can't afford, people get priced out of the market. And so what people like Nicole are doing are going back to where all of this is taking place, and they're going back to the regulation side. And just like, I'm sure we'll talk about it here, but people wonder today, why is Africa the poorest region in the world? We go back to the same culprit. Bad laws and tons of senseless regulations. If you make it so hard, like Berkeley, for someone to build one more story to their home, which means maybe one more unit that can be rented out to someone, and if many more people do that, then you have a much bigger supply, which means the prices will go down, which means more people have access, and among them, especially the lesser fortunate among us, then we're starting to see a winning proposal, aren't we? But instead, if people the other way around, then all of a sudden prices are going to market. Same thing was done with us. So oftentimes when I see problems of this nature, you can betcha that regulations and census laws are the heart of it. And that's what they're tackling. It's not popular, it's not fun, and people tend to not even understand where you're coming from. But this is the problem we have with people not understanding Econ 101.
Well, so it's the regulation, the laws, and the system that props them up and increases the span of those laws. We'll talk about that. The fascinating way those kinds of things develop, when it works, when it doesn't. Let me sort of step back and ask you a question about Africa. In the West, in many places in the world, Africa is almost talked about like its one country, like it's one place. So, in what ways is Africa one community, and in what ways is it many, many, many communities, just from your perspective, from Senegal and beyond?
Right. So at the most basic of what makes us one goes back to even what makes you African. You are African. I'm African. We're one big family. Africa is very much at the end of the day the
Cradle of civilization.
foundation and the birth of the human race. So it's from that standpoint at the most basic level, we're all
Where this whole thing started.
exactly where this whole thing started, and how at some point humanity was hanging by its fingernails. Only 2,000 of us were left on this earth, and eventually we started. We went for survival. That's how we started to spread around. And some going up north, some going this way, that way. And as you're traveling to different places, then features start to change to adapt to where you are, right? So hair gets lighter for some people, eyes get different shape for others to adjust to your new natural habitat. The genomics program, I think, at the National Geographic did that so well. The people were interested in going back to that work with Spencer Wells and such. But yeah, so at the very basic, most basic level, that's what unites us all, first of all. And then I would say that the continent, especially here, I will group it into Black Africa. Black Africa. Um, Unfortunately, are common stories, of having gone through this terrible, horrible period of around the same time the whole continent being, enslaved and colonized. So that, in a way, proves not that we were ever the first people or only people ever, enslaved in this world. As a matter of fact, I mean, the word slaves comes from esclave, esclave, slave, Slavs, the Slav, right, from the Eastern Bloc. So the first place were actually people looking more like you than looking like me, right? So, but we don't necessarily remember all of that because in our human psyche, the closest to us in history of a big mass of people being enslaved is African people who were the last group like that.
The pain of World War One and World War Two permeates uh, Europe, but it certainly does for the former Soviet Union, the countries that made up the former Soviet Union. Does in the same way the pain of slavery and empires using Africa, does that permeate the culture? Is there still echoes of that?
In a way, yes, especially the fact that, in many different places, whether it's Ghana or my country or Benin, where you have these places that we call the doors of no return, or the places of no return, which this was the last um, place where the slaves were standing, or, this is in Senegal, we call it the door of no return. There is this one door, you're there in the slave house, and once they go, they go. It's that's it. It's going to be the last time they see back home. Um, so those, of course, it creates for a common lived experience, which becomes a common lived um, history, and of course, it's going to tear us up.
Is there a resentment, because you mentioned hospitality, is there a kind of resentment of the foreigner? There's a rich, vibrant land, there's many resources, there's powerful cultures. Are they just going to show up and use us?
Yeah.
That's a way to see geopolitics.
Yeah, yeah. This is okay. So where it plays very differently is, so if you can just enable to that, there is not really a problem at that level. Where people's resentment start to come from is, of course, when bad behavior shows up, meaning like you have so many white people who can show up and just in the end they have an entitlement attitude, right? And they think, but in a way, we're all still servants. Some people in your face, some people who are, but that can cause some little resentment. But where really the resentment is.
And that can, the entitlement can take different forms, like even pity. Is
I get me going, I was trying to be polite to them. So just don't, let's do not.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes I tell myself, like, today you're going to open clothes. You know, let's open clothes. I'm not going to make a fool of yourself.
Yeah.
It's just being.
Yeah,
But
hold it
you
together.
get me on some grounds, that's when it's all gonna.
Yeah, so yeah, let's move beyond that to so resentment. There's a dance between hospitality
And resentment. So when you come in, you're you live your life, you're just a normal human being, and you treat me decently like you would treat a friend, normal people. I have no problem with it. I'm not gonna come back and be like, well, you and your ancestors have enslaved me. You're not gonna see that stuff. Sometimes I go to some people, I sometimes it's but we in Africa don't do that. Now, if you come, you have a nice attitude, you think you can see your servants around, well, you have a problem. Someone like me, I might even grab you by the back of your neck and, you know, take you back to the airport. That's when you're lucky. Right? Exactly. But where things come up is, especially nowadays with the African youth, when we have to be reminded of the work back, when we have to be reminded of even the role of places like the World of Before. You know, in all these places that seem to constitute, they would, the way we describe them, when I say it's primarily like an African place. So here are maybe terms are worth describing. So the Pan-African movement goes way back when. We're talking about, you know, way back when, started in the 30s, going on all the way from there. So what you have there is people who have started coming together and dreaming up an emancipated Africa away from the colonies, because at that point there were still colonies, and dreaming up all of that. So we're talking about people like Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, we're talking about Julius Nyerere of Tanzania, talking about Blaise Diagne of Senegal, and other people like that, Malawi. So anyway, and the African youth of today, we're still hanging on to some of these ideas of, and on some of these dreams of a reunited Africa. So when you were talking about what does this unite to, there is that, you know, also, meaning that we all feel like we're part of the same family. Is it only in our heads, it's a reality? For many different reasons, there is definitely what we call a Pan-African movement. And I'm very much myself, consider myself one of them. I don't agree all the time with where we want to go, how we want to go there, but not where we want to go. Where we want to go is we would love to see United Africa, for sure. But how to get that accomplished, that's where oftentimes we have issues. So on something like that, so it's Pan-African, especially the Pan-African youth, but it's beyond the Pan-African youth, it's the youth in general in Africa. World Bank, UN, all of these organizations that they tend to qualify as imperialist organizations. And it's not always a good way to describe them, but I'm sure that it is sentiment. And from that place, there is tons of resentment. Because for the longest time, these groups, organizations, and some that preceded them have proceeded to actually decide what even our new frontiers would be. You see, when you go to a place like Senegal, Mali, all of that, different countries, but we were one people. One kingdom, and then at some point they decided, because when you look at Africa, when you look at how straight some of these borders are, we're like, did a robot just draw these? Really? These are not, no offense to a robot, especially this way. But you know what I mean? So they have continued deciding what it would be us to live on our land and how do we even progress. And it just keeps on going. They get to decide how are we going to, which type of even economic development path are we going to choose or not. So it's very, so from that standpoint, yes, there's a lot of resentment, including even for people like me.
Yeah, and it's interesting that the David and the oppressed and the empires have actually created unity. I've seen that in Ukraine, in the invasion of Ukraine, where it was pretty divided, not a pretty, a very divided country, many factions. But the invasion really forced everyone to think about the identity of this nation together. beyond factual, beyond all of that, it allowed it to look at its history and its future. Like they all say that all great nations have had to have a war of independence, and this is our war to find our identity. So in that sense, Africa as one place, as one continent, found had to find multiple times its identity through the resistance of the oppressor.
Especially Sub-Saharan Africa. Especially Sub-Saharan Africa.
Yes, and there's an interesting aspect of this because the president of Canada is also the head of the African Union. So we'll talk about the fascinating geopolitics of that whole situation. But let me ask, in general, you talk about this question, this fascinating question: what does it take for a country to prosper? What does it take for a country to prosper? You see many countries in the world that really struggle and many that flourish. And it's not always obvious why, because some have natural resources, some don't. Some have wars, some don't. Some have sort of authoritarian regimes, some don't. And some have democracies and all that kind of stuff. So the dynamics aren't exactly obvious. Is there commonalities? Is there fundamental ideas that result in prosperity in the nation?
Today, I can confidently say this, despite all the differences that we talked about. And I think then this is where it becomes very important that we are very clear about the question you asked me. You said, what does it take to make a country prosperous? So I'm just going to stick to prosperity, because prosperity doesn't necessarily mean, sometimes has nothing to do with maybe how you conduct yourself otherwise socially speaking, right? So you can be prosperous and still, when it comes to your family laws, all the way to, of course, the other aspects of your life, maybe you're running a very communist lifestyle, or you're in a very liberal, society. So for me, when we talk about prosperity, I just want to make sure that we're clear on it. Because some people might say that it might be someone and be like, well, because I know what I'm going to talk to you about next. And some people are going to say, like, well, China is not like that, or, even Dubai is not like that. No, so what I'm talking about is this thing, and that's what I love about this. We just stick to the word prosperity. To me, I think prosperity is this. It's like, economically speaking, what are we going to be to be a prosperous nation? Meaning we are a middle to high income nation. I'm not talking about what are the rights of your women to vote, or can people live like this, or I'm not talking about any
Fundamentally economic.
Yes, because I think that distinction is very important, because over the years I've seen people push back on the talk of this one, and it occurred to me that that's what the misunderstanding was there. So if we're going to talk about prosperity, making sure that the country can make money so that it can take care of its needs and the needs of its citizens, then what I have come to find is that at the root of that is going to be what we call economic freedom, and what I call the toolkit of the entrepreneur. In that, you can put the rule of law, you can put the concept of clear and transferable property rights. Economic freedom means at all the levels that which will allow entrepreneurs and business people to create value. And create value entrepreneurially. We're not talking about this. It's like you found the pie to be this big, and you make it this big. So that's what we're talking about. Create value. Yes. So when it comes to that, we have found that whenever you're looking at two countries that start at the same and talk the same people, East Germany, West Germany, South Korea, North Korea, very similar people to start with, right? But yet radical outcomes. I know that today Germany is united, but back in the days when you had East and West Europe, same people, very different outcomes. Like I said, South Korea, North Korea, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, very different. Dubai compared to Singapore or England.
Do you like the Beatles?
the same outcome. So it seems to me like whenever we're looking at prosperity, if the nation is prosperous, regardless of whatever other shenanigans they might be running, whatever other operating software they might be running, everything that's not related to business is on the business
Especially
side.
if you're from
They
United Kingdom.
are most of the free markets.
I wonder what's wrong with you. Not that I thought anything wrong with you, but I figured, yeah, this motherfucker's gonna love to
We know that such countries will create prosperity.
What are the aspects of the operating systems that lead to Singapore and to South Korea and all that kind of stuff? So can you speak to different elements that enable the toolkit flash?
Sure. And maybe here, let me just maybe illustrate it with my own story, and then I can just take you back.
Look at those two stories.
Well, thank you. They kicked me out.
No. So this is where this question, even when you ask me how are some countries become prosperous, that question, I had it when I was 7 or so. That's when my family moved me to from Senegal for the first time of my life. I left my country. I left my country, and I was headed
So
to Europe.
much. There's smoke lab. Wait for the fucking doubt news. He's like after a local moment, he needs to compose.
I saw that people have to.
Hey, Tommy.
So many people have to, coming from poor places, coming from low-income countries.
You saw the difference
Yes.
between the two places?
How else would you put it? Here you are in City, minding your own business, causing tons of trouble everywhere. Just being a happy, free
Yeah,
kid.
I mean,
So you're all in trouble.
it's difficult because they know who I am.
Of course, I agree.
Right? So just even
Yeah, I mean, I was given a bunch of different reasons why I was not allowed to. Okay, the first one was they said, well, the first reason was they said I can't broadcast other people's voices on my stream, even though it was really, really, really faint. I said fine. So then I put in headphones, and then they let me back in. Then they said that I wasn't allowed to turn my cam on, and I said why? And they're like, well, at least while I sleep. They're like, well, because it makes people feel awkward. And I'm like, well, they can shut my camera off. They don't have to have my camera on. Yeah, exactly. So for those people who want to watch me, they can, and for those people who don't, they have that opportunity as well. Then they booted me, and when they booted me, I kind of declared war on them. And so what I did was, because I don't think the person who started the Discord is still there anymore. It's like somebody else who's taken over. And I complained to that guy, and he was like, "No, I get too many messages about you." And I'm like, "Well, what did I do wrong?" And he's like, "You make people feel awkward with your camera on all the time." And I said, "Well, they can shut me off. That's not on me. That's on them." And he's like, "Yeah, they're just not that issue." Exactly. I agree with you. I agree with you. So then I said, 100%, 100%. I mean, they didn't have anything. They weren't mad about my performances. They didn't say I did anything inappropriate on camera. It was just they don't like the fact that my camera was on. Okay, fine. So then I was like, dude, let me back. Oh, so originally they were like, you need to wait 3 months to come back, and I was able to get them. Yeah, I was like, dude, that's way too long. Let me just back in. Let me back in if I wear headphones. So they're like, fine. They let me wear headphones, and then the head guy's like, no, we just don't want him in there anymore. So I went on their YouTube channel and I said that I felt that they were discriminating against me. I didn't say why. I didn't say because I have a beard or because I wear a hat or because I have 10 fingers and 10 toes. I didn't say why, but they're picking on me. I maybe not didn't say discriminating, but perhaps picking on me. They're picking on me because they're not enforcing the rules um, against everyone equally. And so the guy who was like the head of it, he's like, yeah, I'm definitely not letting you in now. And I'm like, well, why are you picking on me? Basically, like you have said to me that I've had to use headphones, so I did that. That I can't have my camera on, so I made sure it wasn't on when I was sleeping. I just wanted to sit there and listen to people and sing when it's my turn. That's all I wanted to do. And he's like, no, absolutely not. So that was the end of that. And then I did, I think at points, like I had other accounts that were in there. And so I would like message the moderation team, hey, like, why are you guys picking on me? Like, what is it? And Caspian Sea will tell you, I get picked on all the time in all of these different discords. And not for that. They get me for, they pick on me because they say that I am, um, I'm an advertising bot. That's the big one they like to say. And I'm like, my camera. Well, here's the thing. I have never, or at least I should say in the last, I don't know, year of being on Discord or so, gone into someone's Discord and be like, hey, let me tell you about my live stream. And let me, will you please join my Discord? I never do that. Ever, ever, ever. I've learned my lesson. I know what self-promotion is, and a lot of the servers don't let you do that. But that doesn't mean that my profile can't say, hey, join my Discord. That's what your profile is for. And
See, with you,
you've seen my blog. Is that what you're saying? My blog? Yeah. Absolutely. But that wasn't even, oh, you should see the people do. No, that's nothing. But yeah, it is on the stream. Well, it's in the future, people will be massive gamers, so you getting pissed will seem very minor. Everyone will understand it. The thing is, more and more people, their positions are being taken by AI. And so there are fewer and fewer ways for people to generate money in the traditional way. Absolutely. And, and I'm a counter to that. There is, while some people ascribe to it, I I know that there's something. Sure. Well, so there's something called the dead internet theory that basically most content on the internet nowadays is produced by bots. And whether that's true or not, I can tell you that I have 3.5 years worth of data that none of it is created by bots, except like I might use ChatGPT to help me with stuff, but it's like a human using it. It's all on camera. And I think that'll make this very attractive in the future. I got these. I use it for people come in here. Agreed. People come in here every day and ask questions that are really challenging, especially when it comes to high level physics. And I have to do my best to sometimes go to ChatGPT. Perhaps. Um, so yeah, I basically I do my best to help people, and sometimes I need to use that large language model. Yeah, and I'm starting. Yeah, I'm starting to. So, do you know what Ross is? He's a pretty good influencer. I think he owns part of Kick, and he just re-signed a contract with Kick to be like streaming on there a lot more. Anyway, I've been live in his Discord now for like more than 6 months, and a lot of people know me. And like generally, I mean, I take people out every single day who they're just not 18 years old, and I don't know how to do with them. If you're not 18, I'm going to talk to you on the internet. I wish there was a setting that would just like turn off any children from talking to you. But there isn't that setting, so I have to be very mindful and ask people, are you 18? All these other things. And but Aiden Ross's stream, you can be, I think you have to be like 13 to watch it or something. And so I'm live in his Discord, and they just I get trolled in there all the time. But the trolls are starting to like, and I don't know, I guess they embrace me. They watch my old footage, and then they take screenshots of it and then share it in the Aiden Ross server and make it their profile picture. I got two guys right now who have taken like pictures of me like shaving with an electric shaver in the bathroom, and also another one of me eating peanut butter on my bed. And these are like their profile pictures, which is that's what I want. I don't necessarily want children doing it. Oh yeah, it's very sexy. I'm a big peanut butter fan, perhaps even a connoisseur. So so while I don't necessarily want like anybody under 18 doing this, there's nothing I can really do about it. They're allowed to have what they want, but that's the kind of like basically people ignore you, then they hate you, then you win essentially. And um, the one big one where do you know what Wall Street Bets is? It's on a Reddit subreddit. It's a, it, that's okay. Reddit is probably one of the best websites on there. It's like the world's forum. Now, I'm not saying that the moderators are good people or any of that, but it's like forums are very important for information. They create giant libraries of people's questions and answers and cool things that get shared. And so, for like a year, I've been trying to be in this Wall Street Bets subreddit. It's got like 60,000 people. They have some other ones that have like 300,000 and 400,000, but those guys don't let me in there because they say that I'm advertising. Anyway, this other one that's smaller, they let me in there, fortunately. And but then they just tear into me, and that's okay. They'll call me names and they'll be mean, and I have very thick skin at this point. I mean, I literally live my life on the internet, and anybody who can take shit, I can take it pretty well. I'm not saying I'm bulletproof, but I am able to take shit better than most people at this point. Well, one thing that I do is I stream Bloomberg, like Bloomberg Business News, in that OG Wall Street Bets subreddit. And I get people who are like, "Oh, you're the worst person," yada yada yada, and then give it 2 or 3 days, and then all of a sudden they're like, "I really like you, sir. You're very nice. I was wrong about you." Like I'm able to convince people over the course of time that what I'm doing is this I feel important, and I'm not doing anything to hurt them. So just kind of mind your own business. This isn't. Um, I think too many people feel like they have to be the police force of the internet, and it's like, no, that's not your role. If you don't like what I'm doing, block me. If you don't like what I'm doing, shut off my camera. If you don't like hearing me, mute me. But that doesn't mean I don't have the same rights as everybody else to be able to be in someone's Discord or be able to stream my camera. So long as I'm not doing anything against the rules of the server or the terms and conditions of the website, I should be able to do whatever I want. And like what I'm saying is like little by little, these guys start to become friends, and then eventually they become allies. That's really important for my movement, and especially in that Discord, they're high net worth individuals. They're generally very well connected on Twitter and that kind of stuff. And I start to get their attention, and then um, they end up looking at my blog and reading through it, they see how long it is. I mean, just the amount of information that I have in my blog, there could be university courses taught on just some of those lists of just like what are 100 different kind of computers faster than quantum computers, and then right there, that's the future of computing for the next millennium. And so I feel that what I'm doing is important. I think people are starting to see that as well. So that's good. Dog, I love camping. It's the cheapest way to kill people, but it's very effective. Oh, I'm sure. Do you know what the most important thing is in gaming, like first-person shooter? Kill the death ratio. At the end of the day, tell me something that's more important than kill the death ratio. Okay, that's okay. Touche. I see. I see. Touche. Yes, if the objective of the game is not to kill the other team, then yes, whatever the objective is important. But in most first-person shooters, it's well, go take him out. Go take him out. I'm watching him right now. Go take his ass out. Because if it's happening to you, it's happening to your teammates. Go to that spot where you spawn. If you don't take out that guy where you spawn, he's just going to kill all your teammates. Nobody is going to be the leader and kill that guy when you need to. All right, well then be it and take out the guy in the who's by the spawn point. Can you talk to them? Yeah, exactly. I didn't know if there was a way to. I didn't know if there was a way to change. Okay. that guy by the spawn point anymore? Oh, you see, this is it's no info. Your payday is replaced on your income. When I got started with a fucking builder.
Just really trying to keep it together.
I know you are, but with me, I'm going to totally bring it up.
Is there friendly fire?
So,
You started
right, that's what we did. I'm walking in here, back home, and I tell people the story because to me, it's my new story. Back home, take a shower. It takes time. Grandma has to, make the short cold catch on a little stove that you use at, when you go camping. And then she puts a pot of water on it. It boils. She takes it, puts it in a bigger bucket, mixes it with some cold water. Then we put a little pot in it, and a stronger member of the family has to drag it to the shower. And then there, finally, I can proceed to take my shower. Here I'm in Germany in the middle of the winter, and my mom's like, "We got time for your shower." I'm like, "Oh, I'm not getting naked. Where's the water? This water, where's the boiling hot water?" She's like, "Oh, you silly, come on, just jump in." And I jump in the shower. To the bottom from water is coming down temperature and open. So, are you kidding me? I've been cheated out of life, my whole life. So that's what happened. And then I'm like, oh, and all these roads are paved roads. Unlike back home, everything is like sandy, and my feet are always ashy. I always have to wash off when I go back home, and your shoes get ruined most of the time. And it started, and I was washing, and it was just like, wow, how come they have this and you don't? So I was not being like, oh, how come they have all this money? Or I was like, it was just like, how come? And I think what I was alluding to was, how come you have so secure and balanced?
an easy mind, like you said, in a beautiful sense. Sometimes I get, just having traveled through the war zone, just come back, traveling through Europe, back to America, I'll just get emotional just looking at the efficiency of things, like how easy it is, how we can, first of all, Ukraine currently can't fly, the war zone. Just even the transportation, you said roads. Yeah, the quality of the United States is amazing. It's not, many of the places that you drive in Ukraine, you're talking about, really bad conditions of roads. And I'm sure in many parts of Africa, many parts of the world, the roads even worse.
Right, right.
And outdoor, having indoor toilet is a fascinatingly awesome luxury to have.
It is. And don't take me wrong, Lex. Do we have some great roads now in the many parts of Africa? Yes. Main arteries, great roads Do we have, you know, a country like Nigeria that just birthed 6 unicorns last year alone? Yes. Do we have the African out there? They're so amazing and living their lives. Yes, we have all of that, but it is still unfortunately just like we're scratching the surface. And those people still are getting all of that accomplished literally through their single classes. This is some of the most gross, immoral, unfair ways of human capital.
And so that is the started with you as a 7-year-old. Asking, wait a minute, how do amazing people in Europe do this and the amazing people in Africa don't?
And that's a key word, amazing, because that's what I realized later, because it was not always like that for me, amazing, right? I knew instinctively that of course we are amazing too. But so eventually the question became so I went from how come they have this in Europe to the country as I'm growing up and researching because it stayed with me when I did that. I'm haunted. So you can laugh what you want, but so the question became how come some countries like the United States, Singapore are rich and some others like mine and many others in Africa are poor. That became the question. And along the line, that's along the road, I continued living my life wondering about this question. And I've heard all types of reasons as to supposedly why that might be the case. Some people with a very straight face are still peddling the IQ theory, according to which, no, it's not too far. You know, your skin color goes with the gene sequence that just doesn't allow you to be as smart as white people are. And it's not too far. We're just accepting. That stuff is still out there. It's very real. And I have to hear it. And others would say to me, oh, it's just because, you guys don't have an adequate level of education. And I say, maybe you gotta go say that to most of the street sellers you go see Senegal. You go up to any of the street sellers in Senegal. They are waiting for cars, moving cars, under the hot sun, fumes thrown at their face, trying to sell you anything that you think you might be able to use. Whether we're talking about an ironing board, to an umbrella, to Q-tips, to toothpicks, selling you whatever you need from your car. These are street sellers. And you ask them, hey, do you have any degree? Yeah. I have this degree in math or in the literature or whatever. Some very, very educated people. Yet they're right there, this is what they're doing.
So that's just that scale, wasted human potential.
Thank you.
So that has to do, the wasted human potential has to do now with the system, with something about the laws, something about sort of the things that limit or enable the entrepreneur.
Yes. Because at that point I've heard this story. People say, yeah, your IQ is no good. Yeah, you don't have enough degrees. Or you're not educated. Yeah, some people would even say, it's just because I'm malnourished. You need to be fed. Others, oh well, maybe I need some shoes and maybe something's going to change, whatever. And then, so I heard all this nonsense next. But guess what? None of it makes sense. You know why it didn't make sense? Because if any of that crap was true, why is it bad? Like, or any other people from these places? And oh, by the way, some people call those places God-forsaken land. That's also the type of criteria I always have to hear. When it's not just flat out SHIT whole countries from, one person 2 years ago, president of this country.
That sentiment is sometimes bad.
It is. As I go on with my life, trying to find the answer to why some countries like mine poor while others are rich, I'm hearing all of these reasons thrown at me.
And then they make no sense. Because then how come then if my parents move as it is usually anyone else who moves from a poor nation to a nation that supposedly is rich, all of a sudden they get to manifest their greatest potential. So I'm starting to think this has nothing to do with the person per se, because it would have to be the same person, same background, and everything, same name, features, everything. Now I'm starting to think maybe it doesn't have to do with the person. Maybe we're talking about something that has to do with the place that they came from or the place that they're going to. So this whole thing is starting to in my mind. Again, remember, this is not something that I woke up to overnight. I'm like, what? I got my question. It took me for a long time, and I had to face off, to have many different ideologies face each other. I had to really have a reckoning, literally in my heart and in my mind. And so then that's what I'm thinking. It cannot be. It cannot. No. It's the same people. It has to be about the place. But then what about the place? But then even about the place, you're thinking, again, two countries, different backgrounds, same outcome, same background, different outcome. What is this? And then I go on, I start, I'm in Silicon Valley in the late 90s, early 2000s, that I'm doing all that. And I'm starting to discover this concept of this thing called entrepreneurship. I'm in Silicon Valley, and just getting to experience what seems so cliche by now. People getting together in the back of a napkin, talking about an idea, bring it out, and then they go out and they talk to some investors who will invest in it, and they have a lawyers who get, put all this stuff together, and then they have the big forcing people. This whole ecosystem of what they call of entrepreneurship. And eventually this concept of entrepreneurship being this idea of creating something out of nothing. So there I am, and at some point I become an entrepreneur myself. And the way I became an entrepreneur was not like I woke up and I'm like, I want to make money, so I'm going to become an entrepreneur. No. And this is also another problem I have with people who have a problem with entrepreneurs or business people. Most entrepreneurs do not start a business to become rich. Most entrepreneurs start a business because they have found identified the problem and bothered them enough that they said, enough is enough. I'm going to do something about it. But entrepreneurs are people criticized by creating. Do they always get it right? No. As a matter of fact, the failure in entrepreneurship is humongous. It's kamikaze path to take the entrepreneurship path. We lose our spouses. My first husband passed away as soon as I was about to sign my first term sheet, and yet I had to keep going. What force could keep you going after you just lost the love of your life? What force keeps you going? The force of, I just want to quit? Really? When the whole world is upside down, and you just want to quit, you just want to go into living in death. I started why? That's the same reason why I started my company. I stayed because the women who I had put back to work by then, we're talking about some of the most vulnerable women in my country. These are women who grow the hibiscus, which we need to make the sap, which is the juice of Teranga. Remember, this is our national identity drink. And for the longest time, women grow this hibiscus that we use for the national drink for this drink. And now Coca-Cola and Pepsi, all that have made it cooler marketing, but it is more cool to drink those beverages. Now there is no more market for the hibiscus. And with that goes the livelihoods of these women. And for me, that bothered me enough. Because in that course, I said two things. One was a part of my culture. We're talking about, part of my cultural identity, for my sake. The juice of Torah. You asked me, what defines you? I said Torah. There's a juice for it. So my culture is disappearing. And at the same time, these women are sliding into abject poverty because what they used to make no one needs anymore. So that is what got me to start a company. And the company was created just because of that. I wanted to build a company that would allow me to not only preserve this very important aspect of my cultural identity, and at the same time put these women back to work.
And maybe it's more difficult to put into words, but there's a kind of it's a basic human spirit where you see the place where you came from breaking apart in some kind of way, and you have the entrepreneurial fire that dreams of helping.
Yes.
And that sometimes it's hard to convert that into words. You have to tell nice stories and so on, but it's the basic human desire to help. And
Especially when
criticized by
creative. Especially when you've been, especially when, and let's face it, are we all a bundle of circumstances, some happy, some worse? Yes, we are. And oftentimes I ask myself, my God, why you? Why did you get to have the opportunities that you have? What makes you different from, let's say, even your cousin that is still home, trapped? Because we call ourselves trapped citizens. When you start in these countries that go nowhere, we're like a bunch of trapped citizens. So you see, Lex, when my husband passed away, and I wanted nothing more to do than to quit and to send investors had already said, we understand if you want to stop. Whatever you decide to do, we'll do that. And I wanted to quit. And I was actually on my way. I was in Senegal for a month, trying to really get a bearing of myself. And by the end of the month, I had decided, I'm letting go. There's no way. The pain was too great. Nothing made sense anymore. It was too much. So I went to see these women, and I talked to the one who, we're talking back then, there were 400 of them, and later on we grew to 9,000. And I told the representative of all of them, and I told her this very old lady, and just looking at her, I knew I was going through some pain, but this woman has probably gone through 10 times. Not that pain is like measurable, but you could tell this woman probably lost a child, as oftentimes happen in places, that are lower income countries. Probably lost a husband, also. Probably, who knows, so many loss is a part of her life.
you can see the pain.
You can see the pain. Yet she's so dignified. She's so dignified. And that already kind of made me like, we got to stop crying. But and I told her that I was quitting, and did not get her yet. And I just said, look at me. I said, just look at me, Carol. And I looked at her, and she said, I know you're in pain, but where your husband is, where your beloved is absolutely nothing that you can do for him. But for us, we can change everything. And I went back. So that's what entrepreneurs are at their best.
She helped you find your strength.
Yes. And I was weak still, but I said, you put that aside, there's a job to do here. And I went back. And I fought with everything that I had. And this company that I started in my kitchen became this company that had the who's who of the beverage world. With at some point Roger Enrico, the chairman of PepsiCo, sitting on my board. Yeah, I went back because of that. So the reason why I tell this story to me is important, because I feel that the world needs to understand that there's a viable way of caring and of being part of a solution for the lesser fortunate, in terms of not keeping them where they are and we're like when savior is coming and giving them food and all that. No. But it's like just like the leg up I got in my life, give somebody else a leg up.
What are the things you're fighting against in Africa when you try to build a business like that?
So then we go in this company. And back then, this was in 2004, that was in my first company. We had to have two sister companies, one there, one here. So the one in Africa was about the whole supply chain, and the one in America was research and development, sales and marketing, all of that good stuff. And then at some point I look around, I'm like, wait a second. Here, back in the days, before we had like pay with top, it was all we have this one-stop shop for business registration. But the truth is, very quickly you can set up an LLC in the US. We're talking about less than, today, super fast, 20 minutes online, done. Back then it was, less than 2 hours to get it done. Cost you almost nothing. We're talking about a few $100, $3 to $350, depending which state you are.
So LLC, starting a basic company takes almost no time.
No time, no money.
You don't have to know a guy that knows the guy that slipped some money to the politicians.
No, none of us that. And so, at the same time, also things like, and this I can take you even to today's day. Okay, I don't know if you have employees on payroll or anything like that, but do you have to go every month, or anybody listening to us right now? Do they have to go every single month to 3 different types of agencies, like governmental agencies, to do one step? This one is basically you're going to go and give them your retirement money, the pension part of the salary that you took out from your employee. You have to go to this agency and put that application through. So you leave that money behind. Then you go to another agency. This one is for their health, care, whatever. You have 3 of those places where you have to literally go to in person. 3 times, 3 places, every single month to drop off these paperwork. Do you have to do that anywhere in the US? I mean, do we have that situation anywhere that you know of right now?
No.
And do you think that's business friendly, or do you think it's cumbersome in business?
And that's not just cumbersome physically, it's cumbersome psychologically. That there's a feeling like the system around you, there's a feeling like you're trapped. It's a feeling like the system doesn't want you to succeed versus the system that does want you to succeed.
Exactly. If you're in a country like we're in Texas, if you make less than $1 million in revenues a year, all you do 5 minutes to take your filing, your franchise tax. That's it. It's below that number. Tell them what it is. Then you have nothing to give them or anything like that. You move on. Us, even if I make this much, there is a minimum tax that you have to pay, which is $1,000 in Senegal right now.
For the listener, the guy was holding up a 0.
We make some money.
Stuff, hey.
So, and then, let me walk you through what happened to me when we had to try to get the electricity hooked up on our first office. So we go, they say, first you have to apply, we have to apply. And then we apply, we pay the money. Remember again, here you have to also go. This was like, you go to the office and you pay. And then we wait, and we wait, and we wait. And when I say we wait, I'm not talking about we waited 24 hours, we waited 48 hours. A month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. You go, you send your assistant, she goes, she comes back. Well, they said we send it to wait. At some point, I'm like, I gotta go there. So I go there, and I ask to speak to the head of a district, and I'm just like going on and on and on and on about how we've been delayed, this is a problem, we have to produce, everything's delayed, and I'm just losing my business. We already pre-sold some of these products to our customers. Something is to happen. So at some point, the gentleman looks at me, he's like, lady, look over there. I look over there. I see a pile of paper this high. We're talking about maybe hundreds of applications. Each one of them is a single sheet. Each single sheet is an application for getting the electricity. And it says, do you see that? I say, yeah. And they said, look over there. I look over there to the side. I see 2 meters. He's like, each of these applications needs one of those. How many do you see? I said 2. Then I knew I was in trouble. And then I said, what do I do? And he said, lady, it's not at our level. And I agreed with him. It was not on his level. But eventually, by now you can tell that I pretty much get what I need because, and at that point, what I did was not threaten him or anything like that. I didn't even pay a bribe or anything, but you can see why people pay bribes. Because when you have a pile like that, then the only way to advance your file You come, you apply for your passport, which is your right. They forced us to have passports. It's your right as citizens to have a passport. And even there, if you want yours to keep going through the process, you have to bribe somebody so you can go, even if your face is supposed to go, let alone faster. So here, I'm speaking, I have a problem. And at that point, I did what I do. I talked to him about all of his also. I explained to him why I'm here, why I'm trying to do this. And even him said, maybe someone like you have no you have no reason to even be here. You could be back in America living your life, la vida loca. You don't have to be here. So that I think gained a lot of his respect. And I said, if you don't help me with this, I understand. I shouldn't be able to hurry or anything like that, but I beg you, I beg of you, I need for this to go on this week. And he said, okay. That's how I got my meeting. One of those 2 meters became mine. So the lady said, but we have a problem. And I said, what? He said, well, the truck, we need the truck to be here to do it because of where you are from the pole, we need long cable lines to get it all done. But the truck is, I don't know where the truck was because they had this one truck, I don't know how many customers. So I went to the mayor of a town with whom I'm quite friends. But you see, I know people. But it shouldn't be this way. So I go to the mayor of the town and I say, Mayor, he happens to have the same name as me, first, last name, same. But except he's the ugly one, I'm the pretty one because he's
That's so people can tell you apart.
exactly. I'm the pretty one and he's the So I go to the mayor and I'm like, Mayor, I need your help. You need to help me with this. He's like, no, what? And I explained to him. And he's like, okay, you can take the truck from the city hall. I'll tell the guys that they can allow you to have it, and then they come and then you guys can do this. And then we arrived there. Guess what? I thought I was done. I was not done. Because now the electricity company, by the way, there, by now. Well, we need a ladder long enough to, like one of the super professional ladders that normally the electricity companies have. Theirs was in some other village, and they didn't know if it was going to be back for another 3 days or 4 days. I said, are you kidding me? He's like, no. So I called Mayor again, and I said, Mayor, do you have a ladder? And I explained, and he said, and that's how I got my electricity. Otherwise, I probably still waiting. So you add all of these things together, and also the fact that in my country, by the way, the labor laws are so stringent. Basically, you are married to employees for good or for bad. And some people say, oh no, you're not married for good or for bad. I said, but it will just cost you a lot of time and money to get rid of anything. It doesn't matter the circumstances. Do you think that an entrepreneur really needs to hear something like that? The head of the island, I had an argument with him at the UN, and I said to him, listen, and you listen to me very well. The reason, if you want to protect employees, as you claim, everything you're doing is to protect employees. You're no better of a human being than I am in terms of wanting to make sure that people are treated right and fairly. But last time I checked, Google, for example, is not offering their employees chef-cooked meals, super healthy, anything they want, feeding them from morning till evening, having some, babysitters, or having healthcare, childcare on site. All of these perks that come on top of really cozy salaries. It did not happen because you, the ILO, told them you have to do this. It happened because there are enough jobs created around that now you're in an employee's market, and employers have to fall over themselves to attract the best talent among us. That's how it's done, and not with the nonsense that you're implicitly right now, which the only results you're going to get, like in my country, do you know what they have to show for all of these? The fact that some of these employees are most protected employees in the world. Well, we're one of the 25 poorest countries in the world. That's what it got us.
So let's try to untangle this. So there's a system in place. There's a momentum in the system. Like you said, ladies, not my left, which is somebody who grew up in the Soviet Union, at least echoes some of the same sounds I heard from people I knew there. It's kind of this helpless feeling like, well, this is just part of the system, this gigantic bureaucracy. And the corruption that happens is just like the only way to get around to get anything done. So the corruption. Maybe could you speak to the corruption? Is to what degree is there corruption in Senegal, Africa, and how do we fix it?
So when you say to which degree is it corruption, I will respond to you the same I respond to people. I say, yeah, we have corruption, and it's almost as bad as in Chicago, right? So now, what I want people to understand when it comes to corruption is because we are misguided with corruption. We think corruption is the root cause of problems, when corruption is simply a symptom of the deeper root problem. In this case, if you make the laws so senseless, meaning, let me give you an example of senseless laws. Every time I have to import something in my country, I have a business. We're making lip balms in this case and others, skincare products. Some ingredients I'm able to find in the country at the standard that I need in order to remain competitive. Because, for example, our products are sold on the first market. You can understand it's a pretty sophisticated and really, they don't just put anything in the shelves. But the thing is, it means that on the other end, my inputs has to be right. So out of those, we have 7 ingredients, 7 items that need to come from abroad to go into the making of this product. Some packaging with some raw material. But guess what? That's for 5 of them, I am paying a 40% tariff, and for the other 2, almost 70% tariff. That I call senseless laws. These tariffs are senseless.
Yeah, corruption is just a symptom that reveal that something you've spoken about the laws.
Exactly.
And the laws are the taxation, this kind of restricting laws, laws that slow down the entrepreneurial momentum.
They do. Because in this case, when my product comes, what do people have to do? Because every time, if you add 40%, you're basically on the other end. So every time you add, if let's say my product normally costs $1, and with the 40%, by the time I'm done, I have to know exactly what to do. By the time it arrives in my warehouse, in my manufacturing facility, it's now up to me because of the tariff I left. That 40% you added to it, do you know how much it will add to my final cost? Like what's going to sell it to the customer? I have to sell it for $1.60 more because of that 40% extra income. In order for me at the end of the day to have some type of profit, because profit at the end of the day is the blood of the business. There too, people are misguided. They say, "Oh, you dirty, greedy business people," and it's all about profit, 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 profit. I belong to this organization called I'm a board member of the Conscious Capital. It is the largest organization of purpose-driven businesses and entrepreneurs. The Capital I told you about, we start our businesses because we see something that needs to be taken care of in society. Corporate market is one of them. The container store, all of these companies that are beloved in the US that you can hear of. We believe that the end goal of business is purpose. But in order to be purpose, you have to have profit to stay alive. And the best way for people to think of profit so that they're not only thinking about it. Next, if I ask you, what's your goal in the world? You're probably going to tell me your dream. You're going to talk to me about what you're doing right now and how you want to be united and you want to work for learning to us. You want to encourage you. That's what you're working for. That's what you say to me. You're not going to say, well, my biggest goal in the world is to be anyway. Except you didn't put those words, otherwise, and if you know that, no.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's how the people need to stop with this whole process. Do we have some psychopaths among us? Yeah, 1% of us is a psychopath. In every field, anywhere you go. And surely you'll find that in the entrepreneurial world as well. Yeah, so we have 1% of us who are psychopaths for sure. maybe find the rest of us? Absolutely not, and thankfully not. So let's just be clear on that. So here, you know, you charge me 40% tariff, which is outrageous. But then you're forcing me to sell it for $1.60 more than my competitor, who does not have to go through that nonsense because she's an American woman who's operating in America and she doesn't have that nonsense to on her. So now on this market, competing against this woman eye to eye. So if we're selling the same value product, mine costs $1.60 more simply because of some stupid rules from back home, then guess who's going to stay in business and who doesn't? See, they want to talk about equality. That's the type of equality they want to see. The playing field has to be level.
There's two people talking. Between us, maybe we'll have this English thing figured out. So the idea of capitalism, the idea of conscious capitalism is the thing that in large part enables this whole thing.
That's what we want. So what you're trying to say, so when I think about census laws, that's an example. So when you make the tax so high that you're going to render me, non-competitive, then that's where for people to make any sense. When the product arrives at port, they say, hey, I give you this. When I give you maybe it's 10% of the price or 5%, it's short enough 40%, but you're happy with it. You're a government official, that's what we call a bribe. And me, I'm like, hey, I save myself money, and also I save myself time. But you see, the laws where you pay 5% or even the 10% that I just left behind, or nothing, you come, you pay, you move on. Because who has the business of screwing around and staying behind? And no, you do that when it's actually necessity. Like, so I'm not telling people I engage in unlawful practices. In my case, because I'm around saying the things I'm saying right now, so I'm a target. You got to do things cleanly, and I believe in doing things that's it. So what I have to do is go to the ask again mayor. We have a problem. Mayor, whenever he's like, no, so I said, now it's the customs. And he said, what do you want me to do? I said, do you know anybody at customs? I need to hire up at customs here. I got to explain to them what's going on here. They all know, of course, but I think they're not always maybe understanding, or maybe they understand it. And in this case, he understood. So we went, and he's like, yeah, I know this is not very ethics. And I said, what do we do now? And I saw him going through binders and binders in his office, because he's going to try to go and look where in the law can we find something that can help me escape these rules. And you know the best he found, Lex, was? Oh, well, here, see, this one. If you've been in business for 2 years, then we can allow you, there's a special term for it, it's French technical. We can allow you to bring your raw material, but you have to tell us exactly how much you're bringing, and it has to match your formulation, because we don't want you to bring in more that you need, and maybe sell some of that to the rest of the market, and they can make their money on it. So there it means I have to give them my recipe. Imagine Coca-Cola being asked to give their secret sauce to government officials in a country that they don't know what might happen. Let alone, even in Israel, you don't do that. I mean, trade secret is trade secret. But here, you're actually putting it in front of some people who know what they want. Because they're going to get, okay, the recipe calls for X amount of candidate wax, X amount of coconut oil. Okay, and on top of that, you have to think about how much storage you might be or not, because again, we don't want to buffer over there. So you have to get naked in front of them in terms of your recipe, which might end up only got this there tomorrow, maybe competition, or maybe even then, it's not a business that they compete with you, as well as that. So you have to do that, and then each time, I have to get the approvals, then you can come in, so when it can come in, you don't have to pay like that. Oh, and by the way, you only have 1 year to make this product and get it out. And all of it is to be back out. Because if it's any of it stays here, you're going to pay the taxes that you held up.
So you're basically forced by these laws to be dishonest.
But corruption, all of this it's so cumbersome, because it means more paperwork everywhere, maybe having to disclose your things. So me, in my case, what I did is, this person said, okay, we're gonna see how we can work with you. But for the first 2 years, we were more or less in the gray area.
Yeah, so
what
even grayer.
yeah, but next, what does it mean? In a situation like that, whenever they want to mess with you, it means they can come and they will look and they will find something. So it means that every day I'm trying to do business, I'm running the risk of being harassed and or maybe even put in jail, depending on what it is.
I mean, you're an incredible person because it seems like there's two ways to change this. Become president or gain power in the country and to try to change the laws, which seems really difficult to do. And the other way is fight through the laws and create the business anyway, build the business community, and through that method create a huge amount of pressure to change the laws.
You're totally getting it with your last part. Because this is the other thing. And this is where I get so upset sometimes with my fellow Africans because they get so disgusted by what they're seeing, right? And they think the answer is to go for politics. Let's go be president. Let's go be this. Let's go be that. And we're going to change everything. I see that in the US too. People thinking that presidents have all this power. You know what's the least power in government? The president. I mean, people don't get that. The best that if you don't want the school system going to politics, stick to the local level. That's where all the skeletons are buried and hidden. That's where you can make the most impact. Local level. I know it's not shiny, I know it's not shining, but that's where it's at. So if you must go into politics, but there's another way. So in my case, what I do is two things. I preach and I practice. I preach when I'm here talking to you like this, I'm preaching. I am sharing with people that is which I found. And by the way, the answer was there. I was doing these two businesses, realizing the difference in treatment of the doing business environment of the US compared to the doing business environment of Senegal. And at first I was like, of course, everything is messed up. It's because we're a poor country. But when I started to put two and two together, I'm like, you're poor because you have no money, at least not enough money to take care of your basic needs. You have no money because you have no source of income. Where does a source of income come from for most of us? It comes from a job, doesn't it? And then some people, sometimes, if I used to work at class, they say, oh no, I come from government too. I'm like, I would like to think that even if you work for government, you get paid something, right? And you're like, yeah. And then even before I can say something, you're like, oh, yeah, because that money we used to pay our public officials comes from taxes, employees who go back to the private sector for most of it, from where this whole thing is created. So it's clear. You're poor because of no money because no source of income. Source of income for most of us is a job. We're talking about, so where do jobs come from? The private sector, primarily small and medium-sized enterprises. Then don't you think that we should make it easy, that we should have friendly doing business.
And also a lot of it comes not just in small, medium-sized businesses, but I think a lot of the value is created from new ones being launched. Right? It's not just like me, like saving somehow the regulation, the ones that are already
No.
It's like letting the market, letting the new, better ideas flourish.
Yes. It's about what I mean by doing business environment is all the things that you and I talked about earlier. Even the access to electricity is part of the doing business. The doing business. So basically, when I discovered all that, when I put all the stuff together, then I'm like, well, I guess the business, and it makes sense. Like, if you want to grow tomatoes, you're going to have two things. One is a good seed, right, that has good attributes, and then you're going to have a good environment for it. Is the soil the right one? What's your pH level? All of those good nutrients you're going to put in it. Is it in a place that has tons of sun, you have some exposure or not? The climate in general is going to be cold, not. You can have some beautiful tomatoes in the mountains of Siberia, last time I checked. So same thing here. Mohammed Guinness, the Nobel laureate for peace, said, poor people are bonsai people. They're the same people. If you put them in the normal, natural, friendly habitat where they can thrive, they become the tallest tree in the forest. Poor people are bonsai people. So you see that tiny pot to put around the bonsai tree? That's the tiny pot that's created by giving you such a hostile business environment that basically were put together by the set of laws that have put that basically I have to jump through as a business person practicing business in my country. If you turn that environment into a friendly environment where I am not married to employees, I have flexibility of the labor laws are simple, straightforward, clean, where the tax code is very simple, it's not worth truckloads of laws like in my country, it's so complicated. You have to hire a CPA, which costs more money, and even them tell them, girl, we're gonna make some mistakes. They don't talk to me like that. It's they don't tell me, well, they better not. But they say, what else they say? Is that scared? I'm scared. you know, we're gonna make mistakes. This thing is so complicated, we're gonna make mistakes. So which means my ass is on the line. So anyway, so if the tax code was so simple, straightforward, like it is maybe in Texas, where up till a threshold, you owe me nothing, go online, 5 minutes, fill out your taxes, you're compliant, keep building your businesses because that's what we need from you. If you made it so easy and straightforward, then you know what? That's when you get all of these people, like what you're talking about, saying, you know what? My name is Aminata, and I live in the middle of nowhere, Senegal. But you know what? I have this great idea with this really hot, nice hot sauce that I know the Americans gonna love. I'm hearing that hot sauce is a big thing. Let me bring it to them. But everything is there for you to jump into the ring of entrepreneurship. You don't have to know someone like Magana. You don't have to even have the ability to sell yourself, maybe like I can sometimes. You are someone with a great idea, you're willing to work hard for it, and pour everything you got into this. It's there. You can get into the race.
You can be a dreamer, and you can be a dreamer in the little village, and that has ripple effects throughout the entire country. Young kids growing up, I want to be the next X,
Yes.
whatever. And it doesn't have to be the next Steve Jobs. That's just really far away.
All levels. It's at all levels. You create local heroes because representation matters.
Yes.
Right? So, and we are so badly in need of that. And so that's what all the things that have been stolen from us as long as things remain the same. So once I found out that basically at the end of the day, the answer is economic freedom, and that when it comes to that, the indexes, economic indexes that measure that, whether it's the Green Business Index rate of the World Bank or the Fraser Economic Freedom Index of the Heritage Foundation, when you look at all of those indexes and others, what do they have in common? One afternoon, I'm going to show you that it is harder to do business in almost anywhere in Sub-Saharan Africa than it is, per se, anywhere in Scandinavia. So it is telling you that Scandinavian nations, that socialist Americans tend to love so much to take as an example, those who are actually showing you that they don't understand what's going on really in Scandinavia, that Scandinavia is more capitalist. Scandinavian nations are more capitalist than almost any sub-Saharan African nations.
Ultimately, the political systems actually don't even matter really as much as the private sector being able to operate the machinery as capitalism.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And it's almost like I said, it's almost like its own little widget within it. You can have whatever type of society you want to exercise at whatever level you want to. But if you're serious about becoming a middle to high information, there is no other pathway that we know of at this point. And you know what made me super excited about that beyond having finally found my answer? I have to tell you, when I found that answer, I literally fell to my knees. It was a type of feeling that, if something is not well with you, whether it's physical, mental, something is not well, you're not well. And you go around and you go to the social specialists, some of them, you go around for years, going around, trying to get help for your ailment. And here they tell you things that you can't tell why, but you just know it's not true. they're this, they're that. And it's going on for years after year after year. And finally you meet this one person and boom, it's there. Not only the liberation, but also this whole new world that comes with it. You know? I'm still ill, but guess what? There's a path forward. We know that. I'm gonna have a lot of work to do. But there's hope. Right?
And you're the beacon of hope, actually, for a lot of people in that part of the world. And those beacons are actually really necessary. So not only is there hope that you can become, I mean, the beacon for your people, your home, this power that you see, that you feel all around, to become to escape the feeling of being trapped. Is there advice you could give to people to young girls and boys dreaming somewhere in Africa of how to change the world?
That's right. And by the way, I want to say there are bigger beacons, there are better beacons than me. I just happen to be someone who has the chance of talking to do it. And one of my goals is to open the same doors that were open for me, because together, our voice, there's such amazing stories out there. And so bigger beacons, better beacons out there. One thing here for me, the reason why I do what I'm doing right now, and it's almost to the point of self-destruct my own life. I feel invested with such a mission of, I have been afforded the truth, so it is my moral duty to try to dig it around. I know I sound, people sometimes say, I'm talking to a priest. And I'm like, because the gospel. So anyway, the thing is, who tells you these things? To this day, when they talk about the equality of Africa, what do they talk about? They sit and tell you, oh yes, because of communism, it's because of racism, it's because of imperialism, it's because they're stealing raw material, blah blah blah. Is any of those guilty to some level of where we are today? One of maybe part of the reason where we are today? Maybe. Is that the only reason or the overwhelming reason? No. Is that unsurmountable? Absolutely not. So for me, don't stay in that place of that steals and robs you of your agency. So I think it's important for people to get the right diagnosis as to why we are where we are. Because what you and I just talked about, the mainstream does not talk about this when they even talk about Africa in terms of, are not the usual suspect of, oh, famine is building over there, war is building over here, oh, we have the Ebola is coming, all of that stuff. Even when they were talking about the monkeypox, which at first, in this wave, it started with white people in Europe. Well, even in the many newspapers in Cuba, it's black people which make monkeypox on their skin. I'm like, wait a second, this time around, it did not start with us. So why are you always showing us when it's right now happening to white people? So all of that is happening. So for me, the thing is, the world simply right now does not have the right diagnosis as to why this continent right now, despite all of its riches, because Lord knows it's got riches, starting with its young population. 75% of the population of that country is below the age of 25 years old. So when we're talking, I know we're talking about, repopulation, it's important. We're going to have to go for that. Maybe you're going to but anyway, so here my point is, we need the right diagnosis as to why this continent is the poorest continent in the world, despite its riches, starting with its young people, over natural resources, diversity in land, people, cultures, languages, everything that makes them great ingredients for all of this. Despite all of that, we are the poorest region in the world. People need to know that the reason why that is, it's because we also happen to be the most overregulated region in the world. At the end of the day, with Africa, and I dare to say Africa here and treat it as one, we're 54 countries, 55 depending on how you count, yet we almost were a tiny minority of these countries. We almost all lack one of the most crucial freedoms that there are. If you're
And economic freedom is the thing that unlocks that huge potential economic advantages.
Yes. So then run their ideas to start businesses or to start initiatives. It doesn't have to be for profit all the time, right? But it is this thing that gets you to get up and go and do something. Criticize by creating. And people are naturally wired to want to criticize by creating. They're not sitting around waiting or complaining usually, unless you put them in a tiny box and they have nowhere to go. And in this situation, what they do, let's talk about pre-colonial Africa. Our forefathers, before slavery ever happened, there were black people on the continent. You see, when we talk about the story of black people and Africans, black people in Africa, for most of us, they don't know. I noticed that unconsciously, especially slavery. But they're like, no, we were there before. Before white men ever said, oh, no, what were we doing in our diversity? What economic systems were we running on? And then you realize that for most of them, they were free marketeers and they were very much on the free trade, on the free enterprise side. So even that is a reinforcement. This is the place where we do not understand our history. So proper diagnosis, Africa is the poorest region in the world because it happens to be the most regulated region in the world, lacks economic freedom. Number two, what do we do about that? We got to become serious about reforms, economic reforms, so that we can become beacons of free markets. Just like the Asian tigers, that's what the Asian tigers did. They had to become serious. Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea, those guys had to become serious about the free markets. Lee Kuan Yew, when he's just like, I'm gonna do something, and he looked around and realized at some point we gotta make these reforms. And he went on to that journey of reforms, making his country one of the most free market, countries in the world, and voila, the magic happened. Back in the in the 30s, the stock market crashed, and the Great Depression and everything. The world, and with all the lies that were told to the world coming from the Soviet Union, Stalin, while they were starving and dying over there, but oh no, Kerensky was telling the world that oh no, everything's doing well, nobody's dying, when we know now, and getting prices based on this stuff. But then the world went on believing that oh no, capitalism failed. This crash that you had in the stock market is proof. This is what late-stage capitalism produces. You guys always have your big ups and downs, but that kind of was so hard on people that they're like, we're done with this. And at the same time, we're told the lines coming out of Switzerland that supposedly that communism was doing just fine. And at the end, the free market concept almost died. And it's the Asian tigers who kind of bring that idea back to life, right? Their success, how to use the free markets. And so, for me, we gotta make a new commitment to the free markets on this continent. We want to go anywhere. We want to go anywhere.
And the timing is perfect because the young people, there is a kind of freedom for that revolutionary free markets in this space.
Exactly. And by the way, you said something. Say that again, because I want to tell you what I'm hearing. It's pretty cool. Say it again. Come on.
I don't know. It's hard.
You said
It was my second too.
no. You said there's something revolutionary.
Yeah.
In that, because you know how young people are attached to revolution, and how I understand. No, Flex. I understand, and I am willing to give the benefits of the doubt to some of these socialists who came to it because they had to witness some of the horrors of of their times.
There's a revolutionary spirit behind that. It's ultimately criticized by
Exactly. But violent revolution is not the answer. But that's what they went for in 1789 in France, the Social Revolution. And Marx and Engels, they're promoting these ideas that usually for them justifies violent revolution. And then all of these people, but I am with them when they say that they want to seek equal rights for people. Of course, I don't agree with their. Therefore, we need to push for equal outcomes. Equal rights is right, but equal outcomes is not right. So, but I am with them all the way to equal rights. But this is where the two paths go this way, and also they're non-fact that they have no issue with violent revolution. People get killed. People get put in I love nothing more than to fight the brain of a man with his gun. Really?
Well, very sexy. There is power in that message of the oppressor, the abuser, the enemy that has abused their power. They need to be destroyed. There's power in that, in the message of that violence. Unfortunately, the lessons of history show that the violence, one, doesn't work, but it does the following. There is something about human nature, as the old cliche goes, that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's the people who are in charge of creating that violence. It does something to their health. The first person killed, the second person killed. For some reason, you lose your ability, the compassion for other humans. Even if you began as a revolutionary, as the Soviets did, fighting for the worker, for the rights and the basic humanity of the people that really do the work, you lose the plot because of the violence. So in that way, it seems like the lesson, at least of this part of history, until the robot victory, is that the economic freedom, free markets, are protecting those and allowing anyone from your country to dream and to make that dream a reality by creating as few sort of roadblocks.
So the point for me, the message is very clear is what we see today. The reason why Africa is the first region in the world is because it happens to be the most public regulated region in the world. And for some people who might be, put off by it because they're like, oh, it's just regulated. No. Let me put it maybe in a way that you can understand. Do you think that it should be as easy for any person in Africa, for any entrepreneur in Africa to enterprise, than it is for any person in Scandinavia to enterprise? If your answer is yes, I would hope it is, then you have a moral obligation to work with me to make my country and as a whole my continent more free. It's that simple. At that point, there's no like, yes, but on the other hand, no. Answer me on the question, and I've yet to find somebody who claims to say no. If you say no, then you have a whole other problem. I'm not going to talk about that anymore.
So just to clarify, there's a perception in some reality. Scandinavian countries have elements of socialism in their politics and their society, in their economics. So at the very least, Africa should have, in terms of economic indices, should be as free as the Scandinavian countries. So just giving that example.
Yeah, because the Scandinavian, they do have a subsidized, welfare system, that's what a more socialized welfare system. But the way they make their money is very much the way of the markets. So there's how you make your money, and then there's how you maybe decide as a country to redistribute it, right? And so even there, even in the Scandinavia, again, yes, they have more economic freedom. So when from there next, what we go is my job, my goal is for every single African, young and to know what I have come to learn. We are not doomed. It's not over for us. We will never catch up. The time for catch up is gone. But guess what? We've got strong possibility and chance to leapfrog. And the leapfrog we will. It is still time. But for that to happen, like I said, we need to know what we just talked about today, because that is not what the mainstream keeps us impressed by. When you go to the World Bank, they don't necessarily talk along these lines. There's still, it's not, when you go to universities, I will ask you, MIT, the MIT Econ Department, or even most of the professors, are they free market oriented? We find that oftentimes in academia, there is a strong anti-capitalist bias. There's a strong anti-free market bias. So this is a problem. This is a problem.
Nobody cares about the economists anyway. In MIT, the spirit of the entrepreneur burns bright, not in the economics department, because they just write op-ed articles in the dreamers, the young undergrads that actually built.
Well, I get that, but then we cannot be stifling their efforts by putting these artificially made regulations and laws that extend them and clip their wings. So that's why when you were saying what advice you give to them, the advice I give to them is each one of them, they have to pay attention to this discourse we just had. I will ask everybody to agree with me on face value. Go back, just like I had to. I come very much from the left to believe that. But I had to have my own intellectual journey. And in this case, my intellectual journey was very much complemented by my own life, having to build these companies on two separate continents, and having to, I had front row seat of the differences. At first, I thought it was this way just because we're poor and therefore we're messed up, and therefore it's like this. But eventually, I learned that no, we're poor because we lack economic freedom, and if a country allows its citizens the economic freedom to enterprise, then they become rich. So I had it upside down, you see. And so it's important for people to know that. So number one, know your facts, because your facts will empower you. In this case, I like to use that word. Facts will empower you, and they will, even furthermore, they will power you. Empower and power you. So power is like inside, and power is like a push you forward and up. So that's what it does to know the facts. And then go on and look around you. Where are the best practices of this? Who is at the cutting edge of a free market? We're still in a way where people don't necessarily be left behind or anything like that. We're in 2022, for Christ's sake. We don't have to do entrepreneurship the same way maybe it was done 50 years ago, 100 years ago, with us community as a people who were maybe less enlightened because of our times. Right? We can update this thing and move forward. Update is definitely not build back, what do they call it? Build back new or whatever they're calling it in the US, like whatever nonsense and stuff they're smoking over there. It's not that. We're built on principles that are universal and that stand the test of time. Those we have to keep, and on top add the new things we learn from our times and from life. So that's what I want them to do. Learn your facts, be empowered, and then look around, think about it, and look to see where the best practices are around the world, because the world is yours. You might be African, but the world is yours. So stop this nonsense of, oh well, it's done by white people, so we're not going to do it. Get the best that exists in humanity for what you're trying to solve. And on top of that, put your own twist. Right? Bitcoin is all of our stake. Bitcoin is not the white man's thing, so therefore, because we have a misguided pride, we're not going to use Bitcoin because it's white man's time. Bitcoin is math, you idiot. Math is universal, so it belongs to all of us.
There's no color.
Exactly.
In
So,
the space of economics,
yeah,
in the space of ideas,
ideas.
and there's a chance to leapfrog too.
Exactly.
It's just really hard.
Exactly. Because here we will leapfrog. And I'm not crazy. This is going to happen. You mark my words. But it's going to happen if as many people hear what we're talking about today. Because at some point, the solution is not going to come. It's not me. It's not. It's going to come from the wisdom of the crowd. This is why I love it. There's no better wisdom than the crowd, and that's also why I believe in the free markets. This concept of emergent order. There's no way. There's no central planning that is smart enough, that has the level of intel that street level people have. Trying to create something. It's just, we just have to be humble. There's just something at the bottom of the pyramid that just bubbles up and happens. They're the best.
I think the cynicism, the idea that people are dumb, is at the core of a lot of things that prevent the flourishing of society. This kind of anecdotally, people are like, everyone's stupid. People say that jokingly. But the reality is, people are incredible. They have the capacity for kindness, for love, for innovation, for brilliance in all kinds of dimensions. You might suck at math, but you might be amazing at carpentry. You have to find that thing. And there's something about there's freedom to find that thing. When people interact, get excited about shit together, and then they build. It's if you look at authoritarian at places that limit that freedom, at the core, I think, is the idea that people are dumb. Let us take care of everything. We'll come up with the rules and the regulations because people are too dumb to manage things themselves, and then that idea goes on top of itself, and you think that the entire populace is much lesser than the wise sages sitting at the top, and you add violence on top of that, there's corruption and to corrupting human mind of the leaders. And the whole thing becomes a giant mess. The antidote to that is economic freedom.
To do whatever freedom to enterprise. And look, let's when we allow for that to happen, have you looked around lately and look at the level of niche that has happened in this country? I mean, you have clubs where you have this where people are into guitar strings, you know, like some of them. It's all about guitar strings. And others, it's all about the best cupcakes. And others, it's all about this new crypto thing over here. And others, like, hair. Best, weight. It's when you allow us, because 7 billion geniuses, each one of us, I believe, came to this world with something that only he possesses. And that is the genius, and it is their contribution to the human body.
When you think about your identity today, so it's all started in Africa, just like it did for the entirety of the human species. There's a bit of European flavor in there, the French, Silicon Valley, you're now in part a Texan, you really are American, but you're also an African. Who are you? When you look in the mirror, when you think about yourself, when you listen, when everything gets quiet, you listen to your heart. Who are you? Can you figure out that puzzle?
That's a very interesting question because it's been a long time I haven't asked myself. I have before. What I have found is, I think who I am today has been for sure shaped by, I call it Dakar, Paris, San Francisco, Dakar is Senegal, Paris, France, and San Francisco. And now I think to flex it maybe.
How do you say Texas so much?
Texas.
Yeah.
So,
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. It's easy.
No, not quite as good.
Austin, Texas.
Yeah.
Texas.
Us.
Texas. Yeah. So, I was formed by those three. I have to say that what I enjoy from my Senegalese roots are our commitment to peace, love, and tolerance. Very much. And Teranga, obviously. And I like that it's a culture that's very much about reverence. We're big on reverence. I don't think you could ever hear me tell an older person, especially not my parents or my grandma or anybody like that, for us to be able to tell an older person that's not true or you're lying, it would never cross my mind. Because it's the most disrespectful thing you can think of, the most irreverent thing you can think of. It doesn't mean that you have to agree with everything that's said, but there's a way to disagree. There's a way to push back. That doesn't have to rob this person who happens to be older than you, especially from their dignity that older age normally provides.
And there's wisdom to their words that you yourself may not see. So the reverence is for the idea of wisdom, of the tradition.
Exactly. And again, so that is something that I really enjoy, especially it's something I'm very attached to this day. And then from France, what I really came to enjoy, of course, is all the fineness that went behind the French culture.
The fineness?
And fineness.
You mean like intricacies, like the very
Yeah, the sophistication in there. I mean, French lingerie, for example. I mean, la dentelle, the lace, all of that, super. It's explicit. So
fashion. Food.
fashion, the food. I mean, there's something to be said about all of it. It's very beautiful, and I love also. Even when I talk about kindness, it's like a meal is not about this big thing to put in a group, but small portions. Enjoy what you're eating and spend time at the table. Like the eating time, it's not necessarily just this function of feeding yourself, which I understand it, but for this is something that they share with the Senegalese culture. Eating is a moment of communion. It's a moment of friendship, family. It's a precious moment. To this day, and my husband is American, we eat our meals together all the time. There's, I would not have it any other way. And there's a prep time and all this stuff. And no matter how busy I am, we're doing it.
Actually, to push back a little bit, it's interesting. Yeah, the camaraderie of one meal is a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a pretty dark place because on the way to Ukraine, I traveled to Paris. I stayed in Paris, and I wasn't able to enjoy the kindness because there was almost a distraction from like humanity for some reason to me. Because there's such a focus on the heart of it all. You lose the basic connection with humanity. Now, that said,
That's what you're talking about.
I think some of the lack of connection with humanity was the fact that while I did know how to speak French for a long time, I forgot most of the language. And so part of it, there is a barrier in hospitality. There is a bit of a barrier in French culture to where in order to be welcomed in, you have to hear the music, you have to play the music for the people. And if you don't, there's a barrier.
I must admit on that end that it is true. You would feel less bad if you were with a group of Senegalese people, per se, or I would even say of a group of Spanish people. And I think this is maybe the other side of for the French people. They can be a little bit, uppity there. And I think maybe that's what you're sensing there. If you don't have the codes, which is what you call sing the music, then it's hard for you to be part of it. But I was thinking here from the standpoint of you're in. Yeah.
Also, coming from Texas and also Ukraine, I should say, some of the best steak and meat I've ever had. Cheap. Texas, some of the greatest. The meat, the size of the meals in France. It's like, what are we doing here? I get it's hard. But I like to look at my art on the wall and then eat my damn steak.
Did you go? So maybe no. Now here I have to defend the logo sometimes. No, did you go to some Michelin star restaurant? Maybe that's right. That's right. Because next time you go to France, I'll take you to the countryside or any French food. They will serve you multiple times. I mean, by the time you're done, even if it's the portions are smaller, they're smaller if you want to, but because that way you get the chance to really feel what to eat in and have more and all that stuff. And then like this, and then but no, you don't eat plenty. But it's because you went to Michelin places where they were like,
I'm sure the warmth of the people's there. It almost makes me sad sometimes. I think to properly be in places, I really should spend a long time.
Yeah.
And also be emotionally ready. Again, I was emotionally unavailable. I'm just saying.
I would imagine you get ready for Ukraine when I think about food.
But in your identity, a bit of Texas, a bit of San Francisco.
And San Francisco. Mm-hmm. And I guess from America, the defining thing for me for America is it's the freedom and the entrepreneurial mindset. See, very quickly when I moved from France to the United States and I started becoming successful in the United States, I found myself, me and my husband, he was French, and my first husband, he passed away. We found ourselves at some point, we stopped talking to our friends in France who stayed in France. Because we were talking to them about things that were so outside of their comprehension. What do you mean? You're in your 20s and you just raised $1 million or $2 million, especially back in those days. Today, it's here and there.
So even your friends that entrepreneurial spirit didn't run quite as well.
I mean, don't take me wrong. Do you have self-control in France? Yeah, but to the level that you have it in the US, absolutely. and you buy your house and you buy it once and you're not going to do like the Americans 2 years ago I sell my house and go somewhere else. You don't have any other, and then what do you mean, like just stop it from nowhere? You're going to do it, you're going to do what? Start a business and you have nothing to back you up or whatever. Oh, and even this idea of, going and fundraising, this venture capital, especially back in the days, venture capital, all of that is just, it's very American. We take it for granted, but it's very American. Who would have made a bet on me in France? The same person. I would not have found the same people. I would never in France have been able to raise it. At some point it was $32 million for my first business. Never would have been able to do that in France. And it doesn't mean that French people are bad or anything like that. It's just something that's just not so in the culture, right? Just like this whole concept of philanthropy. It's not that the French people don't do philanthropy, but philanthropy in America is very different from the level and also the magnitude of maybe what the French people do. And also they have this always like this behind the scene. Money is suspicious, success is suspicious. So at some point my husband and I just felt like our friends actually were maybe thinking that we're maybe some drug dealers or something. So we just stopped because it just was not flowing anymore. And so yes, in America I found this entrepreneurial spirit, but then I was able to link it with something that I'm very familiar with in my country. See, back home in Senegal, I'm part of this. You have a bit of a movie. I'm a movie. So what it is one of the four brotherhoods in Senegal. Mouridism is the most influential of them and the biggest one. And us, it's all about entrepreneurship as well. I mean, of course, there's the whole religious part, but our mantra is pray as if you will die tomorrow and work as if you will never die. And the way somebody will say that somebody passed away, we say somebody has retired. Somebody has retired from the work, right? Right? So I think it's funny because in that community we're very much entrepreneurial. Left to our own devices entrepreneurial. But then what happens is the minute people start going through, they're being educated through the education system, like the French, especially the system, that tend to bring more like the French bureaucrat mindset. Then you could see all the entrepreneurial mindset kind of starting to dwindle down. So it's kind of very interesting. So in a way, America helped me reunite with that side of my roots, where America tells me, reinforces that side of my roots, and also gives me more tools to practice that side of my roots, if that makes any sense.
Through all of that, that's what brings out the heart of a cheetah, which I think is a beautiful, beautiful thing that encapsulates that whole trajectory, which I think is the best possible answer anyone could give. Makes me want to really think about who I am, because you really have brought together so many cultures within yourself. Like, just talking to you makes you feel like we are just all one people.
Because at the end we are. At the end we are. And when you come from at the end we are, and also I think for me, if people can take anything from my story, it's at the end of the day, I am very clear about it, and I'm all for harmony among people and among us peoples. If we can accept that we're all, I know this sounds so cliche, but for me it's so true, that we're all humans. When I left Senegal, when I was about to leave Senegal for the first time and to go to Europe to be reunited with my parents, because now they had immigrated and things were going to be fine, and things were stable for them. Now we're like, it's time to be reunited with her. They brought me over, but before I left Senegal, my grandma sat me down. She lowered herself down to my level and she said, my dad, you're about to go to this place where most people will not go to. And most people speak a language that's going to be different from yours. And you're going to realize that all the kids are going to school and you're never going to school because, I was, like I said, a free range kid and I was just living my life. And she said, but I don't want for any of that. And she said her words, she said, I don't want for any of that to intimidate you. She said, you could be impressed by some of it if you want, but no intimidation. And she said, because the fact that they might be different from you, yeah, they're going to have a different skin color from you, but it is still human skin. You're human, they're human. And she said, this language you're going to speak, it's a different language from yours. but it is still a language that humans speak. You're human, they're human, therefore you can speak it. And lastly, they have gone to school. Going to school is what little humans do. They're little human, so the language is fine. And I went, and God was right. Right, always was right. And that helped me. And I think when you internalize that so early on, it just makes you belong to the human family that you're part of. I am part of the human family. And I would have no problem going to Russia, for example, and be totally open.
You can go right now.
No, not now. Maybe not now, you're right. But
Or
what
at
I'm
least don't bring weed. So, because on the plane.
no, yeah, right. That girl, I don't know what she was thinking, but no. So, but what I'm trying to say next is, I feel like I can go anywhere in the world, including some of the most unfriendly places in the world, to someone like me, because there are places like that. And yet, I know that somehow, somewhere, someone will take care of me. Someone will help me. When I first came to this country, I I I came as a tourist, and but we had this amazing family who had a business, a family business in Indiana, Columbus, Indiana. The Winces, Carol and Ellen Runs. I owe them everything that I have in this country, that I have in this country. They are Americans in mid-America, from a place that most other Americans would maybe look down on, because and some people would be like, oh, you're going to this place where they have more churches and cows and people, that type of behavior, because the elite, the coastal elites. But it is in Midwest, in the Midwest, that I found that black young women coming out of nowhere, found support. They all rallied around me. I didn't even come from the same faith as they are from, yet the whole church rallied around me to find me an apartment. My host family found me, got me a job, and it was not a pity job. They were like, we're in serious need of getting our accounting under control and our marketing and all of that, and I had to catch up years of accounting, like 2%, and come up with marketing, all of that. And I did it way faster than they thought I would ever be able to do that. At some point, they look at me and they're like, look, there is a future for you. And we are too small for that future. And now we could be selfish and keep you here with us, and we will want nothing more than that, because really, we're like that there is. To this day, I just came back from Sweden. And they said, but there's so much more for you, and we don't have it. So we want you to go and find out what it is. And that's literally when because something was growing up in San Francisco when I said I left my heart in San Francisco. Because, my the man who became my husband, we went to the same business school in France, but then he was older than me, so he had come to San Francisco and started a business there. And I just looked like there was something there. And so I was like, you gotta go to San Francisco and find out what what's going on. And I went, and I left my heart in San Francisco. I'm leaving. Here's my apartment. So no, but so this is it. This is what I'm saying. Especially in these times when this country loves to dwell on, you're bad because you have this skin color. Here are people with completely different skin color than mine, completely different faith than mine, yet embraced me, protected me, paid for my visa, for my lawyer, for my H-1B, everything, and also paid emotional support for me. And no one asked them to do that. They didn't have to do it. They didn't. So what I'm saying is, and this has been the story of my life, everywhere I go, regardless of the hostility around me, you betcha that there's always going to be somebody who shows up for you, and somebody who's at the extremes, at the antipodes of where you are, who you are. And that tells me something. In the end, we are good people. Most people are good people.
And there's so much power to that. The internalizing this idea that we're all just human, and there's human kindness all around us. I've seen it a lot where people internalize that, and they're able to walk lightly amidst hate,
Yeah.
and walk past that.
Yeah.
It doesn't stick to them in a way that they build resentment and it paralyzes them. If they internalize the world as human, they can be in just like you said, in the worst places in the world for that.
And someone somewhere that human magic and touch is there.
Yeah, it will find it. It will find it.
And well, yeah, yeah. And you know the other thing too, Lex, is especially in these times we're walking in, it is to remind yourself. I think this is where we all are called to practice more courage. I call it courage. It's the courage to show up with curiosity, with empathy, and with love. To me, those three are the antidote to pretty much anything. Curiosity, and love. In the face of fear, can you show up with curiosity? In the face of hate, can you say, I'm gonna engage with love, even if I'm scared to death, and even if I'm pissed off to death by this. But can you do that? In the face of just like judgment or whatever, can you show up with empathy? And I had just found that when you try to do that, you engage very different parts of your brain. That's proven by the way by the brain scientists. But you also can feel it in your body that you engage in very different parts of your soul. And so I try myself. I'm not always good at it, but it's a practice that I try to honor, which is curiosity, empathy, and love.
As I told you offline, those I agree with you 100% on that. But there is, when you go to Ukraine and you can say, you can speak about the power of love, but when you lose your family and you lose your home, all you have in your heart is hate. Even if you know it, you're not supposed to have it. You still all you have is hate. So sometimes it's a very human thing to have resentment, to have hate.
But it is about trying not to stay there.
Yeah.
And it's okay if it takes you years. But it is about trying, and I mean the word trying. It is about trying not to stay there.
Let me ask you about some of the things you see in this country from your perspective, everywhere you've been. What do you think about the Black Lives Matter movement in America that does struggle with the role of skin color today and throughout the history of this country, maybe even throughout the history of the world?
Well, Black Lives Matter has been a very hard one for me because do Black Lives Matter? Those three words together in that order, what they mean? They mean everything. Because Black lives do matter, as any other lives do matter. But I know in this case why they say Black Lives Matter because some of the context we have had. Now, while I agree with the principles that Black Lives Matter, I have a big problem with the organization and what it stands for. When I have an organization that pretends to want to stand for Black lives to matter, yet you are self-proclaimed Marxist socialist, I pause. Why? I pause and then I'm like, have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing? And the reason why I say that is because 60 some years ago, it started before even 60 some years ago, Black people in this case, I'm talking about the African people, I'm talking about the Black Africans who would go on to really cement this concept of African emancipation and African liberation. And here, taking us back to 1945, they had four of them before them. But in 1945, in Manchester, UK, happened something that would become major for Africa and its future, especially for Southern Africa. In Manchester, UK, people like this gang of my country, Nyerere, Tanzania, Nkrumah, Ghana, and others from different parts of the continent, got together with Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois. And I say Du Bois because that's how we say it in French. He has a French name. French sounded name at least. And Americans would say, so for Americans to say, I know you said Du Bois, Like, no, because just in case they're like, who's talking about? That's one. So all those people got together in the UK, and with WBB and Marcus Garvey, big top African American intellectuals of their times. W.B. Du Bois had so many things happen to him, starting from the north, being more or less a liberal type guy, came to the south just to see, at this time, black people being lynched and some of the body parts being shown in store windows. I mean, just for a second, we put ourselves in his shoes. I put myself in his shoes. And that's when he started to become radicalized. Right? Because at first it was like, oh, we're forced to, and now it's like, good, don't have to do these people. We don't have to, we forced to do it. And eventually, little by little, things going through. You have this people very much on the Marxist socialist way.
Do you think a lot of the sort of it's a political movement they're just using?
Yeah, because what happened back in those days, it is true that to their credit, communist socialists were fighting for equal rights. They were fighting for the rights of black people to have equal rights. So, of course, I could see why one could say, especially in these times, you're being lynched, bodies burnt, body parts showcased at window stores. Meanwhile, in Africa, under colonization, in your own country, in your own land, and you have this group that's saying, your fight is part of what we fight. Of course, you're going to say I side with you, especially if this is all happening at a time where, for 1945, these guys, who would be the liberators of various African nations, are meeting with Garvey, with W.B. And that's where this meeting is very important. The fifth Pan-African Congress meeting is very important. It could be the last one, but it's the most important one because that's when they form their plans and really the rallied around this concept of African emancipation and African liberation. We're going to liberate our countries. And then later, so that's how all these movements started to happen. And from there, Gandhi was already making some progress with India, getting them out of British rule and all of that. So all of this was happening, and including that, this whole thing was bubbling. Like there's a new force going on. And then we arrived in the late 50s, and with going with the British as well, they might manage to become their colonization is over. They were first going to go in 57. Then from there is what we call the independences. That's what we after most sub-Saharan African nations are getting their independences. Different dates. Mine, April 4th, 1916. So all over. So this is happening. If you think about it, we're talking 57, we're talking 60. We're like at this time now with the middle of the Cold War. See, because we have to put things in context and understand what's going on. Because people today ask me, why do you think because even now when they understand, oh, you're right, it makes sense. If you have no equity freedom, you're going to be poor. But why did they go for this? Why did they go for this? And they don't understand. So that's what happened. So beginning of times, pre-colonial Africans were free marketeers, free enterprise. It's pretty well reported by someone like George Aite. That's where the Chia thing from. And the main economist. And then slavery happened, colonialism happened, and then the independences, late 50s, early 60s for most African countries, most sub-Saharan African countries. So there, what you have is, but then what happened there? So at 145, Fifth Pan-African Congress in the UK with the liberators of Africa, under the leadership, because he was the wise, eldest man, Du Bois was. He was in his 70s back in the day, so he's older than now, and he's got all of his ideas and everything. So there they are. Now in the late 50s, early 60s, we're starting to make progress with the independences. India has gone there before. So all of that is starting to happen. And at that time, remember, they they already were being introduced to the concept of socialism, Marxism, all of that way before by some of these, black African American intellectuals of their time who were very socialist Marxists by that time. So now they're becoming independent because I do independent like this because I reckon that there's still neocolonialism going on. So now this is happening, they're becoming free. But then you look around, and you see that now most of these liberators of their nations become the president of the nations. But remember what I told you? Most of them have drinking the socialist, Marxist socialism Kool-Aid. So has these African nations become independent with their first independent governments and presidents? Most of them are socialist, various forms of statist type of government. And this is because at that point we had made a fatal mistake of saying um, we are Marxist socialists because you guys fight for equal rights. So in this case, there should be no communism or anything like that. So not only you have that going on, and the people, so right now you have this battle ideology going on because on one hand represented by freedom and the economic, what you call it, the economic system that we use is capitalism, and these are represented by the Western nations facing off with Eastern Bloc, practicing various forms of statism, socialism, communism, various forms of statism, and these two are fighting for influence. So, and we also have, it's also not for two things there. One is, we're at a time where, remember, the free market concept was almost dead. Almost dead. So almost every intellectual at that time was social Marxist. Or Marxist socialist, I could believe. That's what you were. So you're in a world where it was a normal thing, it was just mainstream acceptance. So not only you have that force, but at the same time, if these two forces are fighting one another, it turns out that the one representing capitalism and freedom, well, sorry, but isn't it you who enslaved us and colonized us? And you're fighting with the people who represent, uh, supposedly people who are saying that who have been fighting for equal rights for us with us for the longest time. These are our friends. And that's what you made a fatal mistake. Because while yes, there were maybe good things to agree on with the Marxist socialists of the time, especially equal rights for all people and all of that. That's the only thing we should have among the only things we should have agreed upon. There are violent revolution tendencies, no way. When it comes to the economic nonsense, no way. We should not have thrown the baby out with the bathwater, but that's what we did, and that's when we made the fatal mistake. So then we became free, all of these nations, and most of them started with socialist or communist leaders. My country, socialist. Leopold Sédar Senghor, he was a socialist. And they stayed in power for 40 years. The first 40 years of our freedom years. And all over the continent, more or less, that's what you had. And on top of that, something else that the French don't know, what people don't know, is France, with its colonies, said you cannot not do, you have to keep the French civil law. So we're talking about the Napoleonic civil code. Are you kidding me? So that's what happened. So the reason why I go back to BLM is while I have all the respect in the world and all the compassion in the world for people like Cuba, for people like Nyerere, for people, all of those people of those times, the liberators of Africa, while I have so much love, compassion for them, I am also able to say, because I got the benefit of 60-some years time, and where you get to do a debrief and see what worked, what didn't work, what happened. We have had those 60 years to look back and to reflect. So yes, I can understand why they did what they did. I can understand why they sided with these people who, on the surface, or at least some part of the fight, was the same fight with them when it came to equal rights. I can excuse them, but I will not excuse because that mistake was tolerable 60 some years ago. Today, no. The blacks of today cannot be serious about Black Lives Mattering and saying in the same sentence, and we're going to be socialist, Marxist socialists. It just doesn't work.
So the BLM movement is too deeply integrated with ideas.
Ideologists. Yeah, they're anti-free market, anti-capitalist, and we do know that you have to have free markets in order to build prosperity. And prosperity means economic power. If you have economic power, no one messes with you. Or if they're going to do it, they're going to do it twice. And when they do, they're going to take consequences. So, if you want the blacks to be respected anywhere in the world, you're going to be curious about black prosperity. En masse. Not just a few people, Oprah over here and somebody over there. No. We as a group have to be critical mass of prosperity across the board. And because we're talking critical mass of prosperity across the board, it means black people everywhere in the world. But guess what? We in Africa happen to represent 90% of the representatives of the black race. So you're going to be serious about black lives mattering without being serious for Africa, the 1 billion people in Africa that are black, and for them to have access to free markets and yes, fossil fuels, so that they can rocket, up prosperity-wise.
And the resources of the young people, the young
Yes,
minds.
so that all of these young people, young minds, finally manifest their greatness that I know they have. And then they're showing us every day, despite the obstacles. That's what we need. Senegal becomes rich, and Senegal can become and will be richer than France. And Singapore did it, we can do it. Mali rich, Nigeria rich, functioning as well. Malawi rich, Tanzania rich, Uganda rich, Zimbabwe rich, Niger rich, everywhere rich, prosperous. As prosperous, if not more prosperous than Switzerland, or Singapore, or the US dollar, or Liechtenstein, or Luxembourg, places that have no natural resources. We become rich, and you watch the world having a very different relationship with us. That's the only time we will command any type of respect. That's when people, even our common psyche will change, even about black people. All the stereotypes that they have of us is gonna melt away. And you may still not like us, but you will still respect us because we are a force to be dealt with. And only economic power does that. It would be nice, of course, for us to respect people because they're people. It would be nice, but let us not kid ourselves. This is Earth. And someone said, nice people will make it to heaven, but not to Harvard necessarily.
It's interesting that pity does not ever turn into respect. If it did.
It would be nice, but it doesn't.
Prosperity
Is the only thing. And the way we do that, there's no, just like all of us humans have to inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. That's a human way of breathing. You bring me another, but you want to be foolish and be like, oh, sorry, that's how white people breathe. So us black people, we're going to have to do something different. Well, good luck with that. Right? Yeah. So this is here why I'm saying I have no patience for Black Lives Matter. We're making a mistake that was made 60 some plus years ago. Even more than that, maybe even 100 years ago, when we were fighting with the Marxist socialists because they're the ones who've been fighting for equal rights.
Let me ask you, though, about racism. Do you, as you travel through this world, as you travel through America, feel the burn of hatred? You've spoken about the revolutions that have been fought throughout the 20th century against racism. But today, as people talk about educating, reminding the world, even with more philosophical ideas of critical race theory, for example, do you think this is still a a battle that needs to be fought at the forefront of culture in the United States?
Does racism exist? Yes, no. But all forms of isms exist. Some people it's about various forms of ableism. Others it's about size. And racism, yes, is one of them. Does it exist? Yes, it does. But is it what's going to stop anyone from manifesting their greatest potential? I say no. I say no. Many people in this country have showed it. Whether they're African Americans or African immigrants, I'm an African immigrant. You have African Americans like Oprah and others, and other people even before her, who, despite the nastiness around them, were able to make it. So we do know, especially as Black people, but I think it's humanity as a whole. And that's what I love about the human spirit. It's resilience. But resiliency only can happen if you don't allow yourself to be beaten down and to lose your sense of agency. It's, of course, easier said than done. And some among us need a little bit more help to not succumb for it than others do. And I've seen it. It might be harder for you if you're somewhere in a, inner city, inner city Black America. Maybe the environment might be a little bit tougher for you to try and get your act together and all of that stuff. And it's okay. But even in that situation, we need to, I think it's important that we still do not rob you of your agency. And this is where I am mad as heck against those who supposedly care and their idea of how to make sure that I don't become or stay a victim of racism is through all the things we talked about, the CRT, the anti-racism crap of, Abraham X. Kendi, and what's her name, Robert DiAngelo. I mean, I'm shocked. The woman is making all of this money, supposedly fighting a war on our behalf. I'm like, lady, I hear you loud and clear that you are a true racist. I know, but you told me you are. And for you to think that your anti-racism makes you less racist, and that happens too. She comes from a racist background. Fine, she's saying it, it's true. But this idea that every walking person on earth belongs to one category or the other, depending on which skin color you came with, it's problematic at its root. So my point is, does racism exist? Yes. Do you think it's going to stop me from doing anything I have to do? No. Might it make it harder, longer? Maybe. But it will not stop me. But for it not to stop me, I can't engage in victimhood mentality. I can't lose my self-respect. I got to use all the agency that I have to fight back and fight beyond. See, it's just going to fight back. You fight back and you fight beyond. Because at some point, yeah, and it's this concept of yes and. So this is why I have loved the job. So when I have somebody who is like, oh, anti-racism is so way, we're gonna go and tell all the white kids that because they happen to be white that they're really repressed, blah blah blah, and the Black kids because they're Black, you're not changing anything when you're doing that. Nothing except that you're putting problems where there were no problems to start with. All we had to do was maybe go for a different route from there. Kids are kids. Kids are born kids. And this, I'm not sure if you want to get me going into the whole science of bias, because that's something that's spent years of my life on. And my journey on the science of bias started with the days of Philando Castile, Eric Garner, that whole summer of 2016, when we had this horrendous situation of Black people being killed by the police, where we shot before asking, and the people left to die in the most inhumane way for the rest of us to watch from the social media. That's me. That's when my dreams could only happen. Not later, 4 years ago, when the whole world is like, So that set you on a journey of understanding what discrimination is and bias is. Um, and in a way, that's the reason why I started this company that I even called Skin is Skin. That's where it came from. Again, criticized by creating. I needed to understand what discrimination was. How does it work? Is it true what Kendi is saying? Is it true what D'Angelo is saying? Is it true that it could be that you're racist just because of the skin color you happen to be born in? Is it true? Is it true? I needed to know because I was at a time of my life where, at some point, when those killings were happening, it was so hard for me, being a black person in this country, and wondering, I mean, what is this, and what do we do with this?
Yeah, is it true how much discrimination am I operating under in the system?
All of that, and
You need to understand the full characteristics of if you're dreaming of making a big change by building companies, you have to kind of intuit what am I up against?
what am I up against, right? And so this guy, spent all of his time on some of the work, and then eventually I understood that discrimination, if you wanted to understand it beyond, beyond the big lines of, especially the clickbait lines, would make it very black and white. Then I had to really take a moment, and I spent time, with the world of brain scientists, with behavioral psychologists, with evolutionary biologists, all of this ecosystem that together form what one might call the science of bias. And especially, I came across the work of this team of scientists at the University of, I think it's Wisconsin, and they were the only ones who made sense in this sea of nonsense back then. And this article wasn't political, and it was saying something that I could relate to. And eventually, what I learned was, and this part comes from the evolutionary biologist people, they, in a way, tell you that right around age 3, and how it's related, because we're all different. But you go from this person who has to rely on these other people, usually your parent, to stay alive, to be fed, to be housed, to even get diaper change, all that stuff, right? To now, something is sticking in, where you have to, in order for you to survive, and this is all wired in, so you don't even understand it consciously as I'm saying it now, where in order for you to survive, in order for you to go from this state of dependency to the next stage and more, you're going to have to develop this ability to make sense of the world. And what making sense of the world at its most basic level means is, can you determine if a situation or a person is good or bad for you? Failure, and you need to be able to do so ever so quickly. Because failure to be able to do that means that you might not be alive the next second. See, it's so wired in. So this process is starting to kick in. And at that point, your brain is going to be your best ally for that. And what the brain is going to do is it's going to help you. And the way the brain works is it works with it's all wired for efficiency. And the way it goes for efficiency is through automation. Meaning that every time it has computed, and you probably know this way better than me, every time it has computed one algorithm, it doesn't want to do it again. It's almost like this, okay, got it, store, right? And then it adds maybe some levels of complexity to it, but it has to be something new, meaning a new level of complexity for it to even be willing to reconsider. Otherwise, so then all of a sudden what you have is these neurons in the back of your head, and they have created pathways, right? So, and every time neurons have created a pathway among themselves, because basically they're attached, and here is the pathway. Well, this pathway in the world of bias, science bias, it's a habit. In general, it's a habit when they form a pathway. It's a habit. So, if we're willing to talk about unconscious bias, because of course it's very different from somebody who tells me to my face, there's no world in which you or I will ever be equal because you're black and white, you're a woman and a man, this and that. That people like that, again, 100% of in our world, they're out there. Unfortunately, by the time we do nasty things, it's pretty horrible, and that's what all we hear about. But I'm talking mostly about the rest of us. Remember when I told you that most of us are good people, bumbling along, making it up as we're going. That's why I have compassion for human nature. So, but really, in the morning when I wake up, to really think that I'm waking up and thinking, how am I going to go down? How am I going to go down next? But this guy needs to go down. He's man. He's a. Don't get me wrong. Sure, some women feel like that, but I'm not one of them, and I do think the majority of us are not. Whatever. But in the morning, I'm waking up and I'm just like, gee, can I get my tea? Oh, my dog is up to work today. You know, we've got right.
There's a lot going on this year. You're using these kind of, just like you said, Britain. Britain has a bunch of simplifications built up, and it uses those simplifications to get through the
To
day.
get through the day. Exactly. So then here you are needing to make sense of the world. And then the brain is your best ally in that. The way it's going to do it is through efficiency. Efficiency done through automation. So every time it thinks it's figured something out,